Have you anticipated building your own tiny home, but the more you look into it, the more complicated it seems? Then come along with us as we navigate you through all the options and restrictions, helping you make this dream come true. Let's go. Hey guys, Musa here from Quantum Home Improvements and Solutions. Welcome back. And if this is your first time to our channel, it's great having you join us. So finally, after many years, we are going to build our dream tiny home, which was supposed to be our first YouTube video. But unfortunately, due to many factors, we weren't able to make it. And one of them being that I have a spinal injury, which I need to work around. But there was a huge plus in having to wait so long. I was actually able to go to a lot of tiny home shows, which is organised through AITHA, which is the Australian Tiny Homes Association. And when I went and looked around, I was able to design something that's going to suit my property and also my budget. There's a lot more to building a tiny home than most people think, but the reason they've become hugely popular in Australia is because of the price of housing just going up and up. Now, off the bat, I've got to tell you, I am claustrophobic. So yes, I will be building a large tiny home, but there's a lot to take into consideration, especially council and also going on the road. But I'm going to be covering that in this video and future videos to come. So due to my spinal injury, I'm expecting this tiny home to take around about 12 months to complete, and I'll be releasing the videos in roughly about 12 stages depending on our progress. And I'm going to show you all the intricacies as you journey with us. So now I will be focusing on the best use of space that's practical to us, and I'll also be focusing on energy efficiency while trying to keep the cost of this building down. I've drawn up the final plans and have done a rough costing with my friend Joe, who is an estimator by profession, and we both concluded that should cost around about $2,000 to $2,500 per square metre, and which comes to around $60,000 to $80,000 for this project. But hopefully the inflation doesn't continue to grow and it costs more. If you don't already know, I have a restricted builder's license and have built 4 houses over the years, including the one we live in. And so I've contacted all my suppliers, and I'm going to be mentioning them in the appropriate stages of all the videos. Okay, we're ready to get into it, and I've got my good friend Joe from Intellect Finance to give me a hand.
Hey guys.
And so the reason I've got Joe to give me a hand is because we're starting on the base, and the base is really heavy. And so we put them in place, we've measured it off just roughly, so the cross beams need to be cut. There's a lot of cutting involved before we even start welding, and then we need to level it out. Now, the second reason is because Joe came with me to a tiny home show back about 1.5 years ago, and we discovered a lot. What did you discover, Joe?
Oh, there's the different types of tiny homes that they made. It was amazing, but the cost was an overwhelming factor.
Yeah. We saw one that was a double. There was like 230 something.
Yeah, 230 grand.
Yeah, it's a lot of money for 60 square meters. Anyway, so I personally learned a lot. So when you're building a tiny home, you try to stick to the Australian standards in building. That's first of all. But the tiny homes that are on trailers, they have more complication in building because you've got to stay under a certain width, height and weight. So you've got to make it road worthy. All tiny homes have to be mobile. And so I'm going to be building one on skids. But the reason I decided to do that, because I weighed up all my options. And as I said before, I suffer from claustrophobia. I don't like tight spaces, and I don't think other people should really be forced to live in tight spaces. We're making this for our family, for people to visit, and I'd like them to be comfortable. And so when you're building a tiny home on a trailer, you can go 2.5 metres wide, you can go up to 4.3 metres high, including the trailer height, but the gross weight I think is 4.5 tonne. Now that's vehicle and trailer. So that means the trailer has to be built really lightweight. And what I'm going to be doing here is not lightweight. So when you build it on a skid, they're actually put onto tilt trucks. And so I've been speaking to Mitch from Tambourine Transport and also my mate John Mifsud, and they've indicated to all the things I need to know. Now, when it's on skids, the great thing is you can go 3.5 metres wide. Now this will be 3.2, and there's a few reasons why I'm doing that, and I'll explain it as we go further. Now also, I can actually take this up to, according to what Mitch was telling me, probably 10 tonne. So these universal beams I've organised through my friend Renee from Fast Flow Augers, who's a very good friend of our family. My dad used to work for John Barry, his dad, for many, many years. And so I'd like to thank Renee. So Renee got these through Orcon Steel. And also I'd like to do a shout out to Matthew, who helped me to choose the right beams. These are 250s by 31 meaning the weight per metre, and they're going to be the bearers that's going to carry the weight of all the other steel. And all the RHSs and SHSs I got from Priority Steel, who have now moved to Seven Hills, and I'd like to thank Ariel for that, and also Ethan for delivering them. He did a great job. And before I forget, just a quick shout out to my friend John Millis from Darmel Air Conditioning. He organised all the power for me, we ran it, and also set up the switch. It's not fully connected yet, but I'll get him to do that down the track. So Joe, is it looking complicated?
Musa, as usual, you're making it look easy.
There's a lot involved, but I think the process is pretty simple.
I'm actually looking forward to seeing it come together.
Yeah. Okay, let's get into it. So what I'm going to do is start off by cutting these shorter universal beams. They're going to be the cross beams, and I'm going to bring them in roughly 1.5 metres in from both sides. And then inside here, I'm going to then also put 100 by 100 SHSs as a cross beam as well, to stop the movement and to brace it. So first we'll just cut this up, and I'll just measure it exactly 2 metres. So the tilt truck can take 2.4 metres wide. I'm going to make this all up just under 2.2. Okay, so now for these cross beams to fit inside these bearers, I'm going to have to cut the flange off enough to go inside, so just past this section. So I'm going to take the width off, and that's roughly 69 mil. Okay, Joe, this is looking fantastic. What we'll do now is slip it inside. That's it, now lift it, go. All the way up. Keep going, Joe. Keep going, all the way up. That's it, done. Thanks, Joe.
Set the mark there.
Roughly, it's not exact. Okay, so we've got them roughly in place, not exact yet. So what we're gonna do now is cut this piece, put it on the other end, and we'll start leveling this all off. That's it, Joe, just turn it down. Thanks, Joe. You're doing a great job. Joe, this is looking great.
Yeah, it's coming together, Musa.
Mate, this is actually not as hard as I thought it would be. And that Makita grinder, which I just bought from Total Tools, is just brilliant. I love it.
It was very powerful.
It just chewed through it. It burnt my jeans, but that's fine. Okay, so now we're ready to get into it. So we've cut a heap of timbers up, and we've got some jack stands. And so basically we're just gonna have to jack up those two sides. It's gonna go up a fair amount. We wanna make it pretty stable. And it is starting to sprinkle a bit, so we're gonna have to hurry, and we will be using the tractor to get this up at the level we need. All right, we'll get into it, Joe.
Let's go.
Just put the jack stand under it. Okay, now go, Joe. Just watch yourself, please. Wow, Joe, that looks fantastic. That is right in the middle. Okay, Joe, that looks about 115 mil. So we're gonna need enough packers for that thickness, for that height. Go. Okay, so we've had a bit of rain, so we've had to hurry this up, and we did have to make some changes. We found it was a bit unstable just using the jack stands, and so what we've done is actually used the universal beams that we've cut off, so they're 500 mil wide, and just only put a few timbers to stack them, so it's become more stable. We've put the cross beams in, and now we've just got to quickly cross measure to make sure that it's square, but everything is perfect now, almost ready to weld. So when you're making any kind of building, you want to square something off, all you've got to do is measure from one corner to the opposite corner on the other end, so which is what we're doing now. Now that comes to 9 meters, 741. So then we'll go to the other side and we'll measure that. Okay, look at that, 9 meters, 741, perfect. Hey Joe, we've done it. Thank you very much. This is the hardest part for me.
Miss. I actually enjoyed doing that.
Oh, that was fantastic. It was a bit of a brain tease, but it's actually turned out beautiful, very level, ready to weld. Thank you very much. You've done me a great service. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we're back. It's a beautiful day and no rain, bit overcast, but it should be fine. And so I've got with me Marion.
Hi.
So Marion wanted to help me because due to my spinal condition called Equina syndrome, I have weak legs, so my legs fatigue. And when we were unloading the steel, I did fall. And so she wants to help me to make sure I'm going to be okay. Thanks, Marion. So what I didn't get to tell you yesterday, because it was raining, is that we had to level these out pretty accurately and everything had to be leveled. And we used these packers underneath the timbers to try to get everything straight. Now, I've double checked it again today, make sure everything is okay, because we were in a little bit of a rush. I made slight adjustments, but we were pretty close. Mr. Suka's excellent. Okay, so now we're getting to the welding. Now, I haven't mentioned this before because it's a bit close to home, but my father was a Class 1 welder, God rest his soul. And so he worked for many, many years and long hours. But if you've done any kind of welding, he was using arc welding. Now, if you've done any kind of welding, you know there's a lot of fumes and you've got to watch out in tight spaces. Now, after a period of time, he got sick of that and he worked in Flemington markets and he actually enjoyed it. But eventually he did get back to welding, but only casual and part-time. And he worked for a guy named John Barry who created the business Fast Flow Augers. And now it's run by his son, Renee, which I mentioned earlier. But by this time, my father had emphysema and he suffered for many, many years. So I've got to say, watch out if you are welding, that it is ventilated area, that the smoke is not going into your face. If so, you may need to wear a mask. And so the last thing my father made before he became gravely ill and went into hospital, he made me a bread maker. In Arabic, it's called a saj, where you make manouche or bread. And to honor my dad, we use it regularly. So I still have my father's arc welder, but I'm not going to be using it today. In actual fact, I went to Total Tools in Penrith and spoke to Dominic, who's a great guy, gave me a lot of good advice. And I went and bought myself a Unimig, and it's a Viper Multi 185. Now, I have been trying this system out. It's quite good. So this can actually do MIG, TIG, and arc welding. And the MIG welding can be with or without gas. The only problem without using gas, it does splatter a lot. So I am actually going to use some argon gas, and it's already set up. So I've been advised that this can weld up to 10 mil steel, but in actual fact what we got here is 8 mil, so this is going to be perfect for what we're going to use. Okay, so now we'll get into it and I'll show you how to do it. Okay, I'll get this fence bar out of here. I didn't mention, but we use this fence bar to actually push the beams back when we were getting it all squared, so it's a really good tool to use. Okay, I'll just turn the gas on and I'll switch this on. The switch is just down the back here. I've got the earth clamp on. Now, this particular mask is made by Sigwell. It's an active mask. I can see through the mask, and as soon as I start welding, it shutters and it goes dark. So I don't have to worry about taking the mask on and off. I can see at all times. All right, we'll get into it. Okay, the setting on that was too dark. I've just lightened it up. Hopefully it's a bit better. Yeah, that's heaps better. Now also, when you are welding, you're gonna have to adjust the amperage. Now, this is only brand new. I need to have more strength in this because I am welding 8 mil. So I'm gonna bump it up and you just basically just adjust it by going in the cabinet. So I've put the weld on now 8 mil and also I'm just gonna raise the amperage. Okay. So you've got to keep adjusting it. And also there's a wheel inside that turns and releases all the wire that welds with. You will have to adjust that as well. Heaps better. Beautiful, that is a beautiful weld. Now what I've got here, I've got my mask off my face, but I can see through the mask. And I've got the torch inside. I'm gonna see if you can see what I see. Now at this point you will only see a glare. So I don't know if you could see that, and it was very awkward for me to do that because I didn't have my mask on and I was on a strange angle. Okay, so now I'm just going to weld the web. There we go, this side is done. Now, the technique of welding I'm doing here is called the drag technique. So there's different techniques. You can do the push, you can do the perpendicular, but I'm doing the drag. So I'm running backwards on the weld. Now, what that does, it causes it to go deeper, but it's not very wide. Now, because it's not wide, that means you have to float this across. You've got to keep going zigzag like this. So you've got to keep going this direction and just keep until you go all the way down or all the way up, depending which direction you're going. One thing to note, which I haven't said, that when you are welding, if they're light pieces, you have to tack first, and then you have to come back to them after everything is tacked. Now, because these are so heavy, they're not going to move. But what happens when you weld? Usually you get a twisting, so you can be very careful with welding. That's a very common thing. That's done. That looks fantastic. So I've got to say, I actually enjoy welding, and I haven't done MIG welding for a long, long time. In actual fact, the last time I did MIG welding was at Fast Play Augers when I was making something with my dad. So we just finished welding the other side. This uni MIG is just brilliant. Thanks, Dominic. I really appreciate your help. Okay, so now I've got a square hollow section sitting on top. It's 100 by 100, which is a 4" by 4" by 3mm. And we're going to use that as a cross brace. And so now using the square, the level, and a texter, we have marked it out and we're ready to grind it. And so what I've done is measured to the inner web, and then it's going to sit hard up against it. And we'll just cut the both sides. Ready? Just slowly go in. Beautiful. Okay, so because there's a curved section on the web going into the flange, I'm going to use a 6.5mm packer and just put that underneath. Thanks, Mary. And now what that does, it allows it to sit closer because it's out of that curve. So that's perfectly. I just got to measure it off to make sure how it's sitting. Okay, so the other end measured at 341mm from the web, and this one here is 340. Okay, so the last minute I decided to put a thinner packer so I can weld underneath. All right, so now I'll weld this together. Something to note, when you are welding a thicker steel to a thinner steel, so this is 3mm, this is 6.5mm, the web is 6.5, the top is 8mm. I've kept the setting on 8mm because I find it's welding really well that way. Okay, so now I'm gonna run a weld across the flange. Because we use the packer, there's a bit of a gap under there, so I'm gonna build it up a little bit, and then I'll come back and weld the two together. Okay, you do have to periodically clean inside the nozzle here. Okay, so that's clean now, I'll just do it again. How's that? One go. Thanks, Dad. All right, so now we've cut the next piece to go across this way. Let it sit on the other one so you're not carrying the weight, let it sit down. That's it. Now put it inside. I just got to measure the same as before, 340mm. Just come to your bit. Okay, so now just go to the cross section. I'm just going to use my texter again and just run that underneath on both sides. But also I'm going to draw a line here and there, so I know how it continues. So once we make this cut, then we'll just put the two pieces either side. Okay, I've transferred the measurements onto the other side. Now I'm ready to grind it. All right, ready? Oh, wow. It's the exact same, 340. All right, I'll just weld this end. I'll just tack it first. Okay, this is going to be the last weld for the day. I'm going to weld inside here on a very acute angle. It can be done, but you've just got to keep swaying it this way like that. It's going to be a bit of a mess, but I will try. Okay, we're all done. Made a bit of mess on the tip, but that's fine, I'll clean it up. Okay, that's all we're going to do for today. I'm buggered. Marion's helped me heaps. Marion, thank you very much. Okay, we're back. And as I said in the beginning, this is the hardest part, creating the foundations. So now I'm gonna create the skid that goes on this universal beam. And this skid is made so we can slide it onto the tilt truck. So without that cut there, you will not be able to get it on. So now what I've done is made a template and basically just sit it up against the universal beam. And so what we're gonna do is use the cut off and cut the flanges and the webs, and we're gonna use them here to finish off this section. So this little piece we cut off in the beginning, we're gonna use that here. And from the offcuts, we're gonna then create another flange going across there. So there's a bit of work involved. So now with my measurements, these are 250 high. I've only come off the inside base 170 mil, and I've come across 240 mil. Okay, so now I'm going to go back the other side and take out those off-cut universal beams so we can start cutting them. Okay, Marion, can you put that jack in very quickly and move away? Good job, Marion. Just move away. That was excellent, Marion. Okay, so now very, very carefully with this depth machine, I'm going to cut where I've marked for the skid. It's a bit of a funny angle, so I'm gonna have to be really, really careful. Metal fatigue. Okay, so I am getting through it. The disc I'm using is Flexivite, and this is a fast cut disc. It's quite good actually, but because the web is 6.5 mil and the flange is 8 mil, there's a lot of cutting. So what I've done here, so the web itself, that section there, I cut it out and cut 2 pieces out of that. And what I'm gonna do with that, I'm gonna put them on the side and weld that on, and then I'm gonna put my hole. So what that's gonna do is spread the load. So when Mitch puts the chain through, he's gonna have some more strength on the web. Okay, so that's cut. Now you'll notice here, there's another cut. So I've already preempted that. And this becomes the flange on the angle. There we go. Okay, so what I've got to do, where the web was, it's actually got a bit of a rise to it. I can't weld that directly onto that. I've got to take that rise off, so I'm going to have to grind into it. It's quite thick. What I'm going to do is butt it up to the bottom here, but there's a little bit of a gap, so I need to cut that gap down a little bit. So what I'm going to do is cut, instead of being a 90 degree, I'm going to grind down and put a bit of an angle just on the tip here, so that actually just sit right hard up against it. Now, one thing I didn't mention, it was hot earlier, and when you're grinding or welding and there's a lot of grass, you can have grass fires. Be really, really careful of that and be very conscious. We did have a little bit of a flare up. It was put out pretty quickly. The grass is pretty low here and it's pretty green. Just got a little bit of a bulge here. I'm going to take that out. Ah, that's beautiful. So basically I'm just going to hold it in place and then eye it from the top here looking down. That is spot on. I'm very happy with that. Okay, now I'm going to weld it up. Fantastic. There we go, a little fire. Okay, so now I'm going to cut this piece to suit. I won't leave this sticking out. I'm just going to grind it. Okay, let's see how this looks like. That's looking fantastic. Look at that, straight all the way. Beautiful, I love it. All right, so now I just got to trim this one back just a little bit. That is fantastic, beautiful. I had carpal tunnel operation on both my hands about 3 months ago, and I'm still struggling with them. This is a bit overwhelmed, but I'll just grind that back. Wow, all done. The skid is now complete. So Marion has been fantastic. What do you think of this, Marion?
It looks great.
I love it. This is fantastic. A dream come true. Okay, so now I'm going to use Sutton's Cobalt hole saw. This is a 48 mil. So this arbor is also made by Sutton's. It's quite easy to use. It's called a quick fix. So you pull this back, which is spring loaded, pulls the pins in, allows you to screw the actual hole saw on, and then you line up the hole saw with the pins and you just drop that in and it locks it in. And so when you're drilling with a metal drill bit, you actually have to do it on slow speed. This is not a slow speed drill, so I'm gonna have to trigger it, and I'm gonna get Marion to spray as I'm doing it. So this is a lubricant, and it's made by Treeflex, and it's made specifically to cut steel. That's it. Okay, we're through. Okay, so the drill came out. We don't actually need it anymore because we've already made the hole. It's probably better without it now. All right, just spray, Mary. That's it. It's almost through. Okay. There we go. All done. This is fantastic. Okay, we're back. We've just set up the skid now. It's level again. A lot of work, but much easier than when I did it with Joe. So Marion and I went to a lot of trouble just getting this dead level all the way around. And now we're going to do the parameter of the flooring and then put the floor joists in. And so, as I said before, the floor joist is going to come out to here. So it's going to be 3.2 meters wide, and the skids in the center are 2 meters wide. So it's going to have an overhang. I've grinded the edges where I've welded because these 100 by 100 SHSs, square hollow sections, are going to sit on the edges. So I had to get them fairly level to the universal beam. And so I went through and grinded in a couple of spots just to get it down. I'm going to put 100 by 100 here as well. So on the ends here and the other cross section and the end. Now I didn't plan for this, but I might actually put one in the center as well. And then we're going to fill it in with the 100 by 50 RHSs, so rectangular hollow sections. And so we're actually almost to the end of this and it's looking really good. So now I've marked this out. We've got the length sitting on the universal beam there just to give us a straight edge. And I've measured the balance, which is 3.5 meters, just over. And I'm going to cut that off now, and then we're going to just start cutting all the other pieces and getting ready for welding. So I do have a cutting chart here. So when I first designed this, I then did a cutting chart to see how much steel I needed. So this cutting chart is helping me to remember which pieces are going to go where. Okay, Marion, push it in place. Okay, just line it up. How's that looking?
Good.
That is fantastic. Ready for welding. That's really good. Okay, we'll do the other side. Yep, that's where it's going to sit, just there. Wow, what a big job to cut all this steel. But we did it, took us a couple of hours. The reason we've actually put the floor joists on top of the bearers is because we need to weld the bearers first. And I wanted to put some weight down on the bearers, so when I weld it, it doesn't move. So now we've gone through and marked out all the spacings of the joists. And so we've got the 100 by 100 here, but these are 100 by 50. Still 3 mil thick. All the steel we use in here, except for the bearer, the universal beams, they're all 3 millimeter, so it's quite thick. And so you need to have a certain spacing for your flooring. And the type of flooring you're going to use here is a waterproofing flooring, tongue and groove, and it can go 600 centers. Now here I'm going to be using most probably a fiberglass for the ensuite area so I can waterproof it. So the distance I've got between here is 500 mil. Now to find out a center, you basically have to have the center of the joist to the center, and these ones are 550. Now I can go up to 600, as I said. Now the reason I did 550 in this area, because I have the 100 by 100 SHS here, and this here is where the wall is going to come to for the ensuite. So I'm basically putting that here so I can actually put two sheets running up to each other, and then that way I'll just put a sliding door in between. Now, so I've done the exact same on the other end. I've come in 1.7 meters on the other end, put another 100 by 100 SHS, and did the exact same spacings. Now in between here, I've changed the spacings. I've had to go a little bit bigger, but also just here, I've got another 100 by 100. Now this is not the right length yet. I'm gonna have to weld two pieces together and then cut it to the right length. So I'm just going to leave it here again just for the weight and also to work out the spacings. So here we worked out that the spacings are 591 mil centers. So it's close to 600. So the first thing we're going to do is just go through and weld the 100 by 100 bearers, and then we'll take everything off and then start to weld the rest of them. So I've changed the settings on the machine now to weld a 3 mil, not an 8 mil. So I've just lowered it all. I'll just move this out of the way and just weld this. One thing to note also, I haven't said before, when you are welding downwards, it's a lot more trickier than doing a horizontal surface. So Marion and I went through and did a cross measure again to make sure that it is square and it's within 1 mil. I'm very happy with that. So now we're going to go through and weld the bearers together. So once we welded the joist to the bearers, the 100 mil to the 100 mil, we then pushed it out. Mary and I just slowly wiggled it out, and we counterbalanced, because you know there's more weight on this side now, so we counterbalanced by putting some of the 100 by 50 joists on either end just to hold it down. Then we got a Guppy and Mariah to give us a hand, and we put the other bearer on the other side. And so now we're ready. We've actually again checked our measurement, and it's again within 1 millimeter. This is incredible. All right, so what we're going to do is weld either end, because this is actually slightly bowed, which you tend to get with steel. So we're going to weld both ends, and then we'll push it to the center and finish that off. Okay, the bearers are now welded together. So I got Marion to pull all the joists out to take the weight off this. So now we'll pull back. Go, Marion. That's it. This is actually not too hard. That's 590. We're going to go over purposely. Okay, look at that, Marion. 590. Okay, so now we've got everything set up. We've measured the ends out from the web outwards, and it came to 590 on each side, so it's actually spot on. Okay, the joists are now in, and I'm ready to weld the whole thing together. So all the galvanized to the universal beam, and this will become one and all brace itself. And then when I put the walls up, that'll brace it in a different angle. So Marion, you did a beautiful job. This is fantastic. Thank you very much. This was not straightforward, was it? And it's a screamer of the day. It's so hot. So Marion's going to go inside, and I'm going to keep welding. Okay, I think I've done enough for today. I am buggered. I have welded every main section, so all the joists have been welded either side on every one of those rows of beams. These 100 by 100's been welded all the way through on the sides and tops. I've welded just a little bit on the tops here. I'll go through later and weld the sides. So that's enough for today. And Mr. Suka just arrived and he's coming to inspect. Hey, Joe.
Musa, wow.
What do you think, Joe?
Great, looking great.
What a big improvement.
Wow.
And my apprentice, Marion, has been incredible. She's never done anything like this before, ever. And she's just been such a helpful hand for me.
So
Mate,
she's going to be a qualified welder after this.
I think so. Hey, Joe, stand up there, give it a jump.
Oh. Wow.
Jump on it, jump. Do the tabke.
That's not going anywhere.
Do the tabke, man. Come on, jump.
All of that. Wow.
It's nice, eh? There's no deflection in those floor joists. They're spanned just over 1.8 metres, and so the next stage is to put the walls up. But Joe, hey, thank you once again. This is just incredible. And Joe, now I'm starting to see the reality of how much this is going to cost. And so the first stage with the base and the walls will be around $10,000. So I'm definitely going to need a loan. And so thank you very much for organising them for me.
You're welcome, Musa.
So if you're interested to get a loan for a tiny home or any kind of loan, commercial or residential, Joe Suka from Intellect Finance is the man.
Thanks, Musa.
No, you're the best. So Joe, you ready for the next stage?
Yes, let's go.
So Marion's going to help to put the walls together, and then we're going to have around about 6 guys stand the walls up so I can weld them together. It's going to be the hardest part in the respect of trying to stand everything up all in one go. But this was the hardest stage out of all of them because everything had to be leveled off. So this is perfectly level, perfectly square, within a couple of mil, 1 to 2 mil. So I'm really happy with that.
That's beautiful, wow.
So that's the end of this video. I'd like to thank all the guys from Total Tool. They were fantastic with all the advice. I was able to use the right equipment. This went well. I thought it was going to be a lot harder. It was hard. Today was a screamer of a day. It was so hot. But anyway, I'm happy it's over. But I'm also happy that this first stage is over because it was actually giving me a lot of sleepless nights thinking how I'm going to do this. And it's now done, thanks to you guys.
No, you've done very well, Musa. You and Marion. Well done.
So that's the end of this video. I hope you enjoy it, hope you get something out of it. And if you have any comments at all, please leave them below and I will get back to you. And I'd ask you, please consider to subscribe, hit the like button and share this video, and there's many more to come. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Have you ever welded yourself?
Nah, since school I used to do. I did the MIG and the.
I've welded steel, but never myself.
You've never welded yourself?
No, I'd never needed to.
Oh, okay. You've come together as one package. That's not even funny, Musa.
Someone once asked me, "Are you going to tile yourself?" I said, "No, just the floors." Are you thinking to build your own tiny home, but the more you look into it, the more complicated it seems? Then come along with us as we navigate you through all the options and restrictions, helping you make this dream come true. Let's go. Hey guys, Musa here from Quantum Home Improvements and Solutions. Welcome back. And this is your first time to our channel. It's great having you join us. And so I'm excited to say we're now up to stage 2 of this tiny home construction where we're going to make the walls and also the roof. And so if you haven't seen stage 1, it's where we made the base using universal beams, which we got from Orcon Steel through my friend Renee from Fast Flow Augers. And with the help of Mr. Suka, Marion, and our TYM tractor, better known as the new and improved Marcus, we were able to put it together. So after we finished cutting everything, we then welded everything together using the Unimig 185 Viper, which I got from Total Tools, and it's a great machine. So off camera, I went through and finished off all the welding, which is mainly the floor joists, but also underneath. And also on the high end, I removed the timbers and put concrete blocks. So now it's loading directly onto the ground with a much wider area of load. And so then we re-leveled it, and now it's fantastic. It's perfect on that end. So this end here, we designed through George, the engineer who certified this project, the footings, which are 300 deep by 500 by 500. It has 2 layers of steel in there, and it was concreted 2 weeks ago, so they're now ready for loading. And now the stands that are going to sit on that concrete are made from the same material, the 100 by 100 SHS, 3 mil thick, and it has a vertical section. It has 4 legs welded onto a base plate, and then there's also some bolts that sit on the top plate, which the nuts were welded underneath, and so these now are adjustable. And so we want it adjustable so we can get the right height here. This needs to be perfectly level. And so we have one that takes the load, and the other side is actually a tie down. So these will also be dyno bolted into the ground, and it'll all be connected. So there'll be no movement and no shearing. I forgot to mention all the RHS and SHS we got from Priority Steel in Seven Hills. So now I've got Marion here to give me a hand.
Hi.
So you probably noticed I've changed my clothes. So in the first video, unfortunately, I didn't use my protective clothing. My father was a class 1 welder, and you'd think I'd know better, but it's been a while. And so I burned a hole through my pants with the grinder and welder. They're now repaired. I'm using old clothes because you will actually damage your clothes when you're doing this kind of work. So now we've got a plate here, which is also 8 mil. This is a spreader plate designed by George, the engineer. Okay, so I just put the plate underneath and mark that out. Now what I'm going to do is spray some lubricant here. This helps to drill through thick steel. Here we go. Now I'm going to have to be careful not to get the shavings into my eyes. Beautiful. Just take that screw out. Marion, if you could just drop that bolt in. All right, I'll just put a washer on, and I'll put the nut on, but I'll get you to turn it for me because it'd be hard for me to turn it here. Okay, this is the second nut we're putting on. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Stop there. And now we're going to put a third nut on. Not much room under here. Go now. Okay, now just drop that in. Okay, now tighten it. And now I'm ready to dyno bolt these stands into the concrete, and I'm using 12 mil by 100 mil dyno bolts, and I've got 4 of them. One thing I didn't mention before, when I did put these legs together, I welded the plate underneath after welding the nut, and then I went and cleaned it up with a brush using the drill, and then sprayed it with zinc plate spray. So these things are now protected from the weather. Okay, so now I've got my Bosch cordless drill, and with a 12 mil masonry bit. This is actually brilliant, made by Irwin. And so now I'll just place it in the hole and just drill down. Okay, so there's one thing to note when you're drilling into any kind of masonry. You need to continually go back up to take the air pocket out because it does blow sometimes into your face. Okay, I'll just clean that out. So you've got to go a little bit longer than the actual dyno bolt. All right, so now I'll just put that in here. Just tap it down with a hammer. So when you are tapping it down, make sure that the nut is higher than the thread of the screw because you will damage the screw. So just softly, just gently, just tap that down, just nice and gently. Okay, that's it. All right, now I'll just lock that off. Now I'll do the next one. Okay, both sides are done. Woohoo! Now we're going to get rid of these car jacks and let these be the permanent stands. So this screw here was designed to be the adjuster. So now I'm going to do exactly that. I'm going to lift this tiny home up, literally with just with this bolt. So this should get to a point where the stand will come loose. There we go. Okay, so now before I lock this off, I'm going to do the same on the other side and then start leveling this out for the last time. As I'm doing this, I can hear the plates loading, so they're actually loading onto the ground, so it's putting pressure on it, which is fantastic. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. All right, this is almost free. I can see it, and that looks free there now. And there we go. These are now out of here. Woohoo! Okay, so that's altered the level just a little bit going up. I'm now going to reduce it back down a little bit. We'll see how we go with that. That looks fantastic. Beautiful, spot on. Now I'm going to lock off this bottom nut. Now, because we've got such a long distance between the shank, I've put another nut on this side to strengthen this, because this is the hold down. So to strengthen this side, and also I've got a nut up the top, and that's going to lock this off to the plate. That whole thing now is connected. Now we'll finish off the other side. It's a new day. It was a screamer yesterday, so we decided to get out of the sun. It was really hot. I became very dark, which is not a bad thing. But anyway, so now we're going to start making the frames. I went through and grinded off all the high points where these frames are going to sit over. So first we're going to start off by making the west wall, which is this wall here. And we're going to be using 70 by 70 mil by 3 mil thick square hollow section. And we're going to use the base to square it off. We're going to actually allow this to go across those joints to strengthen it up. So now on the west wall, the height of the walls are going to be 2.730, because the height on this side is actually going to be 2.450. We want a 5-degree fall. We will be using corrugated Colorbond on this, so we need a 5-degree fall minimum, which is what they call 1 in 12. It's not exact, but 1 in 12 is around 5 degree. So you notice now I've got my protective wear on, so I've got my leather apron and also got my leather gloves. Now these are longer than the others, so the weld doesn't come up my arms. Beautiful. Oh, that's fantastic. That fits nicely. Okay, so here's a diagram that I drew of the walls, and this is the west wall. So we're making this one. We've cut the bottom plate, top plate. Now we need to cut the studs. So the height, as I said before, is 2.730, and we need to minus the top plate and bottom plate, which is both 70 mil, so it's minus 140. And so before ordering all the steel, I made a cutting chart of all the pieces I'm gonna need. And so I've got on the west wall how many pieces I've allocated. And so that's gonna help me to remember what I'm gonna put where. All right, so now we'll just mark out the next ones. Now with these offcuts here will be used on the east wall, which is this wall this side, and these offcuts will be used as the cross brace, so nothing goes to waste. Okay, Marion, let's put this one in place. Okay, that's the last one. Now we'll just put them all in position, ready for welding. Perfect. All the studs now are the same width, and so we've done a cross measure and we know that it's now square. So if you want your walls to be level and you've got a level base, you measure from one end, the opposite corner, and then you go back and do the other side, and the measurements need to be close to the same. So this is out by 1 mil. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to place some quick grips away from the welding spot so they don't melt. This is an Irwin quick grip. Well, the reason I'm doing that, when you weld, you tend to, the steel will tend to move a bit. So you got to tack it and make sure that it's straight, and then you come through and weld it fully. To start welding, first I need to put the earth on. I'll just connect it to the universal beam. I'll put the gas on. Now the gas is an argon oxygen mix. Okay, so now I'm going to use my welding mask. Now the welding mask is a special one. It's a shut-off mask. So what you do, you can see through it, and as you're welding, it starts to shut out, so it goes dark, so you don't get any flash in your eye. And the last thing you want to do is get a flash in your eye. It lasts for 24 hours, and I've had it, and it's not fun. It feels like grains of sand in your eyes, so be really careful to wear a mask. Also, be careful to weld in a ventilated area. If the gas is around, it can actually damage you. God rest his soul, my father died of emphysema. He was an arc welder, and those fumes are probably a bit more stronger than just an argon. But one thing I've got to say, after speaking to my mate Bruce, who's a fitter and turner, he does a lot of welding. He said when you do weld outside, because there's a breeze, you'll lose your gas. So sometimes you've got to turn your gas up just to weld properly. And I was wondering why I was going through so much gas. In actual fact, this video, I've got a bigger bottle. I was going through a lot of gas. So now this one's about 2.5 times more capacity. Okay, I'll just turn the machine on, just on the back here. And once again, this is a Unimeg Viper 185. It can do MIG, TIG and arc welding, and with the MIG welding you can do gas or gasless. So one thing you got to do, you got to keep cleaning out the tip. So this welder can weld up to 10 mil steel. Now this is 3 mil galvanized, so I've turned it down to suit that. Okay, so now we've just discovered there's not enough gas coming through, and again the wind's blowing, so the weld is looking a little bit high. So the technique of welding I'm using is the drag technique, so you can actually have the push technique, the perpendicular and the drag. I prefer the drag, and when you are welding downwards it's a lot more difficult, so welding on horizontal levels I find a lot easier. Some people find it going down is easier. Okay, that was a much better weld. And Bruce was 100% correct. So we had to raise the gas then. The gas was just being blown away. It's a little bit windy today, not overly, and it just wasn't welding properly. Is it sitting on the base properly? Okay, I'm just going to give it a quick tack. Well, that's a perfect weld. It just goes to show when the wind blows how difficult it is to weld. Anyway, I'll keep going. This is going fantastic. So I've put the cross brace on the other side. So what I did first was put the steel going across, marked it out, grind cut it, put it in place, welded, tack welded first, then welded in place. And then once I did that, then I got another piece of steel going the opposite direction, marked it on both sides, the same as this one, but also in the middle. And then I cut all the sides, the both ends and then the middle. And so then I just joint them side by side, and now it's fully cross braced. And so now I've done this side, and all I've got to do is just finish this one little corner, and this is finished or complete at this point. Okay, that's done. One thing to note, which I forgot to say, be careful when you've got dry grass and you're welding and it's a warm day. You will have grass fires, and we've had it all along here. And this is very short grass and we still have grass fires. So be careful not to weld on extremely hot days. Okay, so now get Marion, give me a hand. We're going to take this wall off. Okay, we're back. It's a beautiful day. It is overcast. It did rain a little bit earlier. Mary and I set up the steel. So now the east wall is a little bit different to the west wall. We do have a sliding door coming through here. Now originally I drew this bracing section to more to the right, to my right, to your left. But we decided to even it out, put the bracing dead center, because there will be a kitchenette just right here. So we've allowed a bit more room so the door is away from the kitchenette. And once again, we quick gripped all the steel together to stop any movement or to reduce it. And then we went through, did a cross measure to make sure that it is square and everything's perfect. So I went through and started welding, and then I went through and did the cross brace. It's all done. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go fast. Beautiful. Okay, we decided to have a bit of a break and we've come back fresh. So now we're going to get into making the south and north wall. These are pretty simple. They're very small, only 3.2 meters, minus the 70 mil on either end. Now why minus? Because this is going to butt up against the longer walls. So that means I've got to take 70 mil off both sides. So instead of 3.2, it's going to be 3.060, 3 meters and 60 mil. And also that's going to implicate my measurements. So on this side here was 2.730, and this side here was 2.450. So it's 280 mil difference. Now, if I was to make the exact same measurements as I did for the outer walls, then this here will be higher because it's got to travel another 70 mil. It will be about 7 mil higher, and that side there will be about 7 mil lower. So I'm actually going to deduct 7 mil off this end on my height, and I'm going to increase 7 mil on that end. So it'll get pretty close. So I'll start on this wall first because it is going to be easier. So now we've got the top plate on. This is not the cut section yet. I put it on just to make sure that my angle is correct, and the angle turned out pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. Now what I've done is use some offcuts, which are 70 mil, used them as the frame that's gonna sit here so I can get a really good idea where this is gonna sit, and I put them around on the four sides, and the bottom plate now sits in place, and this is looking really good. So now what we're going to do is just make sure our measurements are correct, and then we need to do a cross check. Now because this is not totally the same size, what we're going to do is measure the low side and then measure it out on the other side, and then do a cross measure from that low side, so then we can see if this is square or not. Just mark out 2390. 2390, which is right there. Now that's the point where we need to do a cross check. Okay, that's 2380. If you can go to that side. Ah, perfect, 2380. That is spot on. Okay, so this is now set. So what I might do is slide this down to the length I need, which is there. Perfect. And I'll weld this in place, and I'll cut that piece off once we've welded it. Okay, so one thing to note, because these are going to butt up against the other walls, we cannot weld this side, the bottom, or the other side. We can only weld just this and this, that's all. Okay, so now all the sides have been welded. So what I've got to do now is just take all the clamps off, cut off that extra length, and just do the cross brace, and this is complete. Okay, the south wall is complete. So now we've set out the parameter exactly the same as we did on the south wall for the north wall. But as I said, this wall is different. So I've gone through, leveled it out. Marion and I did a cross measure. That's all turned out perfect. This one is actually dead on square, which is fantastic. Okay, so now I've gone through and welded the corners after clamping everything down. So now what we're going to do here, there will be a door here and there will be a window up here. So this is the ensuite area. So we're going to make the window to the center of the north wall, but in the ensuite, it's actually going to be to the far left, next to the toilet, so we can get away from the shower area. Okay, so now we've cut this piece out to make the door jamb. So this area is 770 wide. And then we've cut that on an angle like all the others, and we're ready to weld it in. And then we have the header here. So I'll put that in after we've welded this piece in. Okay, so now we'll just put the header on. So for the door, I'm aiming for 1650. So this area here, the door's here basically to put the hot water system inside, so it'll be an access from outside. Okay, so one thing to take into consideration, it's really important that you measure a few times, like at least twice, to make sure that your measurements are correct. So I said 1650 for the height for the opening of the door, but I was measuring to the top here. So in actual fact, I want the opening, this area here, to be 1650 from the base of the bottom plate. Okay, that's spot on. Okay, so that's done. Now we just have to do the cross bracing and this is finished. Okay, just got to rule it up. Just give me a second. Doing the last final cross braces and just mark all these out. Okay, so we've gone through and marked and cut all the pieces. There's only 3 more left. So there's one there, one here, and one there. Okay, it's all done. Marion, what do you think?
I think it's looking good.
Fantastic. Okay, we're ready to put the walls up, and we've got a heap of guys here, and so there is an element of risk here. So I got more guys than what we needed. They got their PPE on, and we're ready to go. And you would know most of these guys. They've been on other videos with me. So you got Marcus, Salmin, Marcel, also known as Abu Karim. You got Louis, George, Pat, Mark, and Michael.
Hey guys.
Okay, so what we're going to do first is have a toolbox talk. We're going to go through all the elements, and it's pretty simple the way this is going to go. And we're going to do a lot of the work with the new and improved Marcus, which is called the TYM. Okay, guys, I'll just ask if you can go to the outer corners. Some of you stay in the inside, so probably 4 on the inside, and then 2 on either side. So I'm going to ask you all to do it in unison. Some of you will not be able to put your hands through yet. Okay, wait until it's lifted, then put your hands through. Be careful with your fingers. I want you to lift it up as high as you can, drag it up a bit, and then place it on top of this. It'll be on an angle on this, all right? If you could do that now. Ready? Okay, go now, guys. Beautiful. Now drag it uphill. Marcel and Pat, I'm behind you. What I'm gonna ask you to do, once I'm sure that I've got it, I'm gonna ask you to move to your right and left, out of the way. Marcel, can you move out of the way? Now Louis and George, come out of the frame. Are you ready? How close am I, Michael? Okay, now I'm going to get a few of it to come around this side and hold it up for me. Keep it up on that angle. I'm going to let it go. Marcus, come around this side and pass me the sling. Thanks, Marcus. Now, guys, I want you to lift it up gently. Michael, can you give me a rough 90? Hold it, guys, I'm coming down. I'm gonna keep it there. Can you relax it onto that? Ready? Just lift it up. George, can you grab that and pull it onto the base? Guys, walk it up. Beautiful. Louis, can you hit up high this frame here? I've got to come out 5 mil, 10 mil. Yep, go. That's level, guys. If I can ask you to stand it, but just pull it that way as well so it doesn't fall off the edge. Go now, come to me. Keep it coming, a little bit more. Just watch your fingers. Let me just check that. Yeah, that's it. That's level there. That side's done, guys. Now, let me walk with you. I'll get you all on the outside. All right, go. That's going in, Mark. Check that out.
Beautiful.
Okay, that one's done. Okay, guys, watch out on a ladder. Most accidents happen on short ladders, and don't stand on this top flat platform. It's all done. Thanks very much, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mark. Thank you. Where's Marcus?
No problem.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Chicken Nugget. Hey, Marcus. This is looking amazing. I'm so happy with this. Marion, what do you think?
It looks fantastic.
Yeah, look, it's a lot of work. Thank you very much, my little girl.
You're welcome.
And once again, thanks to all the guys for giving a hand. This wouldn't have been possible without them. And so after a break, I went through and put a string line on the bottom plate, and I found there was a big bow, and said what I did then is put some clamps on, hit them in place, tightened it up and welded. Now the welds are 500 apart. So the actual gap between it is 400 mil, and the welds are 100 mil on the outside. On the inside, they're 50 mil. The only place that hasn't been welded is where the sliding door is going. So just in this area here, that bottom plate's going to be cut out, and then we're going to put a sliding door there. We also welded on the verticals on the inside and outside at the same distance. And so I also went through and grinded off the stoppers that helped us to put the frames up. But we did find a bit of an issue with the top plate here. There's a big bow in it. So we've gone through and cut all the ceiling joists on that angle, same as what we did for the walls. And so also we took the sling off from this section of the wall, the west wall, and put it on the east wall. And so what we've done is actually pulled it through. So the wall is now dead level. I'm very happy with that. We've gone through and we've put the 100 by 100 beam up the top. Now that's roughly in the middle. It's not exactly, but roughly. But what we've done here, instead of putting all the ceiling joists at 900 centers, we've actually brought these a little closer. And these ones are at 840 centers. And so that way we can actually connect the wall directly into the ceiling joist. So now to stabilize the ceiling joist, I'm going to weld that in. And from that point on, I'm going to use the extendable ladder on the inside and lean up against it. Oh, beautiful. That's that one. And that one. Okay, second one done. The 7th rafter is now up. I'll put that in position and weld it. I am working now off the extendable ladder. Now this ladder is a very special ladder. I bought it a long time ago. It's very high quality and the leg is adjustable. There's a little yellow button on the bottom there and the leg contracts back and forth. So I don't have to prop up one leg or the other if the ground is slightly uneven. So it actually is really safe. Now, one thing also to note, I've been on ladders for most of my life and I'm very good at being on a ladder, but one thing is really dangerous is becoming complacent. Now most accidents happen on short ladders, but any kind of ladder is dangerous. So always be mindful, if you're not good on a ladder, I would suggest you don't do this kind of work, that you get someone to do it for you. The last one. Unfortunately, as I was getting to the end of the welding, I tapped the tip against the steel just to clean it out, as I've done 1,000 times. But unfortunately earlier, a piece of steel fell down and hit the tip and it must have fractured it and it broke the neck. And so I rang Total Tools and they didn't have any in stock. They've got one on order for me, but they were nice enough to send me to ADG where I spoke to Jai, and Jai sold me this new hose and it fits the Unimeg, which is a universal. But this particular brand is the Abicor Binzel and it's a German brand and apparently it's really good. All right, so now I'll get into it and finish off the welding. All done. This is fantastic. So the only thing I need to do now is put the cross bracing on the roof. So this is 1 mil thick. You can get thin or thicker ones. So I've got the thickest I could find at the hardware store. And these are the brace tensioners and we'll put them on later. So this is a 30-meter roll. We have just measured out, we're going to need roughly about 7 meters, but I don't want to make a mistake on this, so I'm going to cut a little bit extra. We'll just measure out 7 meters, go. Done it. Go right over. Man, I'm just going to put a screw here just to tie it down so it doesn't go anywhere. Okay, so now I've got the strap on the opposite end. I'm going to put the last one in. All done, the straps are finished. This is fantastic. All right, so now I've got the tensioners, the brace tensioners, and it's a pack of 6, and we only need 4 here, but sometimes if you can't get enough tension, you'll have to put another one. So we'll see how we go. So you can see at the moment, it's very loose, and you can see a lot of buckles in it. We've got to get all the bows and buckles out of it, so it's got to be really, really tight. So now in the past, I've only ever used them with wing nuts. This one here has a hex drive, makes it a lot easier. All right, so what I'm gonna do here, I'll take my fingers out of the way so you can see. So just drill that in and see how that's collapsing in, and look how it tensions it. Beautiful. So these straps have different hole sizes, so I'm putting it through the big hole, and you have these little holes. So when later on, what I'm gonna have to do is put some wafer self-drilling screws into the steel as well, and each purlin or each rafter will need 2 of them. Perfect. So now if it's out of square, this is where you square it. So if the wall was going too far that way, you'd put another one in here and it'll bring it in. And vice versa. If this one is out, I would put another one here and bring it in. Now before I do that, I'm actually going to get a level on the wall. And look at that. That is perfect. Okay, the last brace tensioner is on, and just in time, George, the engineer, is here and having a quick look at the structure. George, thanks for coming.
Sir, nice to see you.
Thanks for coming. Hey, thanks for everything. This turned out fantastic. What do you think? What do you think?
I've done an inspection.
Yep.
And all the floors, the beams, the supports, but more importantly, the X-bracing is in place.
Yeah.
So it looks like a very robust system.
This has to go on the road, right? A lot of people are not going to understand this, why I made this so heavy duty. This is going to be put on a semi-trailer and could travel potentially hundreds of miles. Now, George, with all the welds, some of these welds I've gone to 12 mil. You can see them, right? Especially on the universal beam. Yeah.
So my checks are based on a 6 mil continuous fillet weld. And based on the inspection I've done here today, they easily over 6 mils. It's obviously over-designed, but I think because it's going to be going on wheels and transported to different places, I think it's important to have a little bit more buffer in the design.
Great.
So
I haven't overdone it.
No, I think you've done the right thing.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, when this goes on road, it's going to have very minimal deformation, which is what you want.
Beautiful. And George, the stands that we made, I drew the concept, I gave you the drawing, and then you perfected it with putting a double screw on there, having a tie down, having a load bear. Are you happy with all that?
Look, I'm very happy with that, and there was a reason we did that. The reason was we wanted one of the bolts.
Yep.
You mentioned screw, but they're actually bolts.
Yes, correct.
We wanted one of the bolts to be a bit of a tie down against the wind load, so it doesn't overturn.
Yep, and no shearing as well.
That's right,
yep.
And to resist the shear. And the second bolt basically provides enough strength to support the structure under compression. It's a very safe structure.
Great.
It's been checked, it's been designed.
Thank you.
And one thing I will point out is that whenever you want to do something along these lines, you should always get a structural engineer to perform the design checks and to provide the certification to the relevant DCA and NCC and also the relevant Australian standards.
Yeah, look, George, I think you're 100% right, because what's the use of spending so much money, then find out that it's not roadworthy or it's not structural? You're just wasting your money.
Absolutely.
So,
it's come out very well, Mr.
Thank you, George. Thank you for everything you've done. And if you're looking for George, if you want his services, I will put a link in the description below for him.
Thank you, Mr.
And I'd also like to thank my beautiful girl here, who just, I couldn't have done it without her. There's a couple of times where I really struggled. I was just saying to her last night that I think maybe I shouldn't have done this. I've pushed myself over the limit, but the reality is once we've finished the structure, it does get a little bit easier. So Marion, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
One thing I forgot, beside George's link, I'm also going to put a link in the descriptions for Orcon Steel, Priority Steel, Fast Flow Augers, for Total Tools, and for ADG. So that's the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got something out of it. And if you have any comments at all, please leave below and I will get back to you. And I ask you, please consider to subscribe, hit the like button and share this video, and there's many more to come. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, first wall almost knocked over. Come on, Wahash.
I feel like Mel Gibson now.
Hang on. I thought you were Mel Gibson.
No, I'm not Mel Gibson.
Are you interested to build your own tiny home, but the more you look into it, the more complicated it seems? Then come along with us as we navigate through all the options and restrictions, helping you make this dream come true. Let's go. Hey guys, Musa here from Quantum Home Improvements and Solutions. Welcome back. And if this is your first time to our channel, it's great having you join us. And so now we're up to stage 3 of this tiny home. And now we're going to build a retractable decking, which I'm really excited about. And so when this decking retracts back for transport purposes, it's going to increase the width of this tiny home to 3.4 meters wide. Now, when you're building a tiny home on skids, you can actually go to 3.5 meters without having special permission on the road. I made this tiny home 3.2 meters wide to take in consideration the extra width. Now, the actual decking itself will be 5 meters long and the projection will be roughly about 2.2 meters, and that's going to add another 10 square meters of outdoor entertaining area, which is going to be fantastic. And I'm going to be using 3mm by 100 by 50 RHS, which I got from Priority Steel, who are in Seven Hills, and it was just delivered by Ethan the other day, who always does a great job. So now if you are interested to see how we made the base in stage 1 or the walls in stage 2, I will put a link for those videos in the descriptions below. Okay, now I'll get ready. Mr. Suka's coming shortly to give me a hand. Hey Joe, thanks for coming.
No, thanks for having me again, Musa.
Mate, look at the progress we've made since you've last been here.
Amazing, the walls are up, the roof's up, and you still got the structural tenacity as well.
It's fantastic. And you know, I know you couldn't be here, but all the guys that came, everyone followed the procedure. It was safe at all time, and mate, it just fell into place. Plus we had George, the engineer, come and look at it, and he certified it, which I'm really happy about, and to the level that it needs to be at this point. I still need to put all the timber, the structural timber, to increase the strength. But yeah, everything's looking really good. Okay, Joe, you ready to get into it?
Let's go.
Okay, so Joe, these are the angles, which is going to sit on the base here. I'm going to weld these across here, and also the bearers on the decking. So we're going to use those. We'll cut them 5 meters long. Okay, so these are the 100 by 50s, and they're 3 mil thick. There's a bit of weight in these, and these are going to be 2 meters long as the floor joists, and there's also going to be 2 lots of 5 meter to make the width. That's it, Joe. Thank you very much. Now we're ready to cut these. Now, one thing you'll notice that I've suited up, I'm actually put on my welding gear. So on the first video, I didn't wear any protective clothing, and I did actually burn my jeans. So now you think I would know better. My father was a class 1 welder, and I knew that I should have protective clothing. But if you are going to do this kind of work, just be really careful. And one thing to note, being a hot day, we've got to be really careful because you can have spot fires with the grass. We did actually cut this grass down just the other day. So now we're ready to get into it. So as I said before, I'm going to be using this 100 by 50 3mm RHS, and these are going to be the floor joists. Now these are 6 meter lengths, just over, and I'm going to cut a whole heap of 2 meters. And also I'm going to be spacing these at 450 centers because I'm going to be using 19mm hardwood merbau. So when you're using 19mm, you can only space your joists at 450 centers. Okay, so I've gone through and squared off all the measurements. So we're going to have 12 floor joists to construct this. And so I've squared it off, but I've also gone through and re-measured everything to make sure that I'm correct, because I've left no room for error, and there's a bit of money here and I don't want to go out and buy some more. Okay, so if you're wondering what grinder I'm using, this is a Makita 7-inch. Now these can be a death machine. It's now illegal to use a 9-inch, and so you've got to be careful because they do shake around a bit. But what a great grinder this is. Makita make great grinders, and even my 4.5 inch is fantastic. And I got this from Total Tools if you're interested. Okay, so now we've set up the parameter for the retractable decking and everything's in place. And so what we did, we put some clamps and held it in place so they don't move. When you weld, and we're going to be doing MIG welding today, when you weld, you've got to tack, because what happens is the steel starts to move and twist and bend as it cools down. So you've got to tack weld in a number of places. And so we'll do a couple of tack welds, we'll do a solid weld, and then we'll turn the whole thing over once you put another joist in the middle. So we're getting there. This is looking fantastic. We've measured the joist spacing. So as I said before, they're 450 centers. And then we've also done a cross check. So we've squared it off, and this is within 0.5 millimeter. So I'm really happy about that. And so the MIG welder I'm using is a Unimig Viper 185, and it's a MIG, TIG and arc welder. And so I'm going to be doing MIG welding today with argon. So you can actually do MIG welding gasless, but you do have to have a special wire. But I prefer to use it with gas. It has less splattering. But unfortunately, when you're working outdoors, the argon gas does blow through the nozzle and it doesn't weld so great. But it is better than gasless, I think personally. And so I got this through Total Tools, and I've got to say Dominic was fantastic, spot on, gave me the right machine, and this machine is brilliant for this project. You can weld up to 10 mil. We have 8 mil steel here, but we're now going to be welding 3 mil. All right, so Joe, you ready to get into it?
Let's rock and roll.
Let's go. You ready?
Yeah, I was born ready.
Okay, so when you are welding, the tip will get a little bit dirty with some of the splatter. So you just need to periodically just clean that out. Okay, all the corners are done. Okay, so now we've got this floor joist in position. It's sitting well, but we also put the measuring tape out. Even though we've marked it already, we just want to be 100% sure that it's sitting in the right spot. Okay, I'll just take this one. That's it, just walk it. Let me just do it a bit more. All right, Joe, let that come down. Just be really, really careful. I'm gonna have to let it go. Oh, that was beautiful. So now, Joe, can you go to the other corner? Yeah, that's good, Joe. That's good. Yep.
You've obviously welded before.
Thanks, Joe. Okay, so we've just discovered that the angles are bowed and it's not going to work for us. I was going to weld the hinges directly onto them, but it's not going to work. So what we've decided to do is put the decking outside. It fits in this area, and we're working that as a platform. And so we've got the angles in place with the G-clamps, and you can see this big bow in the middle. So it's almost level there, and it's 20 mil higher here. Now the reason it's 20 mil higher, because I'm going to be putting the timber decking up against the angle. So that way I don't lose any room when it collapses in, when it closes. Beautiful. I'll just do the other end. Okay, that's spot on. So now, Joe, I'm just going to put one in the middle here. That just cut off. So the welder has an automatic cut off when you use a certain amount of amperage. So now we'll just wait a few minutes and it'll cool back down. Okay, the last weld is done. And so I've spaced these at a 500 centers like I did for the bottom plates onto the base. And now we're just going to weld underneath. But Joe was wanting to have a look at my welds. Joe, what do you think?
Yep, he's got my tick of approval.
All right, so now what we've done, I've gone through and welded both sides. Now I have to go through and just weld underneath a little, and then we're going to weld the hinges onto the other angle directly onto this. All done. This is fantastic. Now you would have noticed a bit of smoke coming out there. God rest his soul, my father unfortunately had emphysema from welding, and so he welded for 18 years for Ream in an unventilated area and using arc welding, which is, I think, probably one of the worst welding for inhaling the smoke. But you do need a ventilated area. But as I said before, if it's too windy, the argon's not going to work very well. So you've got to have a good compromise. You may have to wear a mask. Okay, so I've spaced out the hinges I'm going to use. Now these hinges are a 2-part hinge. So I'm using these specifically because they hinge nicely, they're quite solid. And also if we ever want to take this off, it can just slide off. And all you do to secure it, you just put a split pin inside. So we're going to be sitting these on the edge like this. So I'll weld the first one to this side, and then I'm going to weld the other side to the angle, which will be welded onto the frame, to the base. Beautiful, that was quite easy. And you've got to make sure that the other one still moves. You can't put it up too tight. And one thing to note, to make sure that you go in the same direction every time, so the pin is going that way. Okay, last one. I'm going to weld this, can you hold it? That's solid. Okay, Joe, that looks fantastic, eh? So now we're going to weld the opposite end. So we just turn it all the way over, and look at that, access to the other side. Okay, we're back. We had a bit of a break, but it's actually starting to rain, so we're going to have to do this really quick. So what I've done is actually put in a post bracket into the actual structure. So I made them by using 80mm by 80 square tubing, cut it, turn the lip over, and then welded it down. So that way when you put a post inside, it doesn't go all the way through. So I've gone through and I've welded all the hinges, that's all done. Plus, because I was doing the welding so thick, the thickness of the welds were probably a bit ugly. So I went through and just grind them down a bit, just to make it a bit more sightly. Now, we're really running out of time here. So I'm gonna quickly grab the tractor. We're gonna pull this out and we're gonna try to hoist it up so we can put it in position and then give it a quick tack and we'll get out of this rain. That's it, Joe. That's it. Just so you know what you're looking for, this angle has to sit right there.
The bottom flush?
Yeah, flush with the bottom. If you can hold that for me, Joe, that'll be fantastic. All right, I'm back. And what beautiful weather we're having. So it was crazy when we were putting this retractable decking on. It was okay before we started, and then as we got ready to put it on, it started raining. Okay, so now this angle, as I said before, is bowed. So now the only way I can straighten that is by putting a G-clamp down. This bottom plate is in the way, but in actual fact, this bottom plate is gonna go anyway. This is where the sliding door is going. So I've just got to measure out the other side. The sliding door is from Bradnam Windows. They've just delivered and they look fantastic. I always use Bradnam. So now I know the exact size. I've just got to measure it out and then cut this bottom plate off. There we go, it's off. Okay, so now I'll just take this clamp back off and it's going down. Okay, let's see if we can pull this one in. Okay, it's got to go up probably about 2mm only. So it's going to be fairly straight. So I'm going to put this into the tractor again and just hoist it up just a little bit more. Just a little bit here. Okay, so this section here is pretty straight up to the G-clamp, and I'll need to put another one just there in a minute. So I'll just weld this up and then I'll move along. If I don't need this anymore. And now to close the gap on this one, I'll put one in the middle. I'll just put this one here. That's it, done. Okay, so you can just see here a little bit of a gap. So now I'll just do the exact same thing and close this one off. That closed in nicely. That's it. There we go. This is coming together beautifully. That should close it up completely now. Okay, it's all done under here. This worked beautifully. Okay, they're all done. Okay, so what I'm doing now is leveling this off. And now because I put these post brackets in here, I can actually put some timbers in there just to hold it just temporarily until I actually cut the pieces properly. But for now, I'm just gonna find a level just so I can get a height. Ah, perfect, spot on, they're both equal. I'll just check around here. Beautiful. So I've gone through and just checked if it's square again, and it's spot on within 0.5 millimeter. So I'm really happy about that. And so now I'm using the quick grips with timber and just placing them underneath where the floor joist is going to go, just to hold it temporarily so I can tack this side, because I am on my own. So I just had to come up with a technique that's going to work for me, and this should work fine. So now I'll just put this in place. Okay, 1 down, 8 to go. Okay, this is the last one. I just double checked the spacing. So I don't know if you can hear the rumbling, but it sounds like it's gonna rain again. This is driving me nuts. Okay, so now I'll just go through and just weld underneath, and I'll lift the tract up higher to do the other side. One thing to note when you are welding, try not to weld too close to a tractor, especially next to the hydraulic hoses where there's oil. So I'm just going around that just to avoid it. Having a tractor makes everything so much easier. Okay, this stage of the retractable decking is complete. So now I was eager and I thought I was going to start the decking, but I did forget one stage, which is to finish around the door, because the last thing you want to do is weld and let the splatter come onto the timber. So I'm going to put this frame up now. So I'll do the stud and also the header, and just a couple of studs in between to take some load off the top plate and to load onto the header as well. So then they're both working together and give it more strength in that area. So now the door itself is 2.502. So it's a little bit over 2.5 meters. So the width I've created here is in actual fact 2.510. So I'm giving it 4 millimeters gap only both sides, because I know both sides are now level. And so when I put the doors in, I don't want to give it too much room to move. I will have to use packers. Usually you would probably allow about 10 mil either side, but I'm not going to do that here. Okay, so now the door height sitting on the bottom plate, in actual fact the bearer, is going to be 2.1 meters. So what I'm going to do here is make it 2.110. I'm going to actually give it 10 mil in this case, not 4 mil. To make life a bit easier, I'm going to use a G-clamp and some timber so I can sit the header on top of this. Okay, so this piece is going to go on. I made it a really tight fit, a really, really tight fit. So it's going to be a little hard to get this on. That's spot on. This is exciting. So after I cut the steel and finished off the door area, welded everything in place, I went and cut another 70 by 70 tube and put it to the right side next to the cross bracing. So the reason I've done that is because that's where I'm going to put the winch that's actually going to pull this decking up. And it's right next to the ceiling joist, and it's next to the cross brace, so it's got a lot of area of strength in there. It was no good to put it here, because if I put a winch on this side, it'll actually put a bit of stress on the glass on the door, and I really didn't want to do that. And Mary and I also went through and cut the legs, and we put them in position, putting the concrete underneath, placing them so it's sitting on a solid platform, and it's all level now. And then we went through and pre-drilled and put screws in to hold the legs into place. Then after that, Mary and I went through with the wire brush on the drill. I cleaned out all the weld spots, and then she went through and sprayed all those welds with cold gel just to protect it from rusting. Okay, so now we're ready to put the decking on. And so the decking we've got here is a 90 mil by 19 mil, which remember that anything 19 mil has to have a 450 center space in the floor joists. These are finger jointed. It is actually a merbau from Indonesia, which we got from Bunnings. Thanks to Josh for organizing that, and also for Johnny who delivered it, which was on his birthday. So now I'm going to use my Makita compound drop saw to make sure that they're cut properly, to make sure they're straight. Now the ends were bowed. As I said before, these 100 by 50s, all the steel actually slightly bowed. So what we've done is just put a timber noggin in place at this point to push them out to make them straight as possible. So when the decking goes on, it's going to look straight on the ends. So one thing I've got to say, when you are using a drop saw, it can be out of angle very, very easily. So I've gone through and tested with a piece of timber and just did a slither, turned it around, and it was dead straight on 90 degree. Okay, so now we're going to cut through all of them and we'll just place them to the back, and that way we just get all the decking cutting out of the way one go. Okay, last piece. We're back and I've got Mr. Suka back with me, which is fantastic. Thanks, Joe.
No worries, Musa.
Okay, so now, Joe, we're up to the stage of putting the decking on. Now, Josh from Bunnings did actually recommend that I use these screws. They're from Bremic. When I went to look for decking screws to screw into steel, I could not find any. And I actually worked in the industry for a year for Bowstead Fasteners, and I could not find anything. So anyway, he recommended that I use these ones. These are self-drillers, self-cutting into steel. And it's out of all the ones I saw, it's the only one that says fasten decking to steel joists. And that's what we've got here. It's not thin steel, this is 3mm. Now, Josh did recommend that we pre-drill a little because these are recommended only to 2.5 mil. So I'm gonna have to pre-drill a little bit before I go in. All right, so now what I'm gonna do first, before we try this, we're gonna use some packers up against the angle. These are 5mm packers, and we're gonna put them behind here, actually every third joist, because the timbers are bowed. You always get timbers bowed. You can't help it with decking. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is use the quick grip, put the packer behind and just push it with my leg and just close that off and do it as hard as I can. All right, so I'm just gonna drill in around about 15 mil from the edge. Okay, that's looking really good. All right, let's try it. Let's see how we go. Oh, Joe, that's beautiful. Look at that.
Yeah.
Doesn't that look good?
Yeah.
I like it.
And it's strong too with one screw.
Yeah, we're going to put two anyway.
Yeah.
Wow, that's great, Joe. You've done a great job. And so the first one's all done. See how it's just sitting just a little bit off the bracket, the leg bracket?
Yeah.
That's fantastic. That worked out really well.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Okay, so we've put all the decking on here just to make life a bit easier, so we can actually sit on this platform or work on this platform instead of between the joists. It's going to make it a lot easier. So there is a bit of a gap here, you can see. Now we are using 5mm packers as a spacer, so by the time we finish, come to the end, this will get very close to the edge here. Okay, so what we're making sure that the decking is actually at the same level on this side, so it's actually right on the joist, and also it's at the same level as the first decking. Back. It's another day. Unfortunately, Mr. Suka had to go yesterday afternoon. We finished at the 9th deck and we've got 13 to go. And this is looking fantastic. I'm so happy with it. I'm very happy about these screws. So we've gone to the hardware and got some more. So they come in a pack of 100. So these Bremic screws, their decking screws, are just fantastic. I just want to say thanks to Josh once again. Thanks for the advice. These are spot on, probably the best I've ever used. And so we had the decking spaced at 5mm apart, but you can see these spaces here, they're the 5mm spaces. Now when we get to the very end, there's still 13mm. So what we're going to do, we're going to increase that gap now to 6mm. So while Mr. Suka was with me, we also picked up the stringers and all the things we needed to make the staircase. And thanks to Mr. Suka, he bought me the stringers for my birthday. Now the timber, unfortunately, is pine, and pine is not going to be ideal for us here because we're under the BAL 29 rating, and so this tiny home will be built minimum BAL 29, but more like BAL 40. So if you don't know about the BAL rating, it's a bushfire attack level, and it comes in 12.5, 19, 29, 40, and flame zone. So we're in the midpoint. So this will be built for our fire restrictions. So now with the pine, I will use it because I couldn't get anything in a Merbau, but I probably will have to replace it in the future, or I'll paint it with some kind of fire retardant paint. And I also decided that I'm going to put another timber running down the sides to trim the edges to make it look nice. That'll finish it off completely. All right, now I'm going to get into it and finish this off, and Mr. Suka will be here shortly. Mate, that's
Finish,
beautiful. Woohoo, this part of the decking's done. Okay, so now we're going to cut the two sides to dress this up a little bit. Now these are 140s, these are 90s. That's just going to go down lower and just cover the whole steel and the decking. Once we've cut that, we're also going to cut the step treads, and they're 600 wide, and then we'll install the actual stairs itself. Okay, Joe. If we could put that in place. All right, so that'll just sit there like that. That's sitting beautifully, actually. I'm just going to let it overhang about 3 mil this way, so the other board will have a bit of spacing, like a little bit of a gap between it. Beautiful. They're done. That looks very nice, I like that. Okay, Joe, I'll probably start the stairs probably about here somewhere. So if you can put that block just down here, and I'll see where that tread comes to. Just back further. Yeah. Joe, that's looking pretty good, eh?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, so what we need to do, it's not exactly perfect yet. So what we're gonna do, I'll just put this on the side. Just pass me the mattock for a sec. So I'm just gonna take out the high spot. Okay, and just fill in the low spot. Yeah. That's it, Joe. That's perfect, Joe. That's level. Yeah, that's fine. That's perfect, Joe. That looks really good. That's actually level now, Joe.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Keep an eye on that pencil and just see as a marker.
Yeah.
Okay, Joe, we get that in. Okay, that's done. So now, Joe, if you could pass me the other timbers. Beautiful.
I'm beautiful or the timber?
Both. Joe, this is looking incredible, isn't it? Look at that.
Wow, nice staircase, Musa.
Wow. So, Joe, do you reckon it's too narrow?
No, if I can stand on there, Musa, anybody can.
Joe, thank you very much. That was a nice present.
No worries.
Thank you.
My pleasure, Musa.
Okay, my camera woman just reminded me I had to take the timber noggins out, which we put in when we first started doing the decking. So I'll knock that out, and there we go. Okay, Joe, this is the end of stage 3. What do you think?
Look at the space, Musa.
It's fantastic.
Wow.
And I want to thank you very much for helping. Mr. Suka's fantastic. We went through some really tough times. Marion was with us on the rainy day. She was helping us, trying to keep everything dry. What a crazy moment that was. Yeah. We got it done. And man, this is a lot of work, I've got to be honest.
But Musa, this is a main feature of your tiny home.
Marion, what do you think?
Yeah, it's nice. I like it.
Yeah, and thank you, Marion. You're beautiful. Thank you for helping. My little camera woman.
You're the best help. The camera woman, the assistant, the builder, the everything.
Oh, it's fantastic. So the next stage now is to finish off the structure, which is doing all the timber work and finalize everything ready to put the Colorbond, the outside cladding on, which is going to be a bit of fun. Anyway, so there's a lot of work to be done, and it's coming together. This is now we're 1/4 of the way through, and Joe, this is killing me.
It's coming out beautifully, but
It's fantastic. So if you are interested in any of the products I've used, I will put them in the descriptions below. So I'll put a link in for Total Tools, for Bunnings, and for Priority Steel. And I'll also put a link for the first and second video, stage 1 and stage 2. I forgot to mention, besides finishing the staircase, I've also got to put this timber on, and this part is done. So that's the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got something out of it. And if you have any comments at all, please leave below and I will get back to you. And I'd ask you, please consider to subscribe, hit the like button and share this video, and there's many more to come. Thanks, guys.
thanks guys.
Bye.
And now we're just going to weld underneath. But Joe was wanting to have a look at my welds. Joe, what do you think?
Yep, he's got my tick of approval.
Now there's only one problem. Joe used to weld himself when he was young. I'm not sure how he did that without hurting himself. Now he's a bit jealous. He actually wants to have a go. So he's going to weld underneath where no one can see. So Joe, start roughly about here and just weld across that way. When you're ready.
I'm ready, Musa.
Go for it.
I've got to press the button, don't I?
Yep.
Yes, I think I'm wrong on that part.
So this is where you've got to weld only to about that point there. I want you to go this far from it.
Ah.
That sounds good, Joe. Let's have a look, Joe. Mate, Joe, that's not too bad, eh? That looks all right.
Would you buy that for $1, Musa?
50 cents. Okay, let's clean up this mess. Beautiful. Mate, it made your world look good now.
Oh, thanks, Musa.
You're welcome, buddy, anytime. Have you thought about building your own tiny home? But the more you look into it, the more complicated it seems. Then come along with us as we navigate you through all the options and restrictions, helping you make this dream come true. Let's go. Hey guys, Musa here from Quantum Home Improvements and Solutions. Welcome back. And if this is your first time to our channel, it's great having you join us. And so now I'm excited to say we're up to stage 4 of this tiny home construction, which is not so tiny. And so if you haven't seen already, the first stage is where we did the base, where we used the universal beams from Orcon Steel and used the RHS and the SHS from Priority Steel. And so the second stage is when we made the walls and put them up and finished the ceiling joists. And third stage is where we made the retractable decking and put the decking on. And so stage 4 is what I'm going to enjoy the most, which is the carpentry. So there's 2 stages of carpentry. There's going to be the outside and then there's going to be the inside after the floor has been laid. Now, to the most part, the carpentry here is going to be pretty basic, but there are bracing that is steel, and I'm going to have to make triangle frames, which is going to be really interesting. And there's a whole heap of them, as you can see. And when I finish the carpentry on the outside, I'm then going to put on the sliding door and also the windows. There is still a little bit more welding to go. Still need to weld the window for the ensuite and also put some trimmers just in the middle here. So in preparation, I went through and grinded off the high points where the frames are going to sit, and also got the wire brush on the drill and cleaned up the welds and then sprayed it with a zinc spray to protect it from rusting. So these SHS steel pipes are 70mm wide, which is going to allow me to use 70mm timbers. Now, there is a bit of a sag in the areas where there's a long span, and now I'm going to structurally support that. And so I'm going to be using MGP 10 structural timber, 45 by 70s to carry the load of these areas. So the timbers I'm going to start off using is repurposed timber, which I got from my very good friend Tony from DNA Plastering, who's a commercial builder, and he's very good at what he does. And if you like, I'll put a link in the descriptions below for him. So unfortunately I started a little late today, but I've prepared everything and now I'll get into it. So I'm going to start on the west wall, which is this wall just here, and it's the biggest wall, but I'm going to break it up into two pieces, mainly because there is a wall internally going through this way. And so, as I said, I'm using 70mm studs on the outside, but for the inside, without confusing, I'm using 90mm because I'm using internal cavity sliding doors, and I prefer to use a 90mm for internal cavity, not 70, because they're a bit tight for the doors. So I've broken up into two pieces, and I'm going to make the first one up to this bedroom. So the bedroom size is 2.98 meters, so it's just under 3 meters, and the ensuite is 1600. So I've measured out the 1600, measured out the 90mm, and then measured out the 2.980, and it comes to here. So the balance is from this point to that way. So it's 2.645 meters. Okay, so I'm just double checking, but the wall is level. I already knew that when I built the walls, but just always good to check. Now, I use different type of measuring tools, and so I've got a measuring stick. So I'm gonna measure off the height. So that measurement is 2588, and this one here was 2576, so it's 12mm difference. So now I'm going to make the wall exactly the same size and just prise this here using a crowbar and push it up and squeeze it into position, and that'll force the roof to actually straighten up and take the bow out. Now this saw is directly on 0, which means that it'll be on 90 degree. So I'll just give this a quick cut. Okay, so first I'm going to start with the studs. Now the studs sit inside the top and bottom plate, and so that means you've got to deduct the thickness of that, which is 90mm. And so the height was 2588, and we're going to take a couple of mil off to so we don't have to squeeze it in, and then we also take the 90mm off that measurement as well. So it becomes 2498 minus 2mm, so 2496. Beautiful. And so this later I'll use for a noggin. So when I'm cutting, I'm careful to cut around the nail so it doesn't damage the blade. Okay, so now I'm going to cut the top and bottom plate, and it's 2645 as I said before. Now I'm going to mark out my stud spacings. Now, generally speaking, I space my studs internally at 450 centers. Now, you can go up to 600, but I find that's a false economy because just to save a couple of timbers, the plasterboard becomes weaker inside the room. So if kids are playing around or if you bump the walls, you can bust them easier. So the closer the studs are together, the more you protect your lining. Okay, so this side's a little different. The bedroom wall starts from here, the internal wall, so I've got to allow 90mm, so I'm going to put two pieces in here. Okay, so now I'm going to go through and just start nailing it. So this stud needs to be on the outer part of the 90mm, and this is just a packer. So this stud is where you'll screw your plasterboard to on the other side of the room. Okay, so generally speaking, I put 3 nails per stud. Okay, so I just transferred the measurement onto this bottom plate, and I'll just put it over here and nail that in. Now I'm going to put a couple of noggins in. I'm not going to do all of them. It's going to be hard to get to the noggins this side later when I want to nail it in, so I'll just do this side. So now any walls are over 2.4 meters and you're using timber, the timber can deflect, so you've got to put the supports in between. So the noggins usually can't be any more than 1200 apart. Now because this wall is 2.588, that means I've measured it's roughly about 850 apart. Now, that's either side of the mark. As long as it doesn't go over to 1.2, it's fine. Okay, this is looking great. Now I've got to put the wall in. So the reason I put these tables here, because it's so close to the wall, I can just slide it on. Now I do have a spinal injury, and I've been getting anyone to help me, but at this point, I can do this on my own, just by using a couple of leverages and tricks. Okay, moment of truth. Let's see if we can get this thing up. Oh, it's a bit heavy. There we go. Okay, so I'll just pull this end up here. Okay, this is temporary. Beautiful. Let's just take this out. That is incredible. And now you can see that the actual roof is straight. That's really good. So when I fix these timbers to the steel, that's when I can do the final adjustments. But for now, I'm just going to let them sit there. Okay, so I've gone through and put all the noggins on, and now I'm going to put the last one. So what I usually do is just measure out the noggins, 405, which is for a 450 center, if you're using 45mm timber studs. And then the last one, I just measure off to suit so the wall is not being pushed out. So I've also gone through and made the small wall, and that fit beautifully. I've also made the ensuite wall, and I'm now just about to go put that in. This is not going in as easy as I thought. So an old lesson I learned, when in doubt, give a clout. And the clout worked. Okay, it's all done. So as I said before, I'll screw all these timbers into the steel later. It's a big job and I prefer to do it all in one go. We're finally up to the stage of plumbing, and we've had a lot of rain and it has slowed me down. So I said to Charlie, if he can come and just do the sewer for me in preparation before we put our floorboards on, because we won't be able to access so easy later. So Charlie, what do you think of the project so far?
Looking great, Mister. Really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a mobile home too. How does it compare?
It's built like the Harbour Bridge.
So Charlie and I have gone through how we're going to form the plumbing. So we're now going to do the plumbing or the sewer for the ensuite, and also to pick up the pipe from the kitchenette. Yep. So Charlie, we've got the IO, it's existing. Yep. So you're saying to me that you now need to dig past that and then form the actual sewer from underneath. So this is not the only method that you can use to do your sewer, but Charlie, you told me there's other methods. So what are the other things people do for tiny homes?
So this way is just like the sort of natural way. We've got an IO point here, we're just going to connect it. It's going to fall naturally to the sewer main.
Yep.
The other methods, if you don't have like an IO close by or the adequate fall, you can put like a macerator pump, they call it.
Yep.
Everything goes into like a box.
Yep.
It grinds it up and then you can actually pump it out.
Okay, so it has its own storage?
It's got its own little tank. And
yep.
It mulches it up and it goes through a 1-inch pressure pipe.
Yep.
And it can pump wherever you want.
So Charlie and I have been working together now for around about 12 years. I started working with him when he was an apprentice. He used to come to all my bathroom renovation jobs, and he's very clued up. So now he runs his own business, Top Notch Plumbing. All right, so we'll get into it, and Charlie's going to now form up all the sewer. Okay, Charlie, this is looking great. So you got the sleeve over there so we can disconnect this from the tiny home. Yep. You've got your toilet, you've got your 4-way here, which you're going to run your vanity and the shower through, is that right?
That's right, yep.
Okay, so now we're just doing the kitchenette pipe. This is a 50mm, so when you're running kitchen, you need to do 50mm. So I drilled this hole through when I drilled the holes for the skids. So now we're putting an air remittance valve just here underneath, under the subfloor. So you need that because water has atmospheric pressure in a pipe, so you actually have to have air to allow the water to run. This looks fantastic. Great job. That's it. You made my life easier. Thank you very much, Charlie.
Oh, good, man. No
Mate, this is great. Now, I'll call you back when we do the roughings for the walls, yep. But that won't be until I put my flooring down and do all my walls.
Yep.
So good. Hey, thanks, Charlie.
No worries, miss.
So off camera, I've started doing the timber work on the cross bracing. Just try it out and see how it's going to work. And so now I'm going to go through and do all the others, but first I'm going to finish off the welding. So there is a bit more welding to do. This is the last stage of welding. So the bathroom window is going to go in here. And so the bathroom itself only comes to this point. So I'm going to put another stud going upwards, and then the window will form from that. So in the ensuite, the bathroom window will be on the left to make room for the shower, which will be here. So now I've still got to put a stud on this side to carry the other side of the window, and then the header. But while I was doing all the cutting, I also cut more pieces. So I made the door. So this is where I'm going to put the hot water system. So I'm going to hinge that door on. I've already cut it, I've welded it, ground back all the high points, and then I sprayed it with Colorbond. So that's actually ready to be installed as well. And so I've cut 2 trimmers, and they're going to be in between the 2 joists, which is going to carry the wall, the common wall between the bedroom and the lounge room, so I can screw up and that will stabilize the wall. And finally, I cut the bracket that's going to sit for the winch. Now, I couldn't get the winch straight away, but it has arrived now. Okay, so that's tacked now, top and bottom. So whenever you're welding, you have to tack around the spots you want to weld, because there is a movement, so you've got to stop that movement. So you just give it a little bit of tack around, and then you do a solid weld. Now, in case you haven't seen stage 1, 2, or 3 of my videos making this tiny home, I'm using a Unimig Viper 185, and it's a MIG, TIG, and arc welder. And I got it from Total Tools, and this thing is fantastic. It can weld up to 10 mil steel, and the thickest steel we've got here is 8 mil. So now I'm going to put on the winch bracket. Now this bracket is made out of the 100 by 100 post that I use for the bearer, so it's 3 mil thick, and you need that because it's going to take a lot of weight. This decking is around about 450 kilos dead weight. What we have to do is make sure when it is folded up that the decking can go under the winch, but also the height here has to allow for the gutter, so I have to be pretty precise in this measurement. So now the reason I put the 2 posts to give it more strength, as I said before, and also I've put it to the left because that's closer to the actual decking. So when the winch goes on, if it's too far out, the strap itself, when it's pulling back, is going to run off its wheel. So I want it to run as straight as possible. Okay, so the decking itself is going to come roughly to about here. So it's going to miss it perfectly, but I also have to allow room for straps. So the strap itself, we're going to have to go somewhere around here to hold it in place when it's being transported. So now the height I've got here will finish up after I put the battens around about 260 mil. Now the gutter's going to take up probably around about 100 of that, but when you're changing the gutters in the future, if you don't leave enough room to swing out, that's going to be an issue. And then on top of this winch is a wheel, so I've got to allow for that wheel as well. So I've got to give at least 100 mil for this gutter to come back out if it needs to. Okay. It's all done. So after almost a week of rain on and off, plus also injuring myself, falling down one of those joists, which was not good for me, took a few days to recover, I'm now ready to construct the wall, which is the last part of this straight section of the west wall. So these have been sitting here for a few days. I just hinged the metal door, and that's working really well. So this wall is a little bit of a jigsaw puzzle, and the reason being because I'm going to put a window in that section. Now the window is not centered to this outside area, but it's centered to the room, and the room is just under 3 meters. And so I wanted the window to be centered, and so the way to do that, I had to add a 45 mil stud on the end, which is for the left side, but then I went a 35, and that'll get me roughly to the start of the window. So now I'm just going to go through and laminate them together. Okay, so now I've got a shorter length stud, which I'm going to put up against as well. Okay, so now this length, in actual fact, is going to be the top section that will hold the base of the window. So the sill is going to be here. So I'm mimicking the height of the ensuite window. This here is the base of the window. So now I'm going to add, this is 610, this will be the height of the window. Beautiful. So now the window itself is 2 meters wide, and I'm making this 2 meters and 10 mil. So let's double check. Woohoo! 2 meters and 10 mil. So now I'm going to put the outer stud on, and so this is the outer part of the wall. Just nail that in. Okay, so they're all done. The studs are in place. They actually have 4 10 centers, which is evenly spaced. So now with the header, I'm doing it a little bit different to what you would normally. So usually you put a beam up just to take any deflection from the roof pushing downwards. So what I've got here is 2 lots of 35 mil by 70 mil, and I'm going to nail them back to back, and then I'm going to put a 45 mil on top. And now combined, all those timbers will give it some strength for deflection. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just nail in these short studs into this top header, and then I can slip it in under the top plate. Beautiful. Reload. All right. Put a skew nail there, another one here. I'm not going to heat. This wall is complete. I just hope it fits. Okay, so I've got Marion with me. She's going to give me a hand. She just come home a short while ago. Now we go together, Marion. This is looking good, Marion. That's sitting in beautifully, really tight. I think it's going in. Is it?
Yeah.
I thought I did the other one tight. Okay, Mary, now only because I don't want to move, I'm just going to get the nail gun and put a couple of nails in here to marry these together. Okay, that's locked in. I won't lock the top off yet because it's still on an angle and it's still a bit of a gap, so I'll leave that for now. Okay, that's looking just incredible. Wow, she's a locked off now. Marion, come and give Papa a hug. Ah, baby. Mwah. So now I've cut out the last straight wall. Okay, so that's nailed together. Now I'll just put this in. Okay, this is looking good so far. So now these two walls are locked in together and I've done the noggins on the other side. So now I'm going to start on the cross bracing. I'm going to show you how I do all the angles. I'm going to start on this cross brace here only because it's at the right level for me to show you without having to go up and down a ladder. On the cross brace I did on the east side, I did all the triangles, the four sides. Now here, because I've got the hot water system coming in, I'm actually only going to be doing this as a full piece, this as a half piece, and this as a half piece. Because when I make the internal wall later, that'll marry up to this side here and it'll support this inner timber. Okay, so now what I've done is got a level, and I found my level from the center of the cross brace. I've marked it out. So now the center is where the middle of the timber is going to be, but the timber is going to go either side of that. It's going to have a triangle going into the cross brace. Okay, so now I'm going to measure to the inner part of that angle, right inside to the very edge and to the outside. So that comes to 915 millimeters. So now the one thing I'm going to use here to get that angle is an adjustable bevel. So what I do is put it hard up against here, go all the way in, and then that'll get me my angle. And now I can transfer this angle onto the timber. So now I just mark out the beveled edge. There we are there. Now with the top plate, I know for a fact it's going to be the exact same angle. I just don't know the length at this point, or the width I should say. So I'm just going to mark that out as well. And there we are, we have the angle. So I'll just put this in, it should be the right size. Beautiful, that's perfect. Okay, so now here's the mark for the outside of the stud. And there it is there, just mark that. So that should be 915 mil. Okay, so that's 31.5 degrees roughly, just to remember that. There we go. Okay, so now I'll just sit that piece back. This one I'll leave on the side for the top. And this is right on the mark. Okay, so now I'm going to measure to the highest point that this comes to. So it's 1.193. This is the center. And it's 22.5 mil to the middle. Okay, so now using the level, I got the half angle of this one here. And I'm now, from that center, I'm going to mark out a cut from the middle, and I'm going to do it on the other end as well. Beautiful. Okay, I'll just make sure that it looks level. Ah, spot on. Beautiful. Now I'll just cut this piece. Okay, look at that. Beautiful. Done. I found where I'm going to put this stud, which is basically in the center of this this particular wall, and just found my level, marked it up, measured the stud, which is going to go right here. I measured the top one, but then I decided to go through and put all the others in and then I've cut this stud. And so that stud will just sit here like that. And then I've got the noggin here. So all up, it's taken me around about 2 hours to do this. This takes a long time. The other bracing section took me 4 hours. There's a little bit more work in it. Plus I was trying to work out how I was going to do it. It is actually getting a little easier. All right. This section is now complete. Now I'll get on to doing the others. We're back, I've got Marion with me. So now she's gonna help me put the doors and windows on. Now I haven't finished doing the cross bracing yet with all the timbers. I actually ran out, and I just wanna say a big thank you to Tony for giving me those timbers. It did a lot of this actual tiny home, probably around about 70%. Now these products I got from Bradnam Windows, and I've been using them for years, and they're a great product and value for money. In actual fact, when I was doing my bathroom renovations, I would only use Bradnams. And when we built this house, we also used their product. And I'd like to thank the guys who are very obliging when they delivered these products. One thing with this door, a bit of an issue, not major. I'm going to work around it. Now, from the outside of the door to this lip here is 80 millimeters or thereabouts. And with this retractable decking, I can only afford 60 mil, so it's a bit of an issue. So instead, what I'm going to do is use these multi-grips and actually break this little section off. And so that'll allow me to push the door in further. So all I do is just manipulate it up and down like this, and this will come off. Okay, it's quite easy to do. It is aluminium. There we go. This came off pretty easily. So now we can put the door anywhere we want. We will need to use packers behind here, and then from there we'll just put a new fixing point. Okay, Marion, can you put that on the bearer? That's it, just watch out. Okay, there we are. Okay, I'll just put a level on this and see how this is looking. Are you serious? I'm just gonna drill this in. Before I go too far, I'm gonna make sure that I've got 60 mil here. And I've actually got 56. So there's an extra probably 6 mil when the decking goes over, and it'll miss it completely. So this is looking really good. The corrugator is going to come into here, and that's going to take in about probably 20 mil with the Anticon. So it'll only be sticking out 35 mil. So this is a really good result. Okay, I'll just put another one in to secure this. Okay, so these screws that I'm using is the same as these decking screws. I think they're fantastic. These are really solid. So I'm going to use these. I need some packers for it. Beautiful. Okay, so now we're going to put the bedroom window on. But what I'm going to do here, I'll just take the sash out. So I'll just lift it up, pull it out. I'm going to make this lighter. I don't want this too heavy for me. Okay, so watch out when you are on a ladder. Most accidents happen on short ladders, and don't step on this top platform. Right now, okay, still a bit of weight in it, but it's not too bad. I'll just get this over like this. Okay. Is that sitting inside, please, Marion?
It is, yes.
Can you make sure the packers are under it? Okay, that's one. Okay, that's in, Marion. Okay, Marion, that's done. I've got the earmuffs around my neck, but I haven't got them on. Talking about being focused, wow. Okay, Marion, we're done. Thank you once again, my baby. Okay, so now the windows are in. There's a bit of a concern with the wind load on the window that may be able to push this wall in and out. So these top plates have not been anchored into the steel yet, and that's a bit of a concern. So I've spoken to George, the engineer, and we came up with an idea to anchor them in with just a hex drive self-drilling screw. Now I tried 50 mil, but it didn't actually go in deep enough, so I had to countersink and then put the 50 mil screw. Now I'm going to make life a little easier, and I've actually gone through and got 65 mil. So the way I'm going to do that basically is just pre-drill into the timber with a 4 mil drill bit. Just like that. And then I'm going to drill in the 65 mil hex drive self drillers. And these are a 12 gauge. And there we go. And what I'm doing is just basically straightening out the wall. I can feel that it's flush on the other side, it's flush on this side. And so now I'm going to put one just here. So roughly every 450 mil. So this here is just on a bit of an angle. So I'm going to pre-drill into the steel a bit because it's going to be hard to get the self-driller into there. There we go. Well, that's all the way in. And I'll just drive this one in. There we go. So when you are building a house where timbers go into concrete, the normal practice in New South Wales, in Sydney, is every 1.2 metres you put an anchor, like a Dynabolt. But here I'm going to do it every 450 mil because when this is travelling on the road, there will be a lot of movement. So I'm actually trying to stabilise these timbers a lot more. So I've done the south wall, the west wall, and all the other braced walls. And so I'm just doing the last section now, which is the north wall. These are difficult, the south and north wall, because of the ceiling has a 5-degree fall, you've got to get an angle for both the top and the bottom. They're not the same angle, where all the others had the same angle top and bottom. So now you remember the ensuite is 2.1 metres wide, now which comes to the end of this pipe here. So that's the internal measurement. Then there will be a wall coming out this way. So what I had to do is basically create a timber section for the lining to fit to. So what I've done here is actually just use 2 small pieces of timber and screw them into the steel, as I did for the bottom plate and also the top plate of the walls. So now they're secured in, and then I cut all the pieces I needed using the bevel again. You won't be able to do this with a sliding bevel, by the way. So now I'll just nail this piece in. Okay, so now I'll just put the top plate on. It's only a small piece. And then there's this one here. And so a lot of these nails are just skewed in. Yeah, so unfortunately, it's the only way you can actually put these in. Okay, the north wall is now complete. It looks fantastic. All right, so I've went and cut all the battens and then placed them on the roof. I've actually spaced them from the edge in 900 centres, and then in the middle it's 1200 centres. Now depending on what thickness corrugated you use, you have to space them a certain distance, so you can't go over a maximum. And one thing also to note, with the battens, I actually scattered them where they didn't land on the same joists, so the joins are at different levels, so there's no weak spots anywhere. I'll just put this one in first just to hold it, and then I'll do the rest. Okay, so I've taken the screw lower than the actual timber batten, so the Colorbond doesn't interfere with it. Okay, this is fantastic. I've got a lot to do, but it won't take me that long. This is quite easy. Okay, so George has arrived and he's had a look at the structure. Hey George, thanks for coming again.
Hello, how are you? Nice
George,
to see you again.
Thank you. What do you think?
Oh, look, it looks fantastic.
Compared to what it did when you first looked at it, now it's braced even more with the timbers.
Well, yeah, that's right. This all this timber is really just secondary structure.
Yep.
But notwithstanding that, we like to use a term called belt and braces.
Yep.
What it does, it just provides additional strength. So
Yep.
when this is going on road,
Yep.
and more so because it could be traveling about 100 k's an hour.
Yep.
And one of the key sort of forces that you have to deal with is inertia force.
So the braking.
When you put a brake,
Yep.
and plus the weight of the structure causes
Yep.
a big thrust. So with adding all these timber members and interlocked inside the steel members, what that does is it basically creates a very robust system to take.
Yeah.
And this will experience very minimal deformation.
Yep.
And also it has enough strength in the joints.
Yep.
And in the overall frame to resist any stresses due to that jerking movement on
Fantastic, George. That's what I'm looking for. I need this, and as I said in the last video, some people said this is overbuilt. I don't think it is. When you're traveling long distances, you've got the inertia, as you said, for the braking. You're going to want this to be structurally strong. This is very big, but also by the time you put your floor linings, your walls, your outer linings, the Colorbond, that's also going to add more rigidity to it.
Absolutely. All the elements that you add after, for example, the lining,
Yep.
The particle board,
Yep.
that's all going to increase the rigidity of
Yep.
the overall frame. So this whole frame basically will be like a rigid box section.
Anyway, George, that's fantastic. Thank you for reinforcing everything that I've done.
Thank you so much for allowing me to be part of this
Yeah, it's
amazing
fantastic.
project. It is something when you see it on a video, but when you're actually here live, it's amazing. Especially this
decking.
this decking.
I love this decking.
You know, with the views out to
It's beautiful. The Penrith
Bay,
views,
the
yeah.
Penrith, yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's got a beautiful night light here.
Yes.
So if you're looking for a good engineer, I will put a link for George in the description below, but I'm also going to put a link in for Tony from DNA Plastering, plus the guys from Bradnam and for Bunnings, and I'm also going to put a link in for stage 1, 2 or 3 of this tiny home. And so the next stage is actually putting in the Colorbond on, which is stage 5, and it's going to be fantastic. It's going to be lock up. I don't have to worry about the rain anymore. It's driving me nuts. Anyway, so that's the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got something out of it. And if you have any comments at all, please leave them below and I will get back to you. And I'd ask you, please consider to subscribe, hit the like button and share this video, and there's many more to come. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Ah, baby. Mwah. Have some sweat. Mwah. Oh, yuck. Look at that, Marion. That does look incredible or what?
What?
What? Do you have a dream to build your own tiny home? But the more you look into it, the more complicated it seems. Then come along with us as we navigate you through all the options and restrictions, helping you make this dream come true. Let's go. Hey guys, Musa here from Quantum Home Improvements and Solutions. Welcome back. And this is your first time to our channel. It's great having you join us. So I'm excited to say we're finally up to stage 5 of this tiny home construction, which is not so tiny. And so now we're going to put on the Colorbond on the walls and also on the roof, which I got from Steel Roofing Supply Centre. And I'll speak more about them as we progress. And so if you haven't seen the stages of stage 1, 2, 3 and 4, I will put a link for them in the descriptions below. And so stage 1 is where we made the base using Orcon and Priority Steel with the help of Marion and Mr. Suka, who were fantastic. And stage 2 is where we fabricated the walls and had a heap of guys help stand them, and then we finished off the roof and all the other bracing. And stage 3 is where we made the retractable decking and putting the decking on, which turned out fantastic. And stage 4 is where we finished off the steel structure using MGP 10 timbers, which was supplied to us by Tony from DNA Plastering. Plus we had Charlie from Top Notch Plumbing come and do the sewer work for us. Then finally we put the windows and doors in, which was supplied to us by Bradnam Windows. So in preparation for today, we went through and we prepared and painted the bracket that's going to take the hand winch, and we also painted the angles and the hinges. So now we're ready and we're going to get into it. Okay, I've got Marion back with me.
Hi, everyone.
And so I've asked Marion to give me a hand to put these trims on, these flashings. So if you don't know much about Colorbond, it's very easy to cut your fingers, and my hands are proof to that. So you can wear gloves, but it's really hard to work with Colorbond with gloves, so you just got to be careful. So now I can start the corrugator just here, but what's going to happen over time, someone's going to cut their fingers, I know they will. So I've got this flashing made up, and the Colorbond is just going to sit on this angle section, which is going to be a lot safer. So I started working in the Colorbond industry back in 1989 with Stramit Industries, who were known as Amatec at the time, and eventually I moved on to Steel Roofing Supply Centre, managing their Meadowbank branch. And a big shout out to Anthony, Gav and to Jade for helping us organise this, and again I'm going to talk about them more later. Okay, so now we'll get into it and put this trim on. Okay, so we've got the flashing in place. I've overhang it around about 100 mil. So what I've got here, the base is just above the SHS, the 100 mil bearer. And so now I'm going to put a quick grip in here to hold that while I fix the other end. So now the Colorbond does have a film of plastic. I'll just take it off a little bit just here where I'm going to put the screw. Now first I'm just going to pre-drill, make sure that height is okay. Yep. Okay, so this SHS 100 mil bearer is 3 mil thick, so it takes a bit of effort to cut through that. Okay, so now I'll just put a 16mm wafer head screw in that. So basically it's a self-driller. So even though I've pre-drilled, this will cut the rest in and create the thread. Okay, so now we'll just go through and just screw the whole lot off. So I'm putting these screws every 600mm. Okay, that's the last one. We can take the quick grips off. So now we've got the smaller trim to sit on the south wall and we butt it up against the other flashing. And so now what we're going to do is miter both this and this one to fit into each other to be a nice cut at a 45 degree. But first I'm just marking it out where I'm going to cut this trim. Okay, so I've got two types of whisk nips. I've got the green and the red. So one's a left hand, one's a right hand. So depending on which way you're going to cut, which one you're going to use. There's also a straight, which I don't have, which is usually a yellow. All right, so now I'm going to miter this in. Then just as an interim cut, I'll cut this one. Okay, so now I'll just cut this side. Okay, so now before I cut the miter, I'm actually going to cut out another around about 20mm. Doesn't have to be exact. I'm going to just cut right around. Okay, so I'll just put that on the side there. I'll just cut this bottom section off, so I won't need that. I'm going to go into the miter and cut to the very corner, just like that. Again, back to the red, and I'll do a 45 on the bottom, like that. I'll grab these pliers and I'm going to gently bend this back, right on the mark that I need, like that. Just bend it in. So now I've got somewhere to actually put a popper bit in for the next one that runs through. Okay. That fits fantastic, I love it. All right, so now this section has to also be cut on a miter, and so does here. So I'm just gonna mark that out. Beautiful. There we go, I'll just break this one off. Okay, we just cut this one off, 45-degree angle, and it's finished. All right, now we'll put that in place. Okay, once again, I'll just pre-drill. And now I'm gonna put a pop rivet in. Okay, this side's done, pretty easy. So now just got one more side to go and we're finished, but the rain is starting again, would you believe it? So we braved the rain and we're doing really well here. We've gone through and placed this angle in and we've mitered that corner. We've also mitered the other side, so that's only a very small piece. And we did have to use a packer to increase the width of the angle that we're just about to go into. So there's a different type of flashing I made there. It doesn't have the bottom return. We're all done. Woohoo! We're back and I've got Eugene and Mufid with me.
Hey guys.
And so you might remember Eugene, we made a bathroom renovation video together on his ensuite. That took a lot of work. Eugene, how's that bathroom going?
Perfect.
And so you might remember this guy, he's been on a video with me only once before. So his dad is Mr. Suka. We did his driveway, we sealed it, and Mufid gave us a hand just in the end. So yeah, how's that driveway looking now, Mufid?
Looking perfect.
Fantastic. Okay, so now I've got these guys together, especially Mufid, he's a big guy, strong, and we're going to now carry these 9.515 metre sheets and place them on the trims, which Marion and I put on yesterday. So there's a few things to explain. We are actually going to start on the other side first, on the 6 metre side, because the 6 metres are here on top. Okay, so there is a right and wrong way to put up these Colorbond sheeting. So what you've got is a lip coming down on the corrugation and a lip going up. So this here is actually the top. So now this is the bottom. Now because we're going to start on the other side, we actually have to walk this around the other way. So because at the moment we're back to front. Just go back a bit, Eugene, and let Mufid put it inside the channel and come across. That's it, beautiful. When the wind blows and it's raining, I'm gonna try to prevent the rain or the water getting inside. Now I won't do the other side where the door is, because that is the finished product. That's how it's gonna look like, and I don't wanna make it look a bit ugly. Now on this side here, we're going to be using the flashing later and it'll cover the end so you won't see this. Okay, so when we put the next sheet on, the next sheet is going to cover over down to here and this is going to hit the lip, so we're going to have to cut that lip off. When you've got wall sheeting, it's recommended by Stramit that you put a screw in every second corrugation or valley. Now in the walls you do the valleys, on the roof you do the top section of the corrugation. And also I'm going to do them about 900 centers. You can actually get away with a lot more than that on walls. When you're putting Colorbond on, it's really good to put foil and blanket. So we're going to be using Anticon. This is earth wool, and it's rated at 1.3 R rating, which is not a high rating, but with Colorbond, it's only a thin piece of metal. It's 0.42 base metal thickness, and it deflects a lot of heat before it even enters the room. So Colorbond is actually a really efficient product for energy. Okay, so one thing to note about the Anticon, it is actually rated for a bow up to bow 40, so it can do 12.5 to 40. And as I said before, this is a bow 29 rated area. So if you don't know much about the bow rating, it's bushfire attack level. Okay, so that'll hold it in place there. I'll put one here. How's that height?
Pretty good.
Okay, so now I'm just going to cut this off just with a Stanley knife, a sharp knife. So Muffin, how much do you need to come to you?
10 mil.
All right, so yeah, just push it all in. That's it. So now I'm going to be drilling into the timbers. These are going to be 900 centers, as I said before. And so these screws I'm using are Bremix. They're a really good brand. So they are made to cut through the steel and then go into timber. So it's 100 mil. Okay. All right, Eugene, just hold that in for me. Okay, so one thing is when you're drilling, you don't over drill because you can actually crush the Colorbond. I'm going to use a level to find my timbers. This is amazing. These screws are going in beautifully. I've never seen screws go in so well. Okay guys, what do you think?
Beautiful.
Mate, looks good, eh?
Yeah.
This is going to look fantastic. And so the color I chose is actually the same as my shed. Now the reason I chose this color, first of all, because I like it. Second of all, we are in a heritage listed property. So the original owners that own this property, their son made a heap of garden walls and a dam, and it's now heritage listed locally. And so council, when we build the shed, said I can choose only between 3 colors, and I chose the woodland gray. Okay, so we've put the insulation on the next level. Now this is the area, or this section that I was talking about before. You need to cut that off. Okay, just like that. And I'm going to do this end as well. There we go. So one thing I've got to note, when you are on a step ladder, most accidents happen on short step ladders. So be careful on them, and also don't stand on the top here. Beautiful. Okay, so we've put 3 sheets on the other side. We still need to cut another sheet up the top, but we're not going to do that today. And we've also cut around the bracket. It turned out amazing. We've now put the insulation on this side and we're ready to go. So we're going to do the 9.5 meter. We've bent the ends in already. All right, let's lift it up. Just let it sit on the trim. All right, let me just mark that. Good job, Muffid. Okay, this sheet is done, looks fantastic. Eugene had to go urgently yesterday to pick up his kids, but Muffid stayed a little longer with me, and we ended up putting another row of the Anticon insulation. And we also put 1 sheet on here, and we put the 3 small sheets on the side there, done. Fantastic. Muffid, thanks for staying back.
No problem.
It's sitting flush on this side. How's it looking on your side, Muffid?
Yeah, it's all good on my side.
Okay, last one on this side. Okay, so now we're going to cut the sheeting for the south wall. This is not straightforward. Cutting sheets to the most part is a little tricky, but when you're doing a long cut like this, especially over a corrugated on the taper, can be a nightmare. So the way to cut it is by using tin snips, nibblers. Now, years ago, I went and bought a nibbler, and I didn't like how it worked. But I don't have any choice today because I don't want to use tin snips because they're really hard on your hands. So what I'm going to do first is measure out the ends. I've just taken the measure. Now, when you do take a measure, the overlap between the sheeting is roughly between 80 to 83 mil. That's a rough figure. So whatever the height is, you usually add the 80 mil to it. And that's what I've done here. I've actually done less rather than more. So now the best way to mark this out, instead of getting a long straight edge, which is almost impossible to do sometimes, I found the best way to do is using a chalk string line. So Muffin, I'm going to ask if you can hold that. Okay, so with a string line, all you've got to do is lift it up in the air and hit it. And so that's made a mark for us. Wow, that turned out incredible. I mustn't have used it right the first time. After 12 years, I got my money's worth of this machine. Fantastic. Nice. There's no lipping. This is really good. It's sitting nice and tight. Okay, this side is done. Okay, so when I'm cutting around any objects, like a window, I use the edge of the window and just put the Stanley knife against it, and that way it gives me a really clean cut. So I just locate it and then just cut. Now be careful on the bottom sill because there is actually a little rubber there for the protect it from water. So just don't push too far in, you will cut it. So this is a 2-meter window and it's 600 high. And I've put it up pretty high to give the privacy inside. So if you haven't watched stage 1, 2, 3 or 4, it explains a bit more about it. So once again, I've got that in the descriptions below. All right. Okay, so one thing I haven't mentioned, that this actual insulation is made by Knuff. So we managed to get the third sheet on, bit of a struggle to get it underneath the window. I allowed it to go into the side of the windows by 5-6 mil roughly. And so it looks really, really nice. It's a nice finish. And also we use the nibbler to cut the base, and then we use the whiz snips to actually clean it up. So the nibbler does not do a clean cut. Ready? Mine has come down. Yep. Ah, yay! You did it, Eugene! Guys, that was a bit harder than I thought, eh?
Not too bad. That was the hardest one.
It's only because it's so high. And it's really not good working off ladders. So the proper way of doing it probably is having scaffolding. I was anticipating it, but it didn't come to fruition. I'm gonna put the last sheet up. Mr. Suka arrived. He's gonna give us a hand. Eugene had to take off, and so Muffin and I agreed we just finished this last sheet. And so we've cut around the bracket to let it fit in. Now above the door, we are gonna have a little bit of an issue. We're gonna have a gap about this much where there's no Colorbond, but I'll address that later. Okay, so the bracket's here. We're gonna go through the bracket with the slither. All right, so that's coming through now. Let it come down. That is just excellent, guys. We've gone, and I didn't say this earlier, but what we've done here, the corrugated actually comes up to here, but we didn't want a massive gap above the door because it was gonna be probably about 120 mil. So instead, we've got like about a 40 mil gap. So we've chosen to come down 1 extra corrugation. Okay, guys, we did it. Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Suka.
You're welcome, Musa. It's looking great, Musa.
Looking fantastic. Muffit, thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay, we're back and Eugene's back again. Thank you, Eugene. We went through on the other side and finished off all the screws. We also fixed above the door. What we ended up doing is putting a little offcut underneath. So there's that 40 mil join that shows, but it's actually not too bad, eh?
Yeah, it's not too bad.
So now we're going to start on the north wall, and this is quite easy. A couple of things to note though. So I got these sheets a little bit longer than the other side because of this door. So now what I'm going to do is cut the sheets only on that end for the first 2 sheets. Reason being, this is always going to be exposed this side, so someone can cut themselves if I use the cut side. And as I said earlier, you can cut yourself quite easily with Colorbond, so I'm going to try to minimize that. One thing I didn't mention, it is highly recommended not to use a grinder with a cutting wheel to cut Colorbond. And one last thing I've got to say, which I did forget earlier, is every night when you finish or afternoon, you've got to go through with your blower and blow off all the shavings from the screws, because the screws cause a little bit of metal to flake onto the ground. Okay, so now I've already cut 1 sheet. I'm going to cut 1 more. Okay, that was quick and easy. Okay, so one thing to note when you are putting Colorbond on, the sheets can what they call fan, or they can taper, because you can actually push one side higher than the other. Okay, so these 2 sheets are now done. So now once again, the overlap of the corrugation is 80 mil. So you just measure down from where the cut's gonna be, down 80. So I put the level there and I found my mark. And so what I do then is put the measuring tape up against where I need it, which is up here. Let me just see there, okay? And then I measure down to that 80 mil mark. Now here, it comes out exactly the same as the other window at 250. That's actually really good. Exactly, 1 meter 100. I'm gonna make it 1 meter 105, so it goes in a little bit. We'll just have to crawl it up like we did last time. So now I'll just cut around a fine cut. Great, done. Let me just go up. That's it now. Eugene, we've got to get this rubber out. That's it, you're doing really well. You've got really fine gloves there. Okay, Eugene, we've done it. I can do the rest on my own. I know you got to go. Man, thank you very much for all your help, yours and Muffid's. Mate, this has turned out fantastic. I love it.
You're welcome. Look forward to finishing it.
These windows, these Bradnam windows are really good. They do have a channel inside here, so the water will not go inside. But the only problem is that there wasn't enough room for the water to escape. So what I did, I went through with a drill and drilled into the corners and allowed more water to escape faster. Okay, this side is done, fantastic. So the gutter I'm going to be using is a half round gutter. It's called a flat back and it's made by Steel Roofing Supply Centre. And I personally like to use them. This has an overflow as well. So when the water is too high, when it's taking in too much water, it will run out through the front. But now this does not have eaves. This is going to be fixed directly into the Colorbond or onto the Colorbond. Okay, so they've made this a little bit longer than what I expected, which is good. So this is 9 metres. 555, so I'll just mark that there. There is a plastic film on this, so it looks scratched, but in actual fact, it's a plastic film that's protecting it. We'll leave that on until we're ready to actually put the gutter up. All right, Marion, what I get you to do, just put your hand here and put pressure downwards. Not too much, because I don't want to distort it. Okay, there it is. Okay, so now what we're going to do is actually put on stop end plates. So you just put some clear silicone on this. Now this is roof and gutter silicone made by Sticker. So I'll just put it on the inside only, and I can put some on later on the outside. All right, so I'll just put that in place, just like that. Sit it to the outer edge. And so what I'm doing is matching this flat back section of the corner to the flat back curve of the gutter. I'll just put one pop rivet in first. Okay, there we go. So now I'm going to do it on the other end of the corner. So I'll put 2 more in here. So I'll just put it now in between the curve. Okay, so now the curved section of the stop end sits inside the bead beautifully. That's really well formed actually. So now I'll put the last rivet just up the top here where there's a little bit of a lip still. Okay, and so that's it. Okay, so I've just put the stop end on this one. So now I'm just going to get Marion to help me roll that over like that. Now, this is the nozzle. It's the outlet that's going to let the water through. So I'm going to put the outlet on the right-hand side because on the left is the stairs. And I'm going to come in roughly about 100 mil from the edge. You don't need to go too close. But at the same time, there's a heap of screws on the side. So you don't want the downpipe to be too close to where the roof sheet screws are. So I'm just going to bring it across roughly about 100 mil. And so one thing to note with the nozzle, especially with the flat back from Steel Roofing, they've got one section that's been cut off or flat and the other section's round. So that flat section sits to the back of the flat section of the gutter. All right, so now I'll just put that in place, just roughly about there. And with a pencil, I'll just mark inside. And now what I'm going to do is do a series of 3mm 1/8 drill bit holes. Okay, so now I'll just use the red tin snips. I'll get in there. It's a little hard to start this off, but once you start, it goes around beautifully. There we go, come back to the beginning, and we're done. Beautiful. All right, so now I'll just put silicone around the edge, just like I did for the stop ends. Okay, so this already has holes already pre-drilled into the nozzle. So all you got to do is just line it up, sit it where it feels comfortable, where it's going around the curves, and then just drill in. That's it, beautiful. This is actually quite easy. Very impressed with this system, actually. Okay, so that's done. So now I've just spread the silicone around, so taking all the sharp edges out, so no one hurts themselves in the future if they're doing any maintenance to this. Okay, the last bracket is in. So what I've done is actually put a string line from a high point on the other side, which is actually the same level as the sheeting, so the timber, and then I dropped it down this side 30mm, just over an inch, so we can have a fall down into the downpipe. And so I've put these around about 800mm apart, not exactly, and there's around about 12 up here, so that should be plenty to carry the weight. So putting brackets on corrugated iron is a little difficult. So basically what I've done is put 2 screws on the bottom, 1 up the top and going around the corrugation. And then we're going to use this little section here of the bracket to stiffen it, to hold it in place. All right, so now all I've got to do is just take the string line off and we're ready to put the gutter on. Now, one thing to be really careful of when you're carrying gutter is that it can buckle quite easily. So you usually need two people. It's very hard to put gutter on just with one person unless you're skilled at it. So now what we're doing here is carrying the front section where it's rolled. It has a lot of rigidity here. Okay. Be very, very careful, please. So now, Marion, we're going to bring this to the edge. It's about roughly there. Now bring this to the front. All right, that's in, Marion. Can you just curve that around, please? Okay, if you can hold like that, Marion, you just got to make sure that it's level on the end. I'm going to curl this over. That's it. Beautiful. Okay, so this last side, just check if the gutter is even. Wow, Marion, you're actually pretty good. That's like within 1 millimeter. It's all done. This looks fantastic. What do you think, Marion?
Good.
So now this is the leaf gutter guard I'm going to be using, and it has very small slots in the back. It is roll formed, and I find this works best for me. That's what I've got on my house, and it works really well. Okay, so I've set myself up ready to do the roof. I'll be doing this predominantly on my own. So now on the roofing, you actually screw to the highest point of the corrugation, not the lowest point. On the ends, we'll have barge cappings. So I actually will start on the base just to hold it in place. Just start on the base because the water won't get to that point. But from that point on, I'm going to keep them all on the ridges, on the high point of the corrugation. Now, you always start your corrugation with the curve going down this way. So it's going to be here this way. And so it finishes with the corrugation going up. Now, the reason being, when you put the next sheet on, the next sheet will have the corrugation going down, and it'll sit over 1.5 laps, and that'll make it watertight. And so the combination of screws is 3 per sheet per batten. So what you do is you start off on the edge, you have 1. Now in this case I'm going to put it in the valley so I can put a capping on top, the screw won't be in the way. And then it goes 3 corrugations in, and then you put a screw. Then you go 4 corrugations, you put a screw. So it goes 3, 4, 3. And so the screws are closer together where the joins are, where there needs more strength. Now saying that, on the gutter end, the screws are actually every second corrugation, just like the walls. And just to confirm, the batten spacings here are 900 centres from either end, and in the middle is 1200. And that's going to be a nice comfortable distance for this sheet so they don't buckle when you walk on them. And so I've got the insulation down already. I've got the quick grips just hold the insulation in place, and I'll sit this in place. Okay, so now one thing to note, on this end, I have turned all the valleys up just like I did for the walls. Okay, so that overlap is perfect. It's sitting just off the leaf gutter guard, so there's plenty of room there. So as we go further along, the roof sheets will get closer to the leaf gutter guard. So we're going over around about 65 mil at the moment. Okay, so now I've got a 25 mil screw. I'll put it through the valley, as I said. When you are walking on the roof, you still got to walk on the battens. It's not good to walk in the middle because you will crease the sheets, and you've got to be careful not to do that. If you do crease the sheets where the joins are, water can come in, so be careful. There we go. And it's in. Beautiful. Second sheet. I'll just pull that up higher. Okay, that's marked off. I'll just screw that in. Okay, and when you're screwing in, you make sure it doesn't collapse the corrugation. Okay, this is going beautifully. This is really straight. It's making my job a lot easier, but you do have to be careful. As I said, when we're doing the walls, it can fan out. It can actually taper. So you've got to be careful for that not to happen. You want these to continually go straight. So I'm going to keep measuring off the edge to make sure I've still got the same distance as I started, and that's a good indicator. Okay, I'm back. I managed to get 6 sheets on yesterday, which is fantastic. They're so easy to put on. And if you've never done this kind of work before, I'll put a link in for Steel Roof Supply Centre and you can get someone to do it from there. So now, one other thing I didn't mention, when you are walking on Colorbond, you can't walk too late in the evening, and you've got to be careful in the mornings because the dew on the sheets will cause you to slip. Now, this is only a 5-degree roof, which is the minimum you can go to with corrugated. So this is a 1 in 12 fall. And so you've really got to get off the roof once it starts becoming a little moist. And the shoes you should be wearing are rubber shoes. Okay, finally we're up to the last sheet. This is amazing. This went real quick. I'm very happy about this. And so what I've done, once again, measured down from the edge back in about 80 mil both sides, and then checked the final length from that 80 mil back, and it came up to 395 mil. And then I went through and cut it with the nibbler, which is such an easy tool to use, but it does make a bit of a mess, and you need to sweep it up because it actually gets caught under your feet, all those little cuttings. Okay, the roof is now complete. Woohoo! This is fantastic. Okay, so now I'm ready to put the capping on the side. But first I went up and screwed off all the screws on the gutter end, so every second corrugation, as I said before. But also to note that I went through with the blower and blew off all the shavings. Again, you need to take all the shavings off because they will rust and it's not going to be good. So then after taking all the measurements of the side cappings and also the barge cappings, I went into Steel Roofing Supply Centre in Penrith, and thanks to Jade, got them made pretty quickly. Now I have put them on the other end already just to try how it's going to look like. What I've done is a fold and crush. Some people call it crush and fold. So why I've done it that way, because when they're sitting on the edge here, I don't want anyone to cut their fingers. So when you fold and then crush it, it makes it a very nice round edge and no one's going to cut themselves. I also put the capping on this side. So around the door was very tricky. I had a very small piece to cut and it proved to be very difficult because as you cut it, it distorts the corrugation. So I took a bit of time. It's turned out okay. I wouldn't say it's fantastic. Plastic's off. So now what I'm going to do is sit this right in between the gutter, just like that. Wow, that sits beautifully right on the corner. That is nice. So I'm going to use prop rivets only, not screws, because I found the screws, when they stick out, they do hurt if you hit them. Beautiful. Okay, so what you've got to do is just to make sure that it's going up straight. Okay, so it's sitting nice in the gutter, but I've got to make sure that the rest of it is actually sitting nice as well, so there's no bowing in the actual angle. But that is actually sitting really good. There's hardly any adjustment needs to be made. So the adjustment will basically just be the screws going in or going out, just to take out some of the high and low points. Okay, I'll just put one here. Okay, done, and that looks amazing. Okay, so this barge capping is a little different to the side. So I'm coming down the wall 110 mil, and then there's a 20 mil feather. Now the feather itself is to give the stiffening edge to go over the corrugation. All right, so what I've got to do now is put this up and get a mark. Okay, so I'll just go from one end to the other. Now this is hitting the top section of the corrugation. So I'm going to push this in a little. Okay, to about there where this top corner meets the actual side capping. So, all right, so what I've got to basically do is just trim that section off. So I'll just line that up. Okay, so all I've got to do for this one is put a level on there, just trim up to this point. This is where the flat back starts on the gutter. What I'm going to do here, just to make it a little bit decorative, I'm actually going to just taper this cut to the gutter. So in other words, where I've just gone up, I'll just cut that at that point there. Now, just on the top here, we've got the sheets turned up and these are going to interfere. Now, the next capping that comes on is going to come from here up to this point. So if I cut this corner off, it's not going to be a big deal. I'll just take that out so it's not in my way. Okay, now I'm going to use some screws to put this in, but first, because the other side's not in properly, I'm on my own, obviously, I'm going to put a prop rivet here just to hold it in place, and then I'll go back and secure the other side. Okay, now I'll put this one in, and as you can see, this little turn down just goes into the corrugation and just finishes it off. Just put that on the ridge and go through the timber. Beautiful. Okay, back to this end. I'll put a screw into this side. The last capping is going on. All right, so I've put the capping on the other half of this west wall, and I've also put the capping on the south wall, so the side capping. I minded that corner, put some silicone, pop riveted it, and screwed it down. It's all done. Okay, so now I'll just mark it out to the very corner and to the junction point of the two cappings, which is just there. Okay, so I've got some silicone on there. Let's put that down. And so what I'm going to do first is put a rivet in this side. Just put a bead of silicone in here, just 2 rows going down. So the reason I go down, just like when you do mirrors in the bathrooms, if there's any condensation, any water, it will run down. There we go. Okay, this side is now secure. I'm going to put another 2 more rivets on the top and finish that off. So now I'm going to put a roofing screw through the capping. It's a lot stronger than a prop rivet, and it's going to go through into the batten. All right, I'll just put a prop rivet here as well. Okay, the last rivet, last screw. This capping is complete. I can get off the ladder. How painful was that? We're just about to put the last 2 sheets on the door. It's going to be a little bit tricky. Okay, so these are the sheets that we cut off this wall, and this is the side that hasn't been cut with a tin snip, so it's going to be safer. All right, so now I'll just put this across. Mary, I'm going to close the door on you. I've got to go down 1. So basically, push it against me. So I'm also going to make sure that I marry these corrugated lines up. Okay, so now I'm going to put one on this side. Okay, so I've just identified that I need to screw in roughly about 60 mil in from the edge. Okay, so we'll just slowly crawl our way up, just making sure that every corrugation is actually working. Okay, I'll just put the next piece of insulation in. Just sit it there. Ah, beautiful. So the reason I've allowed the sheet to go over to make that waterproof here, the bottom actually goes past the steel frame, so that'll waterproof it there. I do still need to put another little piece of corrugated down here. So it's 765. Okay, so this section is the opening of the door, and this section here that I've just mitered through, just gone around, is actually the section that goes past the corrugation. Okay, let's have a look and see how it closes. Oh, that's fantastic, just misses. Okay, so I'm just going to put a little bit of silicone sealant on there, and that'll seal that off. So the water will run off over the actual door. That's looking fantastic. And just in time, Anthony will be here in a few minutes. Hey, Anthony, what do you think?
Oh, very good, Musa. Great work.
Thank you. You're doing all your own roll for me now, yeah?
Yes, we do, yeah.
Yeah, wow, I can't believe I went to your Silverwater branch and I couldn't believe how many machines you've got. And I get to see some of my old friends there. So I used to work at Steel Roofing Supply Centre back in 91 to 94. In actual fact, Anthony was only at school at the time, and his brother Nick employed me. After a while, Anthony was working for Proof Metal Roofing, which is the main fixing company for Steel Roofing Supply Centre. They sort of work hand in hand. And then I said to Anthony one day, I had another direction in my life, and I said, Anthony, I'm going to have to teach you how to do what I do in steel roofing, which is managing. And so Anthony decided to do it and took it to a new level. But Anthony, how's it all going now?
Very good. So we've no longer where we originally started in Meadowbank.
Meadowbank,
we were
yep.
there for 50 years or something.
Yeah.
Moved to Silverwater, plus we opened various locations around Sydney.
So what do you got? Your Botany?
We've got Botany, Penrith, Narellan, and then we're soon to open one 1st of May in Tugra and Gregory Hills.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
And so are they also a manufacturing or
Manufacturing, so those are mainly flashing shops and all that sort of thing. Our main branch, Narellan, is where we roll form all the corrie, the gutters and all that sort of thing, using Colorbond steel.
Mate, I was impressed with Silverwater. I mean, I know it's not your main manufacturing, but you do specialty there,
We
rain
do
heads and
our
all that?
specialty work there, all our welding, all our architectural products,
Wow.
so like wall cladding and commercial half-round gutter. I mean, the one we got here is more of a domestic one. That's
Yeah,
right
so it's a
from
flat
Gutter
back.
Narellan. Yeah.
I've used flat back on 3 of my houses and I just love flat back. But Anthony, I've got to tell you, I actually enjoyed putting yours up.
Yeah.
It was a very different system in the bracketing and it worked really well for me. I found it really easy. And Anthony, your flashing machines, I don't know what machine you're using, but man, your flashings are turned out spot on. Like the angle, back in the old days, you'd have 90 degree on one end and 80 or 70 or something on the other end.
So we only use SWI machines, Australian made.
Yep.
We get the
they're
backup
perfect.
service and all that, all computerised now.
And what length can you get them
Up to 8 metres.
Wow,
Up to
that's
8 metre
fantastic.
long.
Very impressive. So Anthony, I really appreciate all your help. So if you're interested, I will put a link below in descriptions for Steel Roofing Supply Centre and also for Proof Metal Roofing. They're still doing commercial work, yeah?
Yes, we do, yes.
Yep. Okay, great. And I'll also put a link in for stage 1, 2, 3, and 4. And so the next stage now is to do the inside. So we're finally out of the rain. Woohoo! So now we're finally going to put some flooring down. That's going to make it a lot easier for my legs so I won't trip. We're also going to do the timber work. We're going to get the plumber back, so we're going to get Charlie to finish off the plumbing. We're also going to put in the sliding cavity doors. So this is going to be great. I'm looking forward to it. So that's the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got something out of it. And if you have any comments at all, please leave below and I will get back to you. And I ask you, please consider to subscribe, hit the like button and share this video, and there's many more to come. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Eugene, can you pass the Zebra, please?
There's a saber.
Thank you. I like that girth, man. What's your son laughing for?
He's always making fun of my gift.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that right, Wolfie?
He touches it all the time.
Is that... Okay, Marion, you're still with me? Ah, you're a sad case. Have you dreamt of building your own tiny home, but the more you look into it, the more complicated it seems? Then come along with us and we'll navigate you through all the options and restrictions, helping you make this dream come true. Let's go. Hey guys, Musa here from Quantum Home Improvements and Solutions. Welcome back. And this is your first time to our channel. It's great having you join us. And so I'm excited to say we're now finally up to stage 6, which is where I work internally and out of the rain. Woohoo! So if you haven't seen the stages prior to this, I will put a link in the descriptions below. So stage 1 is where we made the base using Priority and Orcon steel. Stage 2 is where we used, again, Priority steel, making the walls and the roof. And stage 3 is where we made the retractable decking using Merbau timber, which I got from Bunnings. And stage 4 is where we filled in between the steel using repurposed timber, which I got from my mate Tony from DNA Plastering. We also put in the door and windows, which I got from Bradnan Windows, and Charlie from Top Notch Plumbing came and did the sewer work. And stage 5 is where we cladded and roofed the tiny home using Steel Roofing Supply Centre, which turned out amazing. So now this stage is where I'm going to put the flooring on, finish off the carpentry internally, also get Charlie back to do the plumbing, and then I'm going to put the Hume cavity sliding doors in, which I'll talk more about later. Now before we start any of that, I have to actually paint the universal beam. You can see that it's rusted. So what I did, I went into Auto West in Penrith and spoke to my mate Ryan, who gave me advice on what product I needed, but he also said he'll come to site and show me how to prepare and use it. And so he's going to be here shortly, and now before he comes, I'm going to change my pants because this is going to get a little messy. Okay, I've got my mate Ryan with me.
Hey, how you going?
And so, Ryan, thanks for coming in. This is really going to help me heaps. So I was not sure 100% what we're going to do here. So can you explain a bit more about the paint? It's called Pour 15?
Yeah, that's correct. So Pour 15, what it is, it's a moisture cured paint. And it's designed to go direct to metal over any form of surface. It can be a rusted surface, a pre-treated surface. The rust will never come back. That's what it's designed for. And this particular product, the Rust Preventative, is a non-UV. So it's perfect for what Moose's got going on in this area because it's not going to be exposed to direct sunlight. They do also make a UV style product which you can use outside. It's UV stable.
Yeah, so I read on the instructions that you need to put 2 coats on, light coats.
Yeah, 100%. The data sheet recommends 2 light coats, and then, but if you do want to overcoat it, you can overcoat it with anything you like.
Oh, fantastic. So the actual, it doesn't break down in such, it just loses its pigment, is that right?
Yeah, 100%. It will just lose its pigment over time.
Okay, great. Fantastic. All right, so can you just show us what to do? And I'll once you show me, I'll do the rest myself. Yeah. But we better suit up.
That's it. You definitely do not want to get this stuff on your hands or any part of your skin. We just want to remove any flaky rust that's around. This surface here is fine, this style of rust.
Yep.
It's more, I just want to focus on just where this weld is.
Yep.
In case anything's flaking off.
Yep,
or
yep.
little bits of slag. We just want to get that off because it won't like adhering to that.
So you're saying you can just paint directly on that?
100%. We can just paint directly to it.
Wow, that's amazing. Beautiful. All right, so we got some wax and grease remover. So you're okay with me using that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so this is your own brand, isn't it?
Yeah, that's our brand that we supply from Auto West Paint Supplies, Auto Line.
How many Auto West shops are there now? How many branches?
So we have 3 branches. We have Penrith, which is the headquarters. We also have a store in Bathurst, and we have one in Brendale in Queensland as well.
Oh, beautiful.
So you can see here on the lid what has happened. We don't shake this product, we always stir this product. And you can see there,
The separation.
a little bit of separation was going on, so we just want to get everything going again.
Yep, beautiful.
Nice and easy. Chuck this lid back on because this stuff is moisture cured. So as soon as it sees oxygen, it's going to start the process of wanting to go hard. We might get the lid on a couple of times. Eventually the lid won't come off. So we're going to use these screws and we're going to just insert them in.
So just screw them in with a drill.
That's it. Next time you want to use them, just pop them in. One in top as a breather, one on the side as a pourer. Then you can always remove them.
Yep.
And pour out as much as you need.
And then close it back off again.
Close it back off.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's a great idea.
Nice thin coats is the key for this stuff. So just get this brush primed up. And if you're wondering about the gal, we're going to get a little bit on the gal, but it's going to be fine. It's going to stick. It sticks direct to any form of metal. We're just going to brush it in.
That brush is easy, eh?
That's it. It's nice and thin.
So you're pushing it in?
That's it. And it's going to self-level as well. So,
mate, these are going to look good from outside, let me tell you, when you're looking underneath.
When you're looking underneath, it's going to look amazing. So, as you see, I did not have much in there.
That was hardly anything. Beautiful.
The top of that's done.
Oh, that was fantastic.
It's that easy.
Do you mind if I have a go?
Go for it. Just like painting the walls, eventually you'll paint the walls, we're doing the exact same thing.
This goes on easy, man.
Yep, and
this
as you
is
can see,
easy.
It's self-leveling as it's going. If you
yeah, I can see it.
see here. So in America, the way that they display this product to their people that they're pushing to buy it is they've painted a Volkswagen Combi floor. They've left it out in the Nevada desert, and they will take potential buyers out there and tell them the story. And literally, all that's left of this Combi is just the floor that they painted.
So the rest wasn't painted?
Nope.
Mate, thanks for coming out. That was fantastic of you. This is
not drama.
It really is an honour for you to come here and just show me, because I wasn't sure how much what flake really meant to you.
Yeah.
Ryan, thanks very much. So now the universal beams look fantastic after using the POR 15 product, and thanks to Ryan for coming to show me how to use it. The second coat went on a lot easier than the first, and so it comes in 2 colours, black and in a grey. So I chose the black because it's going to go with the woodland colour much better. Okay, so now I'll start on the flooring. Now there's 2 types I'm using here. So for the wet area, I'm going to be using a fibre cement made by James Hardy, which I got from Hudson's Trade Centre in Penrith, and thanks to Scott and also for Tony, who was very obliging when he made the delivery. This is an internal product. It's 22mm thick, and remembering in stage 1 when I made the base, I did the floor joist at 600 centres or just under. So whenever you're cutting through any kind of masonry products, you've got to wear a mask, because one of the biggest killers in the building trade is silicosis. So now for the rest of the flooring, I'm going to be using a red tongue particle board, which is again 22mm thick, that'll span the distance of the floor joist. But the great thing about it, the red tongue is a H2, so it's termite protected, and also 22mm will give a greater soundproofing and heat rejection. So I'm going to start cutting the fibre cement, get them out of the way so I can start on the flooring. Okay, the last one. So now I'm just going to measure this. As I said before, it's 3.6 metres long. So I've gone to the nearest joist, and you need to cut these in the centre of the joist and then butt the next one up so that at least both of them have somewhere to sit on. This particular glue, this adhesive, is made by Bostik, and it's called Ultraset SF Pro. So it's actually made to be put on steel, so and with particle board. Okay, so now I'll just bring this over all the way. There we go. So what we've got here, where the welds are across the wall, they're actually pushing this sheeting out, and some welds are bigger than others. So I've just got to make sure that I even it out as best I can. So now I'm going to screw the sheets down using 40mm 10 gauge Bremix screws, and these are self-drilling to steel. So I used a similar screw for the decking outside, and they were brilliant. So I'm expecting these to be fantastic. I will be pre-drilling through the 3mm steel to make it a little easier. Now on this particle board, there's 4 marks, and they're telling you basically where to put the screws. I'm not going to be putting the screws here because I'm going to find it hard to put the next sheet up against it. So I'm just going to go to the next one back and just make sure I keep it in line with the joist. Just as good as the one outside. Okay, so now I'll start on the next sheet of flooring, but when I do come back this way, I'll make sure that the joins are not on the same joist. So in other words, I'll stagger the joints so then there's a bit more strength in it. And one thing also, when I'm screwing these in, I'm going below the actual sheeting. So when I do put my flooring on, there's not going to be a screw in the way. Just push the sheet across. There we go. And just drop that down. Beautiful. After 2 days of a bit of work, the flooring is now complete. And when I finished, I then cleaned out the room, taking all the material I didn't need anymore. I swept it up and wow, it looks amazing. And how much light is in this room now. And that's even before the lining goes in. And it's a lot warmer. So it is a little cold outside. And now this is what they call officially a lock-up stage. So there's a few things I need to mention about this process. One of them is that I had to move the kitchenette sewer pipe. I actually got Charlie to put it in the wrong spot. I had to move it into this room another 100mm roughly, and so now it's in the right position and the wall can come through. And so now I'm ready to build the walls, and I'm going to be using mostly 90 by 45 timbers, which I just got, but I'm also going to be using Tony from DNA's repurposed timbers, which are 70 by 35. So now I'm going to start off with the small wall here, the divider between the closet and also the room that has the hot water system. This ceiling has a 5-degree fall, so I have to take that in consideration. So I've taken measurement from this side of the timber, which will be the common wall, to the ensuite and also to this area. It's all ready to nail. I've set it up. So I found the center of this wall, and so it came out to 420 centers. I usually take my walls to about 450 maximum. You can go to 600, but I choose not to because you have more strength in your plasterboard if you have your studs closer together. Now this structure was made heavy so it can take plasterboard. Most tiny homes don't use plasterboard because it actually has too much movement and it cracks it. But in this case here, there's very little deflection. Okay, so this very basic wall is now complete. All I've got to do is sit this in place here. Wow, that's perfect, spot on. Okay, so this is the wall we just made, and this is where the hot water surface is going. And so now we're going to create this wall here, which is exactly 1600. So the room is 1600. The only thing I've got to provide for here is the trimmers, which I just did for the angled wall for the cross brace. So I'm going to put them just in here to take that wall, and then I can nail that through. So now this one's ready to go, to be nailed together. And now this is where the wall will be nailed to. Okay, so now that's to the edge of the timber here. Now I'm going to use persuasion. Okay, almost there. I'm just going to put a nail here just to hold that in place, and one just here. Okay, that won't move now. Perfect. Woohoo! Okay, so one thing, be careful on ladders. Most accidents happen on short ladders, and don't stand on this top platform. Okay, so the two easy walls are completed. Now I'm going to go on to the common wall between the ensuite and the bedroom, remembering that we're going to be putting the Hume cavity sliding door. In New South Wales, you measure your door height, in this case it's 2040, and you add 80 mil. Now that'll give you a range of about 20 to 30 mil roughly of adjustment of door height, so depending on what floor coverings you're going to have. Now this ensuite's going to have tiles, and I'm going to be gluing those tiles direct to the waterproofing, but I just don't know how high it's going to be at this point. So I'm actually going to add another 5 mil to the height. So now to get the opening width, Hume doors say, whatever your door size is, mine is 720, you times it by 2. So that's 1440, and then you add 60 mil to that. So now the other thing to take into consideration is the sloping ceiling. So we have 5 degree once again, but also these ceiling joists are not going to be load bearing, but I'm actually going to treat this door like it is because I don't want any deflection. So I'm going to use 3 lots of timbers to strengthen the header up so it won't sag at any point. So as I said before, the ensuite bedroom wall and the bedroom lounge room wall, the common walls, will be 90 by 45 mil. And so in this case here, the ensuite is 2.115, and then I need to add 70 mil because this is the through wall. So now I'm going to measure the opening size. Now it's from the underneath of that bottom plate, not on top. So it's be on the floor. Okay, so on the floor measurement to the top of the opening, it's 2040, which is my door height, plus 80 mil. So it's 2.120, but I'm going to add 5 mil. Okay, so now measuring from the top of the bottom plate, I'm going to measure to the mark, and it's 2 meters and 80 mil. So I'm going to put a stud there and then create the header. Okay, now, so the opening size, I'm going to make 1500. Okay, so now, like the other side, I'm going to be putting 2 lots of studs here, one for to carry the header and one as a stud to go all the way through. So that's 90 mil, and whatever the remainder is, I'll transfer that to the other side. So that's 503 mil. Oh, that's beautiful. Perfect. Woohoo! So now I've just cut the 2 meter and 80, same as the other side. I'll put that in. So now this piece is basically just going to sit in like this, like this here. And so to just give it a little bit more strength, I'm just going to put this one on top. Just nail those in. Reload. Okay, so that's all nailed in now. And I'll just drop this in place. It's going to be a little hard to get in, especially when it's not in the right angle. No, beautiful, easy. Okay. I do have a spinal injury, and this is really heavy, and I'm not supposed to pick up anything from a bending position, not with any weight in it anyway. So I've got the crowbar here, the pinch bar, and I'm just going to pull it up to me like that. Gee, I should have got Marion to help me. Okay, so I'll just get this end in and push it to the wall. Now, I did actually, in my haste, forget to put packer and another stud. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to cut this noggin the width that I need, just with a handsaw, and then I'll place in the noggin and just timber it up. Okay, the noggins are in, this is fixed up. Okay, so now I'm just going to put a nail just here, just temporary, just to hold this from moving. That's perfect. Okay. All right, so now just put a couple up here. Okay, we're back. I've got Marion with me, and I couldn't do this on my own. This was a struggle, the ensuite bedroom wall. Now this is the bedroom lounge room wall, the last one, as I said. So now everything's been cut. I cut it up pretty much the same as I did the ensuite wall, but the door is actually this side. So the bed will be coming across here. And we'll be putting a light switch there, so we need everything on that side. Okay, so now the only difference here, being a full piece, is that this wall had to be made the right size. Now, as we pull it up, if it's exact, we're not going to be able to lift it because it's going to be touching the walls. So I've made it 5 millimeters shorter, just so we can get it up. Okay, so we're ready to go. That's all nailed in. I've left the noggins off this bay here, this stud section, purely because if the wall's going in or out, I can adjust it by putting the last 2 noggins later. Okay, so now I wasn't sure how I was going to lift this because I did make it quite tight in measurements as I've made all the walls. So the width is 5 mil shorter, but the height I've still made it fairly close. Because they've got to be connected to these trimmers up the top. So Marion suggested that we pull it back and go into one of these bays where there is no trimmers, and then we'll just pull it up that way, and that was a smart idea, so we're going to do that. Beautiful. You're doing well, Marion. Push the bottom in. Just go for the bottom. You're perfect. Look at that. That is fantastic, Marion. All right, so now, Marion, what we're going to do is slowly bring it over to the trimmer here. I think that's pretty close there. Okay, so now I'm just going to put my level on it, see how close that is. Woohoo! This is perfect. So all I've got to do now is just level off both sides, put nails in, screw up to the top trimmers, and also stabilize the base, and then put these 2 noggins in, and it's ready. So now Charlie's coming to do the plumbing. Thanks for coming back.
No worries, Mr.
Mate, ready to go. We're going to do the rough-ins. What I'd like to do is run both main water and also tank water. You're able to have them so they can switch over?
Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll rough this in just like a normal rough in.
Yep.
Cold water, hot water only.
Yep.
And then we'll have a provision outside later to either feed mains water in or a changeover to feed rainwater.
Beautiful.
Well.
So from there, we need to take the cold water to the hot water system in this room here.
Right, yep.
And then from there, you'll run the hot water back everywhere else.
That's right, pretty much, yeah.
So we've gone through and checked the hot water system. It's a Ream. Now, this is a 50 litre system.
Yep.
It's a 2.4 kilowatt system, so it's low energy. Now, 50 litres is not a lot. It's made for 2 people to have a shower and quick showers. Yep. But it does warm up pretty quickly, you said?
Very quick,
yeah. And this comes with a plug, so you can just plug it, pull it in, pull it out.
Pull it out, turn it on and off whenever.
Yeah. Charlie, I've drilled through these steel beams for you, so you can run your water back down. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's perfect.
The plumbing is now complete and we're ready to go to the next stage, thanks to Charlie, Paul and Rita. And so now they had to go on to the next job, but I didn't get to explain a few things. So when Charlie first arrived, we pulled out the toilet suite, which is a Coroma Luna, and we checked where the tap was going to go and we marked it. So we also marked out where we're going to put the taps for the vanity, and then we checked how high the shower rose was going to be. So I also asked Charlie, where should I put the dwarf wall so it doesn't take too much room for the toilet area, but we need enough room in the shower. So he's indicated roughly where it needs to go. So then later on, after I cleaned up, I nailed that into position. So then they got into it and they started drilling all their holes through the timbers, through the noggins, and running all their pipes. Then they also installed the Ream hot water system, and they ran the hot water to all the points they needed to go to as well. And so the flick mixer is outside the shower area. Now this is a wet area. There's not going to be a door. There'll just be a film of glass here to protect the water from splashing over. Then after running all the pipes, they then put the number 19s on, which are the fittings you need for the shower head and also for the mini cistern cogs. And then we also went through and put a couple of the flanges on for the penetrations for the sewer and also for the vanity. So then after all that was complete, then Charlie went and put a tap for outside. We drilled through the Colorbond, and so then he charged the line up to make sure there was no leaks anywhere and to make sure that the hot water system works. And so we plugged it in, we tested, and the hot water works beautifully. And plus, Rita and Paul went off and finished everything, clipped everything off. So we wanted to eliminate as much hammering as possible. So Rita went through and put silicone in all the spots where she felt that we needed it. So I've known Charlie since he was an apprentice, and he used to come to all my bathroom renovation jobs. And then he started on his own, and his company name is Top Notch Plumbing. So if you are looking for a good plumber, I will put his details in the descriptions below. So now I'm ready to install the internal cavity sliding door, and so this stage of the video is in collaboration with Hume Doors and Timbers. And so I've been using Hume Doors for a long time, and I find their products really good. They're very reliable, they're innovative, and they just work. And so I rang Wilma in the marketing department, and between us we worked out that the complete evolution cavity unit is going to be best. Now the reason being, you know that sliding doors slam, and you you can imagine when you're transporting this, you're going to have to somehow stabilize the door from moving. So now, when sliding doors are flush mount, so this is a flush door, it's very hard to pull the door out because there's nowhere to grip. Now this particular one, all you do is push it in with your fingers and it has a little spring on the back and pushes out. And so this also has a soft close. So you will pull it across as per usual, and just before you get to the end, it does a nice soft close, but it also holds in position, which is great for transporting. Now, once again, the reason I'm using cavity sliding doors, because if I hinge the door here, you'll see that it actually doesn't work very well. And so the width of the door is 35 mil, and it's a hollow core door, which is standard for internal. But this particular one is actually commercial grade. So the wall thicknesses are actually not 3 millimeters, but 6 millimeters, which is going to give you better soundproofing and also more strength. And so now, because I haven't installed an Evolution door before, I was a little concerned. And so then I looked at the instructions, I went online and I found out it's very easy. And so then I went ahead and installed the cavity door that's common to the bedroom and lounge room. So if you want to have a look at those videos, there is a QR code stamped on the door, and that will then take you directly to the Hume Doors website. Okay, so these doors are packaged really, really well. So now just here, there's the packet with all the screws and all the runners and everything. Okay, so this is the track, and it comes with the top jam already screwed on. Now, if you look at the back post, it actually has a mark in an arrow which is up. So this is the top side where the green spacer is connected, and the black is where it sits on the base, on the bottom. And now you do not remove that, and now you don't remove the green at this point either. Now the back plate for the touch release is already on. Also, I forgot to mention, you also have 2 pelmets here. I'm just going to put them out of the way. So now there are blocks in here as well to keep this door stable. So just keep those blocks there until you're ready. So first I'm going to install the track by using these little small screws, and you need 8 of them. So basically this sits on the top end of the jam, and you make sure that this is hard up against. So now if need be, you can actually use a grip. I find they work really, really well. Okay, so here I definitely use a quick grip so the jams all line up top and bottom. It's a real pain when they don't. Okay, so that's done. So now, because the top rail is locked in, you can actually take this green packer out. All right, so now I'm ready to put this in position. Now remember when I made this wall that I made it 5 mil higher because I don't know how high my tiles are gonna be. So I'm gonna put a 5 mil packer on the floor. Okay, so now lining up the timber or the jam to the stud that's already on the wall, I'll put the level higher to the top plate and just go down the slats, the cavity slats, and you can see there it's perfect. Okay, so I'm going to pre-drill, and now I'm going to use a 65 mil chipboard screw. Okay, so one thing I didn't mention, I did cut out the bottom plate ready for this, and there was a mark on the ground, so I need to set it on that mark. Okay, so I'm just putting the last few screws in. Now, I'm actually putting a couple of extra longer ones, not just in the fibre cement section of this plate, but also in the particle board. So I'm just going to put a couple more over here and we're done. So now, putting the level up against the header and against the cavity door, there's a bit of an issue. I did stuff up when I made these frames and I put 2 lots of 45 together, which means that the timber in the center is going to line up where this screw needs to go. And guess what? That's not going to screw in properly. So now what I've gone and done is gone and got 50 mil long using the exact same tapering size. You can't go bigger. If you go too much bigger with your taper, your screw taper head, you will actually hit the wheel as it slides across. So you can be careful not to do that. Okay, so now holding level tight and the door, get the screw into place, and I'm just gonna put it in the hole provided, and you go as straight as you can. Okay, that's beautiful. Okay, if you do go on an angle, that'll also hit the wheel, so you gotta be careful not to do that. So now we're ready to put all the components onto the door, but there's a few things to take into consideration. So the first thing we're going to do is the one-touch release. Now, which side do we do it on is the big question. Where is the front, where is the back? Now, so the front is where the sticker is, and it says on there, hollow core door, so the lock will go there. So the back is this side. So what we've got to do is basically measure up 1.20 meters, and that will be the center. And then we grab a square and just square that off. And so then we find the center here. And so this is a 35mm door, and I'm just going to go down 17.5mm. And so now, using the 22mm speedball or spade drill bit, and just drill that through. Perfect. Now, one thing really to note, what I noticed when I did the other one, you have to go in straight this way and also, so vertically and horizontally. Okay, so the instructions say to go in 75mm, but if you've got a hollow core door, you just go as far as it needs to go. So this is the touch release, and basically just sits in the hole, and you need to screw these in. But first you need to pre-drill. So I'm just using a 2mm drill bit, and I'll just center that, and just drill that through. Beautiful, nice and tight. Now we're going to put in the soft close. Now there's a couple of things that are actually standard. So these are actually the carriers, and we need to put them into position. But how do we mark for that? Now, so normally you would mark from the edge, this is the back, you'd mark in 80mm there. Okay, and then you'd put the back plate on, pre-drill and screw that in. Now in this case here, we're going to use the striker plate to mark the front because this is the soft close. This is the wheel you'd normally get. And these are great, by the way. It's got 4 wheels. It makes a nice smooth action for the sliding door. Okay, so the instructions show that the striker plate needs to sit to the front. This is the front, remembering that's the back. And you just let the lip, there's a little lip here, let that sit over the edge and center it best you can and then mark it. Okay, then we just pre-drill in the center. Okay, so now using these big chunky screws, it's a hex drive and also Phillips. You screw on the base plate. So this wheel carrier goes into the track first, then you put your door in, and you'll see what I mean later. But this pin has to sit into the base plate and it just goes one direction. So there's a key on this side here. You can see this big opening. So that's the side it needs to go to, that direction, because the door's going that way. Okay, so this one's straightforward. Just go up to the mark and just put a pilot hole. Okay, fantastic, that's done. Okay, so now putting the wheel carrier in is really easy. All you've got to do is put it in a vertical position and just slide it up like that. So just turn it in and the pin is downward so you can put the door on. So, and you'll see this is a beautiful slide. It works really, really well. And putting in the soft close wheel carrier is just as easy, believe it or not, but I'll show you that in a minute. So first I want to point out something. Now, depending on your door size, whether it's small, medium or large, Hume Doors have designed this really well. This is a great feature. So you can actually adjust the spring. So what you do is just take out, with a small screwdriver, just take out this little section, it's the little black section, which holds the spring in place, and you would put it in either the C, B or A position. So now if the door is very heavy, as I said, you put it right up the top there and you close that in, and you can see the spring has stretched now, and that'll carry a large door. Now, if you have a small door, you would put it in C, but I'm going to put it back in B. So again, you put it in vertical position, hold it up, you go all the way to the end and then just put the base in. So the next thing to put on is the closing jamb. And so what I've got to do is basically just measure from the floor to the top of the track, 2115. So the timber I'm going to use to make the closing jamb is actually called Tasmanian hardwood. Now, I usually like to use Meranti. It's a better timber. It doesn't warp as much. So this is just slightly warped, but the reason I'm using it because it's 110mm wide. And so when you're using 90mm timbers, you need 110mm roughly. So the Meranti was 115. It was just too wide. But the timber I would not use is a pine because it does twist and warp a lot. Okay, so what I'm doing is just putting the timber in position and just basically marking out the track and cutting around it. So the thickness of this blade should be wide enough to sit inside the track, but I've got to cut it pretty straight. Now I'll just slide this in between the track. That went in beautifully, and look at that, perfect. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, take this green section out now. All right, so now I'll just put the door in position. It's quite easy to do. So just line it up to the cavity. Okay, so now putting them in is quite easy. I just tilt it this way, away from the cavity, and just push that wheel in. There we go there. So the wheel is now in, and then you lock it off with this little black lever. Okay, you've got to make sure it goes all the way down because that'll impede your adjustment. Okay, and lock that off. So that's done. I'm going to use a whole heap of packers, different sizes, to pack out behind the closing jamb. And so I start from the very top. Okay, and I think that's pretty right. Now be careful when you're nailing through packers because it will shatter. Now just see where it looks like in the door. Perfect. All right, I think I've got it right. I'll just double check. Okay, so I'm just marked over halfway on this side. Remembering that the lock or the handle is going to go here, and you've got to make sure you don't put any packers or nails in this area. Beautiful. Okay, so the closing jamb is in. Now I'm ready to screw on the striker plate, and the striker plate basically sits up against the closing jamb inside the track. Now, when we marked out to put the base plate on the door, we used this little recess section here to be put up the front of the door, and then we mark the 2 holes and screw the base plate on. Now, this time around, we're going to turn it the other direction. So there is a stamp on here, and it tells you to go towards the door. So now we're going to sit this against the closing jamb this side. So basically put the striker plate in position to the center of the top track, and using a self-drilling wafer head screw, which is provided, you basically sit it to the top end of this section provided. So it's an elongated hole, so just put it to the top section. So the reason being, if you need to slide this back and forth, you can move it this direction. Okay, so just put the second one in. Okay, so now I'm going to cut and put on the pelmets. So I'm just going to go 100 mil in both sides. I'll just use my square and just get a mark for all of these. And then I'm going to pre-drill all of these. So now I'm going to fit the pelmet, but there is a couple of things to note. First of all, you sit it to the back end of the top jamb, not the front, and that'll just disguise the gap a bit better and look better. Also, you need to use screws. Some people do nail these in, and it's a big mistake. So if you ever want to get to the wheel carrier and to unlock it, you will not be able to do that if it's nailed in. There we go. You can see it's just off the edge there. And so you just place the door guides where the door wants to sit. So now this is the screw-in section. Now when you do put them in, you need to give the door a little bit of play, but not too much. Let's see how you go with that. Yeah, that's it. So now the last thing to put on is the door lock. Now this is made for cavity sliding doors. The brand is Gainsborough. I've been using this particular one for many, many years, and it's fantastic. So this is a privacy lock, and you can actually just get a passive one too, which is just a handle just to pull across. Okay, so first you need to measure roughly to the center of your door, as I said before. Now I'm going to be measuring just over, so 1.40 meters, just there. Just get that squared off. And so now using the instructions, you've got a template on here, and you fold it on the line where they show you, and you place this on the edge of the door, and you line it up, this line with this line, and then you put a mark in the center. So we're going to use a 25 mil speed ball or spade bit just here, and we're going to use a 54 mil hole saw to cut this one out. Okay, so just roughly go about halfway. Then I'll come to the other side and drill that through. So the privacy lock comes assembled. So what you've got to do is take these 2 screws out and then pull it apart. Okay, so now we'll get the striker and place it in the hole, and you need to center it. So make sure that it's centered here. You then mark it out. Now with a sharp 25 millimeter chisel, we're going to notch that out. Okay, so on the back of the striker, you'll see an arrow going up, and that gives you the direction in which way this has got to be put in. So it actually has a plate here. It's a little difficult to use, but at least with a flush mount, they're hard to get the doors out. So with this plate, you can actually still pull it. All right, so now I'll put this in and see, and that is perfect. Beautiful. I just then mark out around the striker. If you put a measuring tape on here, you'll see it's 110 mil wide, which means halfway is 55 mil. Now, if you put this in right, this should land roughly in the middle, and you can see there it has. Okay, so now it's time to put the lock on. So now you'll see here there's a lever. So basically I just sit that in like this. And so the same for the outside or in this room. So I put the notch going upwards. Yep, that's the right direction. And this section has to slip between the striker. Just like that. There we go, just a little bit of pressure, not too much. That's beautiful. Okay, so this is how it works. It works beautifully. And this is the little section I was saying that you can pull. It's a little tight to use. And once again, the one touch is a lot easier. So one thing with the striker plate, you've got to be careful to make sure that this low section passes the bottom lip here. So I did make it a little bit too high, and I've just drilled down a little bit further down to give it clearance. So that all you do is just put that in place, just give a rough look and see if that's going to work, and that's going to work beautifully. When you have found your height, it's really important that you have finished all your adjustments, because if that needs to be adjusted up or down later, you're going to have to move the striker plate, and that's going to make a mess of the closing jamb. And so one thing to note, when the door is swinging, if it has a bit of a swing to it, and if it swings too hard, it's going to miss the hole and just hit the outside of the striker plate. You got to be really careful of that. That's why we didn't want too much movement in the door. So make all your adjustments before you put this striker plate on. All right, so just put the striker plate in. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, so it's about 1 millimeter recessed, which is exactly what I was looking for. Okay, so now we'll see how this closes. Okay, so now when I put the lock on, you'll see there's hardly any gap there, any light gap, and that's the reason why I recessed both the striker plate and the striker. Another thing to note, because you have a lock and a soft close, you've got to be careful with this, just like any other soft close, drawers, doors, whatever, you don't push it along. Because it's got the privacy lock, you may want the door to close faster, but don't be tempted to do that. Just let it close naturally and then lock it off. Okay, I'm just giving the floor a quick sweep. Thanks for coming, Marion.
You're welcome.
So I've asked Marion to come and try the door out. I think it works fantastic, but I wanted another opinion. So Marion, this door is a little bit different to the one we've got in the kitchen. So you push it and it pops out, okay, instead of having to pull it out yourself. And then when you slide it across, you pull it across just normal speed and you let it go about here and it'll just close on its own. So give it a shot and see what you think.
Okay.
Beautiful. What do you think?
It's much better than the one we have in the kitchen, which everyone slams shut.
Thank you, Marion. If you slam your door a lot, you're going to need to adjust your wheel carriers because it will put it out of adjustment. And so if you haven't raised your door up high enough, if you've got flooring that's too high, like tiling or something, Hume doors say that you can only take 3 or shave 3 millimeters off the base and the top. It's only 6 mil. So make sure that you put the door at the right height in the first place. So if you do take more than 3 millimeters off the top and bottom, your warranty with Hume Doors and Timbers will be null and void. And also they recommend to keep your warranty that you need to seal the timber section of the door all the way around. And they recommend 2 undercoats and 2 top coats. And I'm going to do that when we're painting the rest of the tiny home. And so one thing also to note, when you're sheeting your walls, that you put the block back in position. Okay, so probably best to take your door off at this point because you need to paint it anyway. And so then when you put your sheets on, it doesn't change the level of the walls and doesn't bring it in or pull it out. So once again, this stage of the video was made in collaboration with Hume Doors and Timbers. And I'd like to mention that Hume Doors have been around for over 70 years. In actual fact, they were started by Don Buckley back in 1953. And they're a family business and they have a branch in every state of Australia, and also they have a branch in New Zealand. So if you like, I'll put a link for them in the descriptions below, which has a store locator, and you'll find them in your local area. And once again, I'd like to thank Wilma very, very much, and all the team at Hume Doors for helping making this stage possible. And I'd also like to thank Tony from DNA Plastering, Charlie from Top Notch Plumbing, Ryan from Auto West, and Scott from Hudson's Trade Centre, and I'll put a link for them in the descriptions below. And also I'll put a link in for stages 1 to 5 of this tiny home. And finally, I'd like to thank my beautiful girl. Thanks for everything, baby.
Yeah.
And so the next stage is stage 7, and I'm really excited about. And so I'm going to have my mate Danny, who's going to run all the electrical wires for me. I'm going to have my mate John from Darmel Air Conditioning send the guys to run power for the air conditioning. Then I'm going to put up the furring channels on the ceiling. We're going to be putting insulation in the walls. They're going to be heavily insulated. And then we're going to be putting plasterboard. Yes, plasterboard in a tiny home. We're going to put both walls and ceiling. And then we're going to put villa board in the ensuite. Then my mate Tony from DNA Plastering is going to come and help me do the setting, which I'm really looking forward to. So that's the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got something out of it. And if you have any comments at all, please leave them below and I will get back to you. And I'd ask you, please consider to subscribe, hit the like button and share this video, and there's many more to come. Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Are you building your own tiny home, but the more you get into it, the more complicated it seems? Then come along with us and we'll navigate through all the options and restrictions, helping you make this dream come true. Let's go. Hey guys, Musa here from Quantum Home Improvements and Solutions. Welcome back. And if this is your first time to our channel, it's great having you join us. And so now we're up to stage 7 of the building of this tiny home, which is not so tiny. And so I'm really excited to say that my mate Danny, the electrician, is coming to run the wires for the power and lights and for everything else. And also my mate John from Darmel Air Conditioning is sending the guys to run the power for the air conditioning unit. And then we're going to put bats in the walls to heavily insulate this tiny home to make it really energy efficient. Then we're going to line the walls with plasterboard, and then we're also going to put villa board in the ensuite. And so once we've done that, we're going to then put the furring channel on the ceilings, and then my mate Tony from DNA Plastering is going to help me do the setting. So now if you haven't seen the stages from 1 to 6 prior to this stage, I will put a link for them in the descriptions below. So stage 1 is where we made the base using Priority and Orcon steel. Stage 2 is where we used, again, Priority steel, making the walls and the roof. And stage 3 is where we made the retractable decking using Merbau timber, which I got from Bunnings. And stage 4 is where we filled in between the steel using repurposed timber, which I got from my mate Tony from DNA Plastering. We also put in the door and windows, which I got from Bradnan Windows, and Charlie from Top Notch Plumbing came and did the sewer work. And stage 5 is where we cladded and roofed the tiny home using Steel Roofing Supply Centre, which turned out amazing. And so stage 6 is where I put the flooring on, finished the carpentry internally, and Charlie came and finished the plumbing. And finally, I put the Hume cavity sliding doors in, which I'll talk more about later. And in stage 6, we had a lot of heavy rain and the wind pushed the water past the flashing and the water came in. Not much, but I've got a corrugated profile, which is in foam, and just slipped it between the Colorbond roof and the flashing. And so now that'll stop the water from blowing up. And in preparation for this stage, I went through and pre-drilled into the top plate and bottom plate of the walls and then put a screw into the steel beam to hold them firmly in place so they won't move after we've put the plasterboard on. And finally, I started drilling some 20mm holes through the 70 by 70 SHS steel beams for Danny to run his wires through. Now, I've still got a few more to go, so I'll get into it before he comes. Okay, guys, I've got Danny from Darny's Electrical.
Hi, everyone.
And so, Danny, look, after many years of talking about it, we're finally at the stage of doing the electrical. I've been talking to you about the tiny home for about 4 years now. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I've been watching your videos, and what you see on the videos and actually when you get here, it's two different things. I'm just amazed at how it's all come along, and all the work that you've put in. It looks like you've done a lot of work here.
So Danny and I have gone through and just had a quick look where we're going to put everything. We're going to run our power, our switches for the lights, where we're going to put the lights, where we're going to put the fans. So I'm going to put small fans here, and also the smoke detector, where we're going to put the subboard, and we've nominated everywhere and it's looking pretty good. So I'm going to go through that with Danny once again because we've just done a quick walk around. Okay, so Danny, I'm going to put a switch here here, that's going to be a two-way switch from the door to this bedroom. So if you're walking in, you don't have to go back and switch the light over there. You can just switch it off here, okay? But also we need to do it from the bedroom to the ensuite. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
So we'll do it, what do we normally do for switches? 1350 off the ground?
Yeah, 1350 usually, yep.
Bed's actually going to be sitting this way facing the window. So I'd like to have power on both sides, just in case you want to put a lamp, also a charger for the phone.
With these brackets here, what I like about them is you've got the adjustable screw hole, so
if you don't put them level, you can level them out. Okay, so I'm using these 90-degree brackets purposely because there's going to be an architrave coming through here, and if the bracket sits on the outside, the other ones that we're using, then what's going to happen, it's going to push the plasterboard out, and then that's going to be an issue because then the architrave is going to sit a bit awkward on this area. So I'm just using these 90-degree ones. Okay, so Danny's been going through and drilling through all the studs and also the noggins, so then he can run his wires internally. And so just in this area here, Danny's going to run wires from the top. We're going to access our wire or power from outside, run it through the wall in this section, and then we're going to run the subboard here. So all the wires are going to come to this point. So you're able to put a bracket even on an angle of timber. That's fantastic. That really is a big benefit.
yeah, like if you were to use the other one,
Yeah, you couldn't do it.
you wouldn't be able to do
Yeah.
it, right? So this one I tend to use all everywhere, just easier.
Okay, so now Danny's running the wires and he's running above the joists. Unfortunately, it's the only place he can do it. So Danny, what's this circuit for?
So this one here, we're just going to run it for these power points in the kitchen.
So you'll run the kitchen on its own circuit.
Yeah, because what happens generally, you use a kettle, microwave, toaster,
And that'll blow out the amperage. Most people go wrong. They run too much power in the kitchen on the same circuit. And so when you put especially the jug, if you boil that, that's like 2,500 watts. I don't know.
Yeah, that's almost 10 amps. By
Yeah,
itself.
just by itself.
And
Yeah.
on this circuit, we have 20 amps. So
Yeah. Okay.
we're already halfway.
Yeah. Okay, great. I'm happy to do that, Danny. I don't want this to keep tripping.
Yeah,
Good.
no problem at all.
So Danny, just got to ask you, what is the distance you usually do for downlights? This is a 3 metre by 3 metre room, not exact. How far off the wall do you normally come? Because when I did the house, I came off 1.1 by 1.1 metre off every wall, but it's a bigger area. So how much would you suggest here? I'm thinking of putting 4 downlights in here.
Well, because it's such a small area, I think if you come at least 750
Yep. Okay.
off each side.
Yep.
As long as it's going to work where all the battens,
Yeah.
these beams are running. Because you got to also keep in mind, if we're going to put a fan, you can't have the fan going on top of the light, because then you'll get
You'll get a disco going. Yeah.
Unless, if you don't mind, that's fine.
It's fun working with you, Danny. But you're now doing a lot of rail work and also road work. Is that correct?
Yeah, mostly rail at the moment. I was doing a lot
Yeah.
of new.
But that's contracting. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Just a big shout out to the guys at John R. Turk, especially Adam, for organising this wire very quick smart for me. So what we're doing here is just putting a grommet in. So Danny's going on the inside now, so he can actually screw this off from the inside and lock it off. So this grommet will basically sit on the top of the corrugation. I will need to put some silicone to finish that off. So on a little bit of an angle. Is that threading?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay, that's looking pretty good, Danny. This is 6 mil and it can take up to 46 amp. Now this tiny home is going to run 32 amp going by the switch and the head. Okay, so all I've got to do is feed this through and this will run the power into the tiny home. Danny, thank you very much.
No worries, you're welcome.
And so now we're ready to put the insulation in the walls and then put on the wall lining. So villa board in the ensuite and plasterboard everywhere else. So all the electrical's done. We worked late. I actually helped Danny to run some of the wires. So I drilled through the south wall and put a wire through for the spotlight. Also drilled through the east wall for the 2 lights for the entertaining area. So now, even though Danny subcontracts to the rail, he does have some downtime in between contracts. So if you are looking for Danny and he's available, I will put his contacts in the descriptions below. But I'll also put a contact for another fellow I know by the name of Alan, and he's also a pretty good electrician. So now, once the electrical was complete, Daniel from Darmel Air Conditioning came. He brought the little Fujitsu air conditioning unit, which we're going to be putting in here. He checked with the bracketing where we're going to put it. He marked it, and then we drilled a hole through the wall, and he poked the wire through. So that's all ready to go too. And then I went through and took the pelmets off and took the sliding doors out of the internal cavity sliding system. Now this system is made by Hume Doors and Timbers, and if you haven't seen Stage 6, it was in collaboration with them, and I installed them, and it's got a couple of features in there, which is the one touch, so you push and it pops out, and it's also got a soft close. It's the first time I put them in, and it's so easy to do. So I'll put a link for that in the descriptions below. Now I've taken the doors out because this now needs to be chocked up with a block. I need to put a block back here. I will use sticky tape, and in fact I'll do that now. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. So when you put your wall sheets on, it will distort the wall. So you need to have that block in there when you're putting your sheeting on. And then once you set it and it's braced, then it shouldn't move. So in between the rain, I went to Plaster Master in Mitchenberry and I picked up the villa board I need. And so now I'm ready to install that once the insulation's on. One thing I forgot to mention, my wife asked if we can have a bookshelf. The only wall that I could use is this one here. So I raised the noggin up to 1.2 meters, and then I put another noggin on the lower section. So then when the wall sheeting comes to the back of this, then I can dress this up with timber, and then we can have this as a bookshelf. I think it's going to look fantastic. So now we're ready to put the insulation in, and this insulation is made by Knuff or Knuff, and it has an R2 insulation value. And so then when we put the Colorbond on the outside, we used an Anicon, and that had also insulation, and it was rated at 1.3. So now the walls, the outer walls, will be rated at 3.3, which is fantastic. And so now it is recommended when you do put insulation in, especially internally, you need to put a suit on. And the biggest killer in the building trade is silicosis. So I'm not going to take any chances. I'm going to suit up. Okay, so when you open these bags up, you'll find it'll expand dramatically. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is now complete. Fantastic. Didn't take long to do this room. It's a little bit of effort going around the triangles, just like everything with the timbers and all the rest that I had to work with. So the one thing I didn't mention, the size or the dimension of this insulation is 430, which is made for a 450 center stud spacing, and also 1160 for 1200. But it is rated at 90 for 90 mil studs. These are 70 mil. You can still use an R2 for 70 mil, but it will just compromise a little bit of the insulation value, but not much. It's been, 12 years since I've done this when we built our house. And my boys Matthew and Marcus actually helped me with it, and they look just as strange as this. So most of these walls are around 450 centers, as I said in stage 4. Now in this case here, where this bracing was made, this steel cross bracing with the SHS 70 mil, I had to space them a little bit further apart, just over 500. Thanks to my mate Tony, he's donated some 580 insulation, so this works perfect in this area. Okay, it's all done and this looks incredible. I'm very happy with this. So now I'm ready to go to the next stage, which is lining the ensuite wall with villa board. All the insulation is complete. In actual fact, it's quite warm in here. I do apologize about the darkness of the video when I was putting the insulation in. The insulation has now stopped the reflective light from the foil, the Anticon, and so it's a little dark in here, but also because it was severely overcast. Now they are predicting a lot more rain, so I do apologize once again about the video quality. Now once I do get the linings on the walls, the quality of the video will increase again. So now I've marked out my sheeting, put some marks on my levels, and I'm going to be spacing the fixing points at every 150 millimeters, remembering that this tiny home may be transportable, so I want this to be as strong as possible. Okay, there we go. You'll see in a minute why I'm doing this. And so now the width of that ensuite is 1600, but I'm going to cut this sheet at 1595. I'm going to make it slightly shorter so I'm not struggling to put it in. Okay, so now in regards to cutting the sheet, there's a lot of people that still use grinders to cut villa board or any kind of masonry, and it's fine if you wear a mask, but it's very inconvenient taking a sheet outside and bringing it back unless you've got your sheets outside in the first place, and if it's not raining, but it is here. So now I'm using the old technique, using a fibro cutter. Not only is it very effective, it's very quick, and I've got to be honest, it burns a bit of calorie, which I need. All right, so now all I do is just lift this sheet up, just put it on my foot. These are steel cap boots. I line the fibro cutter up and start cutting. Seriously faster and easier than a grinder. And so now I've gone through and measured where the flick mix is going. Using a very old hole saw and a very cheap one, I'm going to actually make the hole for the flick mixer instead of hitting it. Some people do use a hammer and just hit it through. Now you can do that, but it actually does damage the integrity of the sheet. So, and then you've got to fill it up later with setting compound and then waterproofing. So it's a lot easier just to use a hole saw. Okay, now that's created a little bit of dust. I'll just walk away from that. Okay, so now it's really important to get this dwarf wall level. So what I'm going to do is just put a quick nail in here. And so now I'll put the level on this side. Okay, so that's the same. Now I'm just going to put a temporary nail, just one nail in here. So now to fix the Villeboard on, they do recommend that you use nails. But in actual fact, I'm going to be using screws here. And I'm going to make sure that I go right through to make it a flat surface so it doesn't stick out for waterproofing. Now, the reason I'm doing that, it is actually better for transporting to have screws rather than nails. So on the ground, there are marks where the studs are, so I know where to line up my timbers. I know the studs are here because the nails are on top. Okay, so you can see now why I've ruled those lines. So much easier without having to use the measuring tape constantly. Okay, this one's done. I'll get this out. Just double check this level. Woohoo! And look at that. Perfect. Doesn't move. Okay, so now I just brought the sheet in. I'll put it on in a moment, but there's something really important to note here. There is a pipe going through this wall just at that point there. So I'm going to avoid that whole area just there. And also, there's a couple of spots just here. Same. There's one here. Same. There is one here. Okay, so that is the area there, right there, same as the other one. The screws will be going there and there. It goes nowhere near it, so that's fantastic. I can put all the screws in. Oh, look at that. That is perfect. So now, one thing you'll note, I haven't put any stud adhesive on this at all, and I've done that for a reason. It's actually recommended don't put any stud adhesive on Villeboard. Okay, so now I didn't mention this earlier, but there is the steel bottom plate here. I'm going to go high enough to actually get the timber. And another thing I haven't said, you've got to make sure that your studs are actually straight. So you need to put a level on to make sure that the wall's not bowing, because when you're tiling, if it bows, the tile will have to come out. And that means you're going to get lipping on your tiles because the other tiles will need to go in. Okay, so now I'm going to do the cavity sliding door. And as I said before, the block is in there to keep it straight. Just like the dwarf wall, once this is all screwed off, the whole lot, and then set, this actually will hold in solid. Now, because it's got a setting joint here, we don't take the block out until we're finished. In actual fact, I'm not going to take the block out until after I finish tiling. So now I'm just going to put a level on here. It's really important when you are doing sides of the door and then later doing top of the door, they never marry up exactly. So, but if you get it level, the top one and the next one, and just run that measurement across, then you're much more likely to have it straight. Okay, so now even more important than putting the block in to keep this level and straight, you've got to use the right screw length. A lot of people use long screws through their sliding cavity door, and then when they go to put the door in, the screws just mark the door, and quite severely sometimes. These are 20mm by 8 gauge, same screws, chipboard. Okay, so now we don't have a lot of timbers here to screw to, but they do recommend every 150. So I'm going to do the 150 this way. So I've gone through and finished off screwing the north wall, the first sheet. I've also cut and installed the west wall, both of them, making sure I missed all the pipes and cut the power point and also the penetrations for the tap. Then I've put a level and put in the first sheet on the wall where the vanity's going. So now I'm ready to put on the south wall. So I've measured the height that I need. I'm ready to cut it. I've marked out my screw holes. Okay, so now this is sitting on the joints perfectly. I'm very happy with that. Okay, last one's done. This sheet was so easy to put on. Okay, so now I've measured and cut the next sheet, the top taper. Now this section here is the window. A little bit tricky. How do I get in there? Okay, again, when in doubt, give a clout. Okay, so if you are going to do this, make sure you don't hit where your mark is because it can actually damage that section. So I'm purposely not going anywhere near it. So now I'll just cut that through. Okay, she's done. Okay, so I've cut the last sheet for the east wall. So now I've made sure that I missed these pipes. I've marked it on the sheeting. I've also cut a hole for the shower head, and also there's going to be a Mistral fan on the wall. I'm not exactly sure where it's going to go, but I've marked it roughly about this position here. Okay, so the ensuite now is complete with the sheeting. The only section's got to be done around inside the reveal of the window, which are small pieces. I will not be screwing them in. Small pieces of billboard tend to crack and break, so I'm just going to glue it in before I waterproof it.
Hi.
And so I've asked Marion to help me because I struggled doing the ensuite. It was really difficult doing that on my own. And so the guys from Plaster Master, where I got these sheets from, have delivered earlier today. Thanks to the delivery guys, they were fantastic. They were very obliging and they put the sheets where we needed them. So it's a lot easier for us to work. So now the regulations on stud adhesive is that you don't put glue where your screws are. So these are 1350 high. So you come down at least 200 mil. Again, got to watch out for your power. So 200 mil, and you can't be any more than 300 mil. Okay, it's really important when you are cutting with a knife is that you hold the straight edge, level, whatever you're using, really tight and scar it really, really well. Put a bit of pressure where the cut is, like that. All right, so now all I do is just cut from the back because there's a crease line here now, and there we go, that's cut. We've marked out where the power point is going, which is here. This is a high power point, just in case we put a TV around the window, under the window area. So what I'm going to do here is just use a 45 mil hole saw. I think it's a 45. Okay, so now this is the stud adhesive I'm going to be using. So Plaster Master sell the Cineat brand. So this is roughly the thickness you need for the stud adhesive. They do recommend 25 mil by 15 mil. So 25 mil diameter and 15 mil thick. Okay, so one thing you don't do, you don't put the stud adhesives on the top, bottom, or on the sides. You don't put screws anywhere near the stud adhesive. All right, ready to go. Marion, you ready to go?
Let's go.
I'll just put this wire through. All right, Marion, can you just lift it up now and put it against the wall? That's it. Now, what you've got to do here is push against the stud adhesive. You need to push against, let it collapse in. Okay, so now I'm going to use 32 mil bugle screws. These are 6 gauge and made for plasterboard. So now I'll just put some in. So you don't overscrew these. So as I said in stage 4, when I was making the frames around the steel, that I'm doing roughly about 450 centers. Now the reason I did that, because the closer the studs are together, the less damage you'll get on your boards. But I'm also using 13 mil because it's stronger, it's a better heat rejector, and also better soundproofing. So it's a winner all way round. Now one thing is when you do put these bugle head screws in, they do need to go past the paper, as I said, but not too much. So you need to feel it every time you put one in, just make sure that it's not sticking out. So when you do set it, it's not going to hit the trowel. So now what we're going to do is just cut out, just using the plasterboard saw. Make sure I don't cut the wires. All right, so they've just taken 15 mil off the top. Looks a bit messy, but that's fine. It's going to be set anyway. All right, girls, we got it. Last screw. I'll just cut this across. I'm doing small strokes so I don't damage the window. The plasterboard for the walls is now complete and it looks fantastic, with a special thank you to Marion, but also to Mariah. Now with the ceilings, they're going to have a furring channel. Now the furring channel is 18 mil in height, plus also the bracket will take it to 23 mil. Now, so in preparation to put the furring channels on, I've gone through and put timbers up for the fans. The fan must be fixed to a solid structure. And so I've cut the timbers up, I've centered it to the room and then screwed them into the steel, and then I drilled a hole through the center and ran the fan wire through. And I've also gone through and put a base coat, let it dry, and then put a top coat on the recessed sections up the top. Now the reason I've done that, because I'm going to be using a product called the P50. I'll just show you the profile there. So basically this sits on the ceiling like that on the perimeter of the rooms, both this room and also the bedroom. And so this section you set, this section just sits independent against the wall. Now the reason I'm using that product, because as I said before, this tiny home could be transported, and I didn't want the ceiling and the walls to be set together because it could allow for cracking. Also, I've got to mention that I did buy a piece of timber and placed it into the cavity sliding sheeting section to connect those sheets together, because you don't want to keep them loose because there's nothing holding them. And so the plasterboard I'm using on the ceiling is only 10 mil, but it's a reinforced board made for ceilings. And it's actually, in fact, the same board I used on the walls. I wanted to have a stronger system. And so they can span 600 mil between the furring channels, but in actual fact, I would prefer to have them closer to give more strength. Now, it depends on the system you're using and what board you're using on how far apart you can space these. All right, so I'm ready to put the first clip in, and I'm going to be using that 16 millimeter hex head metal self driller. So I'll just put that in. I'm just going to come off the wall about 5 millimeters, just give me a bit of room in case there's a little bit of a waver in the sheets. All right, so now I'm going to set up a laser to run a line, beam it through so I can get the brackets in pretty straight. And now this is a DeWalt, and Tony has lent it to me so I can get this fairly accurate. Thanks, Tony. Okay, so now to make life easier, I'm going to use my Hilti laser measurer so I don't have to struggle with a measuring tape. Okay, 4591. I'm going to minus around about 6 mil off that, make it 4585. Okay, so now I'll put it in. I'm going to put the back in first, and then all I do is just squeeze that in like that. Works beautifully. All right, that's in. Beautiful, this goes in so easy. Whoa. Okay, as I said before, this is a system. And so what I've got in my hands is a J channel. So basically see the letter J, hopefully. There it is there. And so I'm going to put the longer lip on the base and the shorter lip on top. Now we're going to have to screw into this later, but for now I'm going to slip this into this channel. Okay, that's gone in beautifully. Okay, that's clipped in. All the furring channels are now in. So I've done the ensuite, that turned out really good. And now all I've got to do is lock in the J channels. Now to do that, you've got to get your level first, make sure everything's straight. So what I do is just run this up here. Okay, so that's pretty straight. I can see there's no bow in it. And so then I put a mark, which is already there. Then I go through and do the other side as well, which I've already done. And then I place the level to see how that looks. And that's dead straight. Very happy with that. So all I've got to do now is put the last J channel in, which is on the steel section in the lounge room. Okay, so now the screws I'm going to be using is made by Bremic. They're the same screws I used on the flooring, which is in stage 6. If you haven't seen that stage, I'll put a link in the descriptions below. And so these are a truss head, and so it's really easy to use. Now, I was pre-drilling with a lot of the other screws. With these ones here, I found I didn't need to pre-drill. So I'm just going to drill that in. That's it, it's all done. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is just put some silicone around the penetration sections of where the wire went into the steel, just to stop it from moving, just like Charlie did with the plumbing pipes. I'm ready to put the insulation on in the ceiling. And so now this insulation is actually R2.5s. Now the outer parameter, as I said before, is 1.3. So now that's going to take it up to 3.8 R rating, which is pretty good for a tiny home. All right, so now these are 430s, so they'll fit in between the 900 or just under 900 spacings of the ceiling joists. Okay, this room is complete. Didn't take hardly any time. So now I'll go through and do the bedroom and then the ensuite. All done. And I've gone through also and marked where the screws are going to go for the plasterboard, just on the furring channel. Okay, so now I'm ready to put the ceiling boards on. Tony delivered his sheet lifter to me the other day, and this thing is incredible. It makes his job so much easier. So I've put it together, but to my surprise, he rang me and said he's on his way, and he just arrived. Hey, Tony.
Musa, how you going?
Thanks for coming, mate.
Hey guys.
Thanks very much for all your help. Seriously, Tony has been instrumental for this tiny home. When I told him I'm building a tiny home back a while ago, he got excited and I don't know why, but he's been supplying me with all his materials. He's a commercial builder, and so he's from DNA Plastering, and he does a great job. And so he supplied me the timbers. They were repurposed timbers. They turned out really well. Tony, thanks once again for them.
No problem.
And so, Tony, thank you for bringing me up to speed with the regulations through Australian standards on how to put plasterboard on. It's changed a little since I've done it. The last time I built a house was, 13 years ago, nearly 12, 13 years ago. And so there are new regulations. And even blocking on ceilings, that's more of a new thing, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so I'm going to show you how to do the blocking. It's pretty simple. It just adds a bit more time, but it does save the cracking, because very often you get cracks in the ceiling. So it's accepted not to use stud adhesive on ceilings, but you've got to put a lot more screws, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so on a 1350 sheet, how many screws would that need?
6 across.
I've done a lot of bathroom renovations in my time, and every time I strip the walls, I see the glue has become brittle after about 30, 40 years. Have you found that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Most of each ceiling, they start to drop and
Yes.
the screws start to pop.
Yep. So Tony's been very gracious with his time and really helped me out. Setting actually for me is quite hard, because you've got to push hard on the trowel, and it does put pressure on my back. And so he's going to help me out there. And because his time is limited, we're going to fast track or time lapse this stage. Okay, so now using the Hilti measurer, it comes out 3047. I'm going to deduct 26 mil to allow for the P50 to go in all the way around. Okay, we had a really late night last night. Tony, thanks for everything. And the blocking is so hard. I've never done blocking before, or the back blocking. So that's just to secure the two sheets on a long run, is that correct?
It's required when you have 3 recess joints or more.
Okay, and this is what you call level 4, which is the standard now, is that right?
It's level 4. Yes.
Level 4. Level 5 is when you have to block every single sheet, is that correct?
Yes, and it skim set the whole ceiling.
Wow. Okay, so now I've just gone through and done a big cleanup, and Tony's just now preparing the walls ready to do the base coat. So he's gone through and just backfilled just before he does the taping. Now what I'm going to do is go through and put the angles in. So all the external corners, I'm going to put reinforced metal. You can use plastic. And I'm going to be using this product, never used it before. Tony has generously allowed me to use it. So it's made by Trimtex. It's called 847A, and it's just a trim adhesive, is that called?
Spray adhesive.
A spray adhesive, yeah. So this just makes it a bit easier. I will use my staple to staple in place, but this just helps the adhesion.
Yep.
I've also got to put it around the window, and then I've got to put also the tearaway strip. So around the door and around the inside of the window, the reveal. Is that right?
That's correct, and that's where we'll be using
this one more so. Okay, so now Tony's went and brought his radio. He's a much happier man when it's on. Okay, Tony, we're done. This looks fantastic. Man, thank you very much. This is incredible. You are very good.
Yeah, welcome.
Okay, so what we did is 2 lots of base coat, 1 top coat, that's the normal procedure, even on the screw holes. So everything looks fantastic. We also used a product called a
Trimtex LB tearaway.
tearaway. Now this we put around the door and also in the reveal of the window. So once you finish setting, it actually finishes level to the trim, and you just tear that away. It's fantastic. And so Tony, you said painters sometimes leave that on until they finish painting at least the first 2 coats, and then they tear away and put it on the last coat. Is that right? Correct. Okay. All right. So this is fantastic. That made my life so much easier. And so Tony, the P50s, I have never done them before. They're so easy to put on.
Yeah.
But you do need to be very careful.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you've got to get it hard up as possible. We did end up using screws. Tony said that most people use staples.
Staples and adhesive.
Yeah, and adhesive. We chose not to. We wanted to lock this in because this tiny home will be moving most probably. So we wanted to lock it all in. Now, again, I've said it before and I'll say it again. The reason I use P50 is because I did not want to actually bond the wall and the ceiling together. Forgot to mention this trowel, I call it a 1-inch trowel, basically just to mock Tony. The guy is so specific. He wanted to make sure the walls are dead straight. In actual fact, this is a 16-inch trowel. It's the biggest I've seen. One thing I forgot to mention, when you're setting Villa board, which is for the ensuite, you've got to use a product that does not re-emulsify, which means it does not break down if any water gets to it. Now, 70% of waterproofing fails because it's not done properly. So there's a lot of things you need to take care of, and one of them is to make sure that all the products that you use in the bathroom does not re-emulsify. The tape I used was Easy Tape. I believe that's fiberglass, is that right, Tony?
Correct.
Yeah, so I use that because if you use a paper, that re-emulsifies. So now the next stage to this tiny home is going to be stage 8, where we're going to do the tiling for the bathroom. Now, it might sound like that's going to be very basic, but it's not. It's going to include how to do the primer, the waterproofing membrane, the tiling the floors, the walls, putting in the grout, and also placing the silicone. So now if you're looking for Tony's services from DNA Plastering, I will put a link for him in the descriptions below once again. And so now this is not going to be the end of Tony. He's agreed to be on another video with me. So we're going to do most probably a bathroom renovation. Is that right, Tony?
Probably, yes.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that. And so Tony does suffer from husband lazyitis. Now he needs a bit of motivating from me.
Yep.
Is that right?
That's correct.
So if you haven't seen the stages from 1 to 6 for this tiny home build, I'll put a link for them in the descriptions below, but I'll also put a link for Danny, the electrician, and also Daniel from Darmel Air Conditioning. So that's the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got something out of it. And if you have any comments at all, please leave them below and I will get back to you. And I'd ask you, please consider to subscribe, hit the like button and share this video, and there's many more to come. Thanks, guys.
Bye, guys.
Danny's just throwing me off. Okay.
The good-looking electrician. I'll mention him later.
Okay, that's in. That's in. That's in. Okay, can you girls hold that? I'm just going to have a cup of coffee. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, is that okay? So now, unfortunately, because we did the time lapse, you didn't get to hear Tony singing. What an incredible voice this guy's got. Seriously.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. It was a pleasure just listening to you.
Likewise.
Are you building your own tiny home? But the more you get into it, the more complicated it seems. Then come along with us as we navigate you through all the options and restrictions, helping you make this dream come true. Let's go. Hey guys, Musa here from Quantum Home Improvements and Solutions. Welcome back. And if this is your first time to our channel, it's great having you join us. And so now we're up to stage 8 of this tiny home construction, which is not so tiny. And if you haven't seen the stages prior to this, I'll put a link for them in the descriptions below. And so stage 1 is where we made the base using Orcon and Priority Steel. And stage 2 is where we made the walls and stood them up with a heap of guys and finished off the ceilings. And stage 3 is where we made the retractable decking and then put the timber on. And so stage 4 is where we finished off the structure using MGP 10 timbers, which I got from my mate Tony from DNA Plastering. But I also got Charlie from Top Notch Plumbing to do the sewer, and we also put the windows and the sliding door in, which we got from Bradnan Windows. And then stage 5, we then lined the outside with Colorbond steel, which we got from Steel Roofing Supply Centre, which turned out amazing. And stage 6 is then when we painted the universal beams, we put the flooring on, we finished off the internal walls, we had Charlie from Top Notch Plumbing come back and do the rough-ins, and then in collaboration with Hume Doors, we put on their internal cavity sliding door system. And finally in stage 7, I had my mate Danny, the electrician, come and run all the wires. Daniel from Darmel Air Conditioning came and nominated where the air conditioning is going to go. Then we put the insulation in the walls, we lined the walls, we put the furring channels on, and then we put the insulation in the ceiling. And then finally, my mate Tony from DNA Plastering came and helped me put the ceiling sheets on and do all the setting, and this turned out amazing. And so now in stage 8, we're going to finish off the ensuite. And so this is really technical, but I'm going to show you how to do the primer, the waterproofing, the floor and wall tilings, the grouting, how to place the silicone on, and also painting the ceiling, which is with a special paint. And if I have time, I'll also put some of the PC items on. And so now the tiles I'm using are from Touch Surfaces, and they are importers and distributors in Australia, and they service all levels of the market, but I'll speak more about them as we progress. And so now this is going to be very messy, so I'm going to get changed and get into it. This room has now been prepared, ready for waterproofing. Now, one thing to note in bathrooms, fair trading say up to 70% of waterproofing fails, and it fails for a number of reasons. So I'm going to go through all the technical things you need to do. I do have a waterproofing license on top of carpentry and also bathroom, kitchen and laundry renovations, and I've done a lot in my time. And so when you're setting in the bathroom for the walls, you need to use a compound that does not re-emulsify. Now this particular product is made by James Hardy, and it's an external product but can be used internally. And so now what I've done is 2 base coats of that. So when I finished the second coat, I went through and scraped the walls and made sure that there's no jagged edges. So now this dwarf wall, if you haven't seen one before, I've done many of them. And now once you put your screws in, it braces it very tight. And when you tile it, it becomes even more stronger. Okay, so now the first stage of waterproofing is putting in a bond breaker. And usually I use a neutral cured silicone, and this one's made by Sika. Now I'm not gonna do that yet because there's one thing I've gotta do just before. Now this is called a puddle flange. So now I need to recess that below the floor surfaces so the water can come in. Now I will be using a respiratory mask. And I've got to say the biggest killer in the building trade is silicosis, and bathroom renovations is high on the list of danger. Now I did get this puddle flange from Reese Plumbing, and also got the smart waste. This is a small smart waste, it's only 100 mil, and I got this from All Purpose Tiles in Penrith. So I'm just lining this up with a pipe. Just see if this puddle flange works. Beautiful, and lines up perfectly with the hole inside. I'm not going to screw this in. If you did put a screw on that and you waterproof it, it causes a bit of a bulge, and later when someone walks on it, the tiler or whoever, they can actually kick that off, and then the waterproofing fails. And there we go. How beautiful is that? Oh, beautiful. So now we're ready to put on the bond breaker. Now in preparation of that, I did actually sweep down the walls. Then I swept the floors gently around the puddle flanges. And then I went through and vacuumed in all the tight spaces, taking out all the debris and also in the joins. And then when I finished that, I wiped it down with a moist sponge. And so I let it dry, and now we're ready to go. Now to help me put on the bond breaker, the silicone, I'm going to use this rubber made by Paint Partner. Now they have all these different sizes, but what we need is a 10 mil, which is this section here. Just one last thing, I did cut the tip back a bit to let more silicone out. So we need to get around about that 10 mil diameter to make this work. And now to put this on is quite easy. So basically just take it to the edge, and you can see that's a fair amount. And I'm letting it go underneath as well. All right, so now I'll just spray some water on. Once again, that's the 10 mil area there. I basically just place it against the wall and the floor, and just drag that across. Now you can see how much silicone I've put. Okay, so now I'll just give it another quick spray and just clean it up. Okay, you don't want any jagged edges anywhere. So that's looking really, really good. Okay, so now in the shower area, there is a ruling through Australian standards and fair trading. They say that you need to have your waterproofing as high as your rows. Beautiful, nice and smooth. Coming to the end, I'm now doing the gaps between the floorboards. But one thing I've got to say, when you're doing the external walls outside the shower area, you only need to come up 200 mil. But because of the nature of this tiny home, with the potential movement that it may have, I've decided to go up with silicone on all the internal walls. I'm also going to do the puddle flange. So I'm just going to go around the outside. Okay, so now I've got a 20 by 25 millimeter angle, and I'm going to cut it up to fit inside here. It will sit on the outer part of the internal cavity slider area, so roughly where the doors come in. So I'm going to come in around about 5 mil, and also I'm going to return it back to here. So I'm putting the 25 mil on the ground, and I'm using the 20 mil for the tile height. That's cut. So now all I'm going to do is bend that back at the 700 mil mark, just to there. And this will basically sit in this area. It's perfect, actually. Okay, so I know by the guide here where the door comes to, so I'm just going to the edge of that, 1663. So pretty much that's it there. I'm just going to put a mark in. Perfect. Okay, the silicone is now touch dry, and I'm now ready to put on the primer. And the primer I'm using is Davco Prime Mix. And I've been using this product for a long time, and it works really, really well. And so this product is good for fiber cement substrates and also for concrete. But the only thing is you need to make sure that there's no dust or dirt. So this is all clean. Now from this point on, you need to start the waterproofing no more than 24 hours after applying it. And you know it's dry when it starts to when it doesn't look milky, and you can feel it, it's dry. When you're waterproofing a bathroom around the vanity, you usually only need to go about 1200 high, just around where the water is, and around the side as well. But because this is only a small ensuite, I'm actually going to waterproof the whole room. You don't normally do that. Now we're ready to apply the waterproofing membrane. So I allowed the primer to dry overnight because it was getting a bit late and a bit cold. And now the product I'm using is made by Davco, and it's their K10 Plus. It's a class 3 waterproofing membrane, and it's a polyurethane. So you can't apply this under 5 degrees or over 35 degrees Celsius. I've got these bands ready. I've cut them up, and these are going to be applied to the external part of the villa boards on this dwarf wall and around the window. And once again, I have a waterproofing license, and when I did my course, it was strongly suggested that you try to stick to the same company when you're doing waterproofing. So for the primer, the membrane, the glue, the grout, and also the silicone. The reason being, if the waterproofing fails, the company can't say that you used the wrong product. And one thing to note, the K10 Plus has up to 500% flex. So the reason we put on the silicone in the corners and got a nice radius is because we wanted a bond breaker. So the actual waterproofing membrane will not stick to the silicone. So that allows that whole area to be free of movement. So if there's any movement, so that area probably would be around, the surface area would be about 12 millimeter of curve. And so if there's any movement, that 12 mil will be times by 500%. Now I have actually put some painter's tape around the window, but I allowed about 5 millimeters of the window still to be exposed because I'm going to waterproof into the window. So when you do apply your membrane, you don't put it on too thin or too thick. Just a nice smooth consistency. All right, so now I'll just put the band on. I'm now using a 100mm brush, a 4-inch brush, which is what's recommended when you're waterproofing, usually the walls and the floors. So now around the penetrations, I'll make sure that I cover any of these holes so water can't get out. Okay, so now I'll just put this one on. So I'm just doing around the puddle flange as well, just inside. Okay, now with the shower wall, more than anywhere else in the bathroom, you need to be careful, and also the shower floor. Now, one thing I didn't point out, with the silicone, I siliconed up in between the billboard and the door jamb. So that was really important to do. Okay, the trim is done. Now I'm gonna start rolling. Okay, the first coat's dry. I've given it more than 2 hours. And so now I'm just going through and giving it a second coat. Now, I did actually store everything in a cling wrap, a glad wrap, and I've undone it all and just put some more membrane in the tray. So one thing to note, when you do let it dry, you've got to look around to see if you've got anything that sticks out, and you want to shave that off, take it off with a razor. So when you do the second coat, it's a lot smoother, so there's no bumps or lumps anywhere. And another thing to note, that it's recommended that you go 90 degree to the last coat you gave. So if you went this way, now you got to go this way. Okay, and also look out for little pinholes. It's very common to have pinholes in the first coat of waterproofing. Okay, second coat is now complete and looks fantastic. And so I'll let this dry overnight and just in time to start tiling in the morning. After a crazy day doing the waterproofing, it's now ready for my mate Louis. He's just arrived and he's getting himself ready. So this stage of the video is in collaboration with Touch Surfaces. And I'd like to say a big thank you to Charbel for organising the tiles for us. And so Touch Surfaces, as I said before, are importers and distributors in Australia, and they service the lower, middle and upper end of the market, but they also service designers and architects. Louis, thank you once again for coming. Thank you very much. So I do have a spinal injury and I struggle to be on the ground for long periods. And I was speaking to Louis just a short while ago, a few weeks ago actually, and he said he might come and give me a hand. And so he's going to do just the floor for me because I'm going to struggle. So how's things going, Louis? How you been?
Pretty good, thanks, mate. Yeah, very good.
So now we've done the set out and the tiles are just under 300. Yep. We're going to use 3mm spaces. One thing to note, fair trading through the NCC say that you need minimum 3mm grout joins for the floors, and that's what we're going to be doing here. 1600 is the room size, just under. So we're going to start the tiles in the middle of that 1600 and work outwards because the tiles are going to come to 1500 and we don't want to have small cuts on the ends. So instead, we're going to have a larger cut. I think it comes to just under 200mm.
That's correct,
Yeah. So the glue we're using is Davco Ultraflex. I've been using them for a long time. And now because the tiny home is going to have a little bit of movement, we're not expecting much. I'm using the Ultraflex because it has a rubber base in it and I find it's really good. So if there's any movement, it can actually move with it. One thing with the set outs, when you do them, you've got to take in consideration the walls. And so this dwarf wall, the tile will come roughly in the middle, which is going to be a nice cut. But you can see there where Louis marked out around the waist, it's not that fantastic a cut. And you have to spline the tile, cut the tile to allow the water to fall hard into the waist. So now with the tile, it'll have a direction. And so, Louis, can you just show me where the direction is?
Yep, the arrow's
just there? Yep, and you're running to the shower wall.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Fair trading say, through the Australian standards, the NCC and BCA, that you need a 1 in 80 fall in the bathroom area. So that's minimum, and maximum is 1 in 50, so you can't have it too steep either. So what trowel size are you using there?
This is a 12mm.
Okay, so the Australian standards say that you need to cover your tile 90% with glue. So Louis is direct sticking onto the waterproofing membrane, so you've got to be very careful with the trowel not to rip it. Oh, that's good.
This one's got heat, which is fine because it's going to fall there anyway.
Yep.
That's got plenty as well. Yep, plenty of fall there.
So Louis gone through and he's marked out the waist and gone through and cut it with the tile cutter and then cut the 4 sides of the waist. So Louis just gone through and cleaned all the glue out. Now he's just cleaned the tile and he'll try the smart waist, see how that looks. Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh,
Huh?
it's going to work fantastic.
Okay, so now Louis done the shower area. It is the hardest area to do. So now he's going to come around this way and then go to the back wall and come back this direction and finish off in the door. One thing I didn't mention, these tiles are rated at a P3, so that's the bare minimum. You don't want to use slippery tiles in the shower area for obvious reasons. So we've got a really good fall coming from the waist to the internal cavity sliding door. Now we've changed the direction of the fall going now into this waist. We had to make a little bit of a cut in this corner here because the direction of the tiles, but now it's looking fantastic. Okay, so with Dafco's Ultraflex, it's 6 to 8 litres per 20 kilos. Okay, so once it's mixed in, then you leave it for 5 minutes and come back and mix it again. Okay, here you go, Louis.
Thank you.
Louis, this is looking amazing. Thank you very much. And I forgot to say, Louis is also known as Elias or Elias.
Elias is, works for me.
Okay, so now I'm going to put on the grout. In preparation, I've gone through and taken all the spaces out and also very carefully, without damaging the waterproofing, I've cleaned between the grout joints and just take some of the glue out that might have been a bit too high. So you want the grout to come to the top of the tile, just with a slight recess, not much. I've also gone through and cleaned the floors so it doesn't mix in with the grout, and I cleaned out the drains. These have their own traps, the shower and the floor waste. So I finally poured some water down the drain, so now they are free of any stink. Now the last thing I'm going to do before I grout is actually glue in the floor waste. So with the glue, I generally don't make it too soft when I'm putting in the waste. And I'll just put it in every corner at this point. That's beautiful. And I'll just go right around. Okay, so now I've just gone through and put wedges all the way around. That's fantastic. I'm going to leave it like that and let it dry. And so when I do grout, I won't grout this area for at least another 24 hours, but I will grout around it. So now the grout I'm going to be using is made by Dafco, and this is gunmetal grey. So it does say that this will cover 9 square meters. Now we have 4 square meters here, but we're using a 3mm grout joint, and these tiles are a 300 by 300. Okay, so this is the color, and I think that's going to match pretty good. Okay, so now I'm just going to use a grout applicator. This is just a foam on a handle, and it makes it very easy to use. And I won't do the edges, but I'm just going to do pretty much the grout joints, and I'm going to go 2 directions to get that right in. You don't want any air pockets in there. Okay, so sometimes it might get a bit hard as you're running it around. You may need to dilute it a bit. Now, to wipe this off is actually quite easy. I use a big sponge, just wet it first, and then I squeeze out all the water. So there's no more water in it. And what I do is just then drag that over, just nice and soft. Just moisten it up a bit and just wipe that off. You do not take too much off. Now, I'm just going to give this one quick wipe. This is why I use a big sponge, and just give it one wipe to take the remainder of the thick residue off. Now when this does dry up, it will still have some powdery residue on top. Just leave that. You can wipe it down when the grout is actually fully dried. Done. This looks amazing. So it's been around 24 hours and the grout is now dry, and also the glue for the wastes. And so I've gone through, taken all the wedges out, gave it a quick clean. So now I'm gonna put some silicone around the perimeter of the internal corners, so in preparation before the walls. Now the reason I'm doing that, because if any water does go to the back, it won't go behind the tiles and in through the substrate. It will just basically just go down the tiles and run into the waste. Okay, so I'm treating it the exact same way as when I did the bond breaker, but as I said, I'm using the 0 here, and I'll just wipe that off. Okay, that's all done, and I'm gonna leave this to dry probably 24 hours. All right, so now while I'm waiting for the silicone to dry, I've cut up these architraves to put around the door. So what it'll do basically is trim it for me to actually put the tile against. And on the top here, when I'm tiling above, it's somewhere to place the tile. Now this timber is a finger jointed pine and it's pre-coated. It is 18mm pencil round. So I took an internal measurement earlier and then I added 66mm plus 5mm to go past the opening reveal. So it's going to sit basically 5mm either side. Okay, so now one thing to take into consideration, the sliding door jambs are only 30mm or just under. So if you put a nail in there and it goes too far, that's not going to be good for the sliding door. So I'm going to use 32mm nails to go through this 18mm timber and to have a bite inside. Now on this side here, I can use longer nails and I will be doing that. All right, so now I'll just nail this in, not too close to the edge because it will actually splint it. Now, when I cut the length of these, I did actually come off the ground by 2mm. So just a very small amount, just so water doesn't touch the timbers. Okay, so I'm gonna put some extra nails in here because my mate Mario is gonna come and help me paint and he loves nails. Okay, so I've taken out the 32mm nails and now I'm gonna put 50mm nails in. All right. Okay, so this is done. The silicone has now cured and we're ready to start tiling the walls. And this is the exciting bit. You're gonna actually see how it looks like and I'm really looking forward to this. And so I put 4 tiles on the floor and put the spaces in between and got the measurement. Now you need to do that because when you start your first row of tiles on the floor, you will need to cut a little bit off. The reason being, we've got 2 floor wastes here, one next to the door and one in the shower. Now, this floor waste next to the door has a big climb to that corner there, which means that the further you go, the higher the tile's going to be, and it's going to be less actual height from my mark. And so here in the shower area, it's not very far from the waste at all, so the climb is less. So I'm going to start at this point here and mark it out. And also I'll be following the same procedure Louis did to apply the wall tiles. So I've put some cardboard on the ground from the tile boxes, just so if any glue drops, it drops on the boxes, not on the tiles. One thing I forgot to mention, these tiles are going to be 600 by 300 and I'm going to be putting them on horizontal, which will take up 2 floor tiles. Now the room is 2.1 meters wide and if I want full tiles in here, it really needs to be 2.4. So we've chosen to do just the half cuts on one side. Okay, so now the reason I started at 1.2 or thereabouts is because this dwarf wall is in the way. So normally I would just start on the ground, the first height of the tile. Beautiful, they line up perfectly from one side to the other. Okay, so I put the markings on the wall, make it easier for me. So this one here was 292, I've taken 2mm off. This one was 290, I've taken 2mm off. And this one here was 288, I've taken 2mm off. Now I'll just get a width. Now in the width, I'm gonna actually take off 5mm, not 2mm. Okay, so now I'll treat the right side a little different. Now this is an external corner, this will be tiled, and so I have to allow for that. If I did too short, I'm going to be putting a trim here and it won't sit well. So I need to let the tile go past this area. I've checked with the level, if it's dead level, and it's pretty close. So I'm pretty happy with that. And so what I've done is mark the middle between the 2 tiles, the floor's being 3mm, the wall's 1.5. And that comes to 488mm. Now, even though it's still going to come across half of the 1.5 grout joint, it's not enough. So I'm actually going to make that 489. All right, so now I'll just place the first tile and I'm going to place it on the floor grout joint. So now we'll use some wedges and prop it up, that 2mm I was referring to earlier. Before I go too far, I will put a level on this to go horizontal and just see how that's looking. So the base is sticking in a little bit too much. I'll just push the base in. Beautiful. Oh, that's perfect. Okay, so now I'm going to use some floor levelers. Louis left these for me. So basically this is just to help the tiles sit straight. And I'll put this tile in. Okay, beautiful. All right, so now just grab my 1200 level and make sure, oh, that is dead perfect. I'll just check the level this way as well. I'll just put the level on top. Beautiful. Okay, so now I'll just put on this brown section that actually locks it in Now you got to be careful, they do push apart when you lock these. Don't do it too tight and keep the tiles together while you're doing it. Okay, I'm back and I've got my mate Eugene again.
Hey everyone.
So I managed to finish off this section of the wall. I was hoping to do the other side before Eugene came, but it was getting dark. And the problem is when you're tiling, you need to see what you're doing. It needs to be done properly. There's a few things I've got Eugene to do. So he's already mixed the glue for me. He's done a good job. We're ready to go. And also I'm gonna get Eugene to take these things off. So in other words, I'll break this off, show you how this comes off. So you just tap them like that. And then once they're tapped off, this section here, which is the spacers, they're no longer needed. You just throw them away and you keep these sections and you use them again. Okay, so I've placed the first tile and this is looking good. I'll just do exactly the same as what I did the other side. So with the wedges. All right, so what I'm doing here is just measuring on the top of the first tile up to the original mark at the 1.2 meter level. And then what I do is then just check that measurement and go to the other side and see, do they look the same? That is spot on, perfect. Okay, this is looking fantastic. We've gone through, finished off this side wall. We've done the other side of the shower wall. We've started here and it's looking fantastic, but there's a lot of things you need to know at this point. So when you're doing two opposite sides that are gonna meet at one point, you need to make sure, put your level on and with your measuring tape, measure your distance, and it has to be exactly the same both sides. You have very little play with that. And also, you need to follow your tiles. So when they come up here, they need to marry up perfectly with the right grout joint, 1.5 in this case. So we've been very cautious. You got to make sure that the tile that comes off that at 90 degree is at the exact same level as well. And that's how you're going to get the right height. All right, so now I'm ready to trim off the dwarf wall. And there's a couple of things you need to do in preparation before you do that. I will be using 11mm angles. So what I've done is basically just got the size to the edge here and cut this on a 45 degree angle and then also did the height, so both sides. And then I filed it down to make sure that it is, they meet up nicely together, and they do. And one other thing I did in preparation, I made sure that my tiles are straight because if one's higher than the other, the trim's not gonna sit down properly. So I put my level on there, make sure it's straight. I marked out where there's any high points and then just very gently with a grinder, just grind cut the areas where I need it. So the shower area is a slightly lower than this side, so the water will fall off just marginally. So this is our good edge, this is the cut edge. I'm just gonna put it to the back. I'm gonna line it up with the grout joint as best I can. Okay, so that's looking good. Just check my level. Beautiful. You can see it's just to the line there and there's a bigger gap there, so the fall is coming this way. That fits in beautifully. All right, so I put a couple of strips of painter's tape on there. All right, I'll just put this in place. Beautiful, this is excellent. The dwarf wall finished up beautifully. So I've got a heap of sticky tape on there holding all the trims in place. And also you'll notice that the 45 degree angles came up beautifully together. There's hardly any lipping anywhere between the angles or the tiles. And there's a little piece on the front, which I put there just to finish off the tile. You need to put something. So it's just sandwiched in between the side trims. So now I'm gonna cut a piece around the window. So I've just basically put this tile in just to lock it in place with this leveler. And then I've measured off. And so what I've done here, I've measured off 14mm past the reveal of the window, which is just there, and the same with the height. And so when the trim sits on, the trim will sit across and down, and the trim will add another 2mm to it. So 14mm plus 2mm, that's 16mm. Okay, this cut beautifully. Now there's one thing to note when you are working on ladders, be really, really careful. Most accidents happen on short ladders. Okay, so last tile going on, and it's a taper cut. It's been a little bit of a struggle doing this, but it's actually not that bad. I thought it was gonna be worse. I've asked Eugene to come back and give me a hand because I really struggled doing the lower tiles. And so, but Eugene, what do you think?
It's beautiful. The tiles look really good.
So now what we're going to do is put white tiles up against them. Once again, I'm going to apologize about the lighting. I can't do anything about it. So now that we put the white on the wall, the room will light up much more evenly. So in preparation, Eugene's knocked off all the levelers and he's done a big cleanup. And I've gone through and marked a line where the white tiles are going to go, pretty much the same way as I did for the feature wall. But one thing to note, when you've got different colored tiles, now these are also porcelain, by the way, almost the same same size, but when you've got different type of tiles, when you're trying to match your floor and your walls to get a straight grout joint, it's not always possible. So we are going 1.5 mil grout joint on these as well. So this is exactly 490, but I'm going to take off there 4 millimeters. So it allows a grout joint there and also a grout joint there. Okay, so I'm just going to mark there for the tap. I'll cut this out. All right, that's looking good. Eugene, this turned out fantastic. Look at the level, it's spot on. And that's beaming it from the left side to the right side. So Eugene, thank you for getting me off the ground. As you know, I get a lot of cramps and sore legs, so you've helped me heaps. And so Eugene, I want to ask you, before you go, what do you think of the tiny home now from the time you came and did the Colorbond?
Well, when we first came in, there wasn't even a roof.
It looks great, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So I've just cut around the PowerPoint. I'm going to finish off this wall first. So I've cut through the penetration for the toilet and also for the basins. So they're done. So now I'll just run these up and finish it off. And then I'll go to the east wall and then I'll come around and finish the south wall. All right, so one thing to note with tiles. Now these are two very different tiles, but they're almost the same size. The tolerance is just very minor. They are slightly creeping up. And so they're going beyond the grout joint just in this corner here. Hey, Bob. Good timing. Thanks for coming.
Hey Musa, you're welcome. How are you?
Yeah, good. What do you think of the tiny home?
It's excellent. Come on, nice.
So what I want to do, if it's okay with you, Bob, I just want to sit a glass across here, up the wall, to your normal height.
You go up near the window, or is that too high?
Aesthetically would look better, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think so. What colour's all your tapware and fittings?
They're chrome. So yeah, same as this. For this here, you're going to silicon the glass to the dwarf wall, yeah. And then you're going to put brackets in here. Is that right?
Two brackets or a channel? We do both.
It's up to you. What do you think?
If we use a channel as opposed to the brackets,
yep.
Most of the silicon that's doing the sealing
yep.
is not as visible as if you use the brackets.
Okay, yeah, that's right, because the bracket's only very small, like 50 mil or 40 mil.
The brackets, the glass is about 3 to 4 mil off the wall, and then you have a silicon joint.
Yeah.
The channel's hard against the wall. You still have a silicon seal, but you don't have a big silicon joint.
Yeah. No, good. Okay. I think I'd like that. So, Bob, just while you're measuring, how's Penrith Valley Glass going?
We're going really good.
Yeah.
Really busy.
I have to wait 2 weeks for you.
We can only get to so many people in. Oh, beautiful.
How much tolerance?
Find my level.
Still got it, Bob?
Shouldn't have doubted you, should I? Chrome channel, 10 mil clear toughened glass. Now, with this exposed corner that's frameless, do you just want a square or do you want a radius?
No, a square's better. Square's better. And Bob, just here, I want to put a mirror. So I just want it glued on. I haven't got the vanity obviously yet. Yep. Is that 850, is it?
About halfway up that tile.
If someone's that much, yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much, Bob.
You're welcome. Thanks for getting out.
Okay, this is all coming together and it's looking fantastic. So the east wall's done, the shower wall, and then I started on the south wall and I've come across only a couple of more pieces up the top. I had to be very careful to make sure that that's level with the grout joint and it fits perfectly. This is coming together beautifully. And so now I've got to make sure that it comes down to the grout joint to the ground and see if that's level. So I'll just put the level in place. It's there. Perfect. Okay, last tile. This is looking incredible. I love it. Oh, perfect. Okay, so now I'm going to put the tile into the smart waste. So this basically just sits on top of the smart waste. So when you're standing on it, you don't feel the grate. Don't be worried if you put too much glue. It's better putting more than less. It will ooze out. All right, that looks fantastic. Very happy with that. One thing to note, when you are tiling into a window, you need to do the base first and let it sit for a while. And then when it dries enough, you then do the sides and then go up the top. Now for the top, I do have this cut tile here, just holding that in place. Okay, I'll just put a level on this one. Okay, the tiling's done and it looks amazing. So while I'm waiting for the glue to dry, I decided to paint the ceiling in the ensuite. So I've gone through and put the 3M Scotch blue tape, which is a painter's tape, and just prepared the walls. So the first thing I'm going to do is put some sealer undercoat. So when you've got some fresh board, some plasterboard, you need to put a sealer undercoat. So I'm going to put one sealer coat, let that dry for a couple of hours. Then I'm going to go through and put this special paint. This is made by Dulux. It's a ceiling, kitchen and bathroom paint. It has a mold inhibitor in it. I've been using it for years and I've got to tell you, I've had no problem with it. Okay, so I've cut it in. Now I'll get out the roller and do the rest. This is looking amazing. I am so happy with this, and there's so much light in here now, which is exactly what I was looking for. And so after I put on the sealer undercoat, I went through and put the top coat, and then when it was all dry, I took the sticky tape off and then took all the levelers out, the wedges, cleaned everything up. I also took the cardboard off the ground. Then also with the scraper, I went through and cleaned some of the grout joints, especially on the waist. So you do need to clean your grout joints if there's any glue, because you'll find that the grout will be a different color to your glue if you're using the gray. And especially in the white, I'm going to be putting white grout. You're going to make sure there is no glue in there. So after many, many years, my grout applicator broke, and so now I've got a new one. Woohoo! We're on the home stretch and this is almost complete. And so once I finished putting the white grout on, I then went through and wiped it off, same as what I did for the feature wall. And I gave it 24 hours to dry. And then I went through with a towel and wiped off all the residue because I'm gonna do the silicone next, and silicone will not stick to the substrate if it's dusty. And this silicone is made for bathrooms and kitchens, and it has a mold inhibitor in it, and it's also neutral cured. And so now I'm gonna start off with the feature wall. This color is actually called pewter. Now it's really hard to see how the silicone looks like when you're buying it. So we had a tile with us, we matched it the best we could. Now just a bit of a trick, when they're putting these silicone tubes together, sometimes there's a little bit of spillage. So you can look inside and you can see the color. And so I'm gonna apply this silicone pretty much the same way as I did the bond breaker. Okay, the pewter's now complete. So now because we've got the white on top of the feature wall, we're gonna have to be really careful. We're gonna have to do this a couple of times to make sure we get it off that feature wall. So all I've got to do now is just put some silicone around the penetrations. All right, so all the silicone is now done. Okay, so now it's time to put on the shower rose, or also known as a shower head. And this is a Chroma Luna. I basically have the Teflon in this direction. So on my left side, I'm holding the Teflon. On the right side, I'm holding the spool, and the spool is coming from underneath. And basically just start there, go around, and you make sure that the Teflon does not enter in this area here, because that will actually clog up the shower head because it breaks away. So now one thing to note, when you are putting the shower head on, it does, or the arm, Chroma do say that make sure that the fitting doesn't stick out too far, because if it does, it's going to go all the way inside and hit the inner channel, and that's going to falter it. You do have to have this square section up against the tile. You don't scratch it, you don't go hard, you just go light and easy, so you don't over tighten it, hence why we put a lot of Teflon. So if it's too long, you will have to cut it back. Now that's roughly about probably just under 20 mil. Okay. I would say one more is going to do it, and it does. That's perfect. All right, so now we put on the shower head or shower rose, and basically this already has a washer inside, it has a restrictor. I am going to keep that restrictor on because this is a tiny home, we don't have a lot of water to run through it. All right, so now just make sure it screws on, and beautiful. Okay, so now the flick mixer is just as easy. So this is the cover plate, and all you do is just sit this cover plate pretty much on top like that. Now that's done. Now all we've got to do is put on the handle. Okay, so I'm just going to insert the Allen key first. Basically, it's just the grommet is here, so you've got to go from underneath. They put a little hole there for you to go through, and we'll seal that up in a minute. So you hold that in position, hit that on, and then just tighten it. There we go, look at that. All right, that's tight. Okay, so now all we do is just put this little plug underneath to close that off. Okay, it's all done. I just noticed that the cover plate is the wrong way around. I'll just turn it the right way. The word Chroma is supposed to be on the bottom. Anyway, this is looking fantastic. And just in time, Charbel from Touch Surfaces is gonna come soon. Okay, everything's dry, looks fantastic, and Charbel just arrived.
Hey guys.
Hey Charbel, what do you think?
Look, I think it looks wonderful. The floor to ceiling tiles look great. The tiling itself, I have to really commend you, Musa, because truly, I spoke to you before about the lippage and whatnot, and you told me you don't like lippage either. I haven't seen any lippage here at all, but also the cuts and everything, and the grout joints are all lining up really well.
But can I tell you, I'm going to jump in and say, sure, mate, regardless whether you sell your low end, middle or upper end tiles, these are high quality. And I've got to say, very impressed with the way Charbel brought the samples over to me, and he's very good with color. I found that really, for me, the service was great. Thank you very much, Shabil.
I'm glad you're happy. I'm glad it turned out so beautifully. Well done.
Yeah, and also the white tile. Now, it's very hard to get a porcelain that is white. Now, and also this is this a matte finish or a low sheen?
So it's a low sheen matte finish.
Yep.
But it is, as you said, Moose, it's the whitest porcelain tile on the market.
Yeah.
With as
It looks beautiful.
Yeah, it looks stunning. It looks like it really does look pure, especially with the natural light in here. It does look pure white.
So what do you think of my dwarf wall?
I love it. I think it's great. I think it serves so many purposes technically, but also from an aesthetic perspective.
Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it?
It looks amazing.
So I want you on camera to give this a hit as hard as you can here. Go.
Just with my hand?
Yeah.
Wow.
There was no movement. I love doing these little walls.
They look great.
Yeah, and I love doing wet areas. Now, I don't know how this is going to work out. This is a very small, tight area, and it's really hard to actually get a wet area in a small area like this. So Louis, he's fantastic. He's done a big fall, but I actually don't know if it's going to break the line or not, if the water's going to stay in this area. Okay, let's try it out. Okay, well, so far it's looking really good. Louis, you've done it again. It's only coming up to the first tile past the waist. This is looking really good. Beautiful. So, Shabil, with touch surfaces, how long have you been operating for, roughly?
We've been operating for roughly 7 years.
You don't just distribute to retail stores, but you also deal with architects and designers, is that right?
Yes, that's correct, yes. So we deal with architects and designers, but we also deal with builders, developers and tilers too.
Fantastic. So if you're looking for touch surfaces, they basically service the whole of Australia. They have a store locator on their website. So if you like, I'll put a link for them in the descriptions below. What's the website?
It's touchsurfaces.com.au.
Now, saying that, I also want to thank my mate Louis. What a great job he done. Him and I went to school together. We've been friends for a long, long time. But I also want to thank Eugene. We made a video together doing a bathroom renovation. I will put a link for that in the descriptions below. And I'd also like to thank the guys at Davco. They always give me a great service when I ring them and ask for advice. And I tend to stick to their product because it's proven it works well. And as I said before, you really need to stick to the one product or company that does the whole range. So if anything fails, you know where to go to. So the next stage is stage 9, where my mate Mario from Creative Painting is going to come here and give me a hand and some suggestions, some ideas on painting the tiny home. This is just going to look brilliant. We're going to put the skirting boards on. Then after that, my mate Danny, the electrician, is going to come and do all the fit offs. And we're also going to build the cupboard. And finally, my mate John from Darmel Air Conditioning is going to send the guys to fit the air conditioning. So that's the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got something out of it. And if you have any comments at all, please leave them below and I will get back to you. And I'd ask you, please consider to subscribe, hit the like button and share this video, and there's many more to come. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
That's how I roll, Louis.
Oh, you keep rolling that way.
That's the way you roll, I know.
That's the way I roll.
I just wanted to hear you say it. Okay, ready?
I'm ready.
So get ready to say hello. Okay, this is looking pretty good. Eugene, can you pass me the saber, please?
Saber.
If someone's that much, yeah, that's fine.
No, I'm gonna be that tall. No chance.
Yeah. Not like us, Bob. Are you progressing in building your own tiny home, but the more you get into it, the more complicated it seems? Then come along with us as we navigate you through all the options and restrictions, helping you make this dream come true. Let's go. Hey guys, Musa here from Quantum Home Improvements and Solutions. Welcome back. If this is your first time to our channel, it's great having you join us. And so now we're up to stage 9 of this tiny home construction, which is not so tiny. And so now my mate Mario from Creative Painting has come and had a look at their progress, and he gave me the thumbs up to start painting, so he's going to come and give me a hand. Then once we finish that, I'm going to put on the skirting boards, the architraves, and then I'm going to paint them and also the doors, and then I'm going to do the final top coat. Then after that, my mate Danny, the electrician, is going to come and do all the fit-offs, the power points, the switches, the lights, the fans, and also connect the power to this tiny home, which is going to be fantastic. And sometime in between then, I'm going to be installing the closet shelving in the bedroom. And finally, my mate John from Darmel Air Conditioning will be sending the guys to install the air conditioner, which I'm really looking forward to. And in preparation for this stage, I went through and cut out the power points and switches for Danny, which is going to make it a lot easier for us to paint. Plus, David from JML Joinery came, measured up for the kitchenette and also for the bathroom vanity. And we chose this particular color for the laminate, which matches the tiles really nicely. Now, if you haven't seen the construction of this tiny home prior to this stage, I will put a link for them in the descriptions below. So stage 1 is where we made the base using Orcon and Priority Steel. Stage 2 is where we made the walls and the roof. And stage 3 is where we made the retractable decking and put Merbau timber on it. Stage 4 is where I filled in between the steel structure with timber, which I got from my mate Tony from DNA Plastering. And then we got Charlie from Top Notch Plumbing come and do the sewer work. And then finally we put the sliding door and windows in, which we got from Bradnan Windows. And stage 5 is where we cladded on the outside using Colorbond corrugated steel, which we got from Steel Roofing Supply Centre. And in stage 6, we painted the universal beams with the help of Ryan from Auto West. We then put down the flooring. We built the internal walls. We had Charlie from Top Notch Plumbing come back and do the rough-ins. And then finally, in collaboration with Hume Doors, I put on the internal cavity sliding doors. Then in stage 7, my mate Danny came and did the wiring for this tiny home. And Daniel from Darmel Air Conditioning ran his air conditioning wire. And then we heavily insulated the walls, put on the villa board, the plasterboard, and then I fixed the furring channels to the ceiling. And then Tony from DNA Plastering came and helped me do the setting. And then finally in stage 8, I did the waterproofing for the bathroom, and in collaboration with Charbel from Touch Surfaces and with the help of Louis and also Eugene, we did the tiling, and it looks incredible. Okay, I've got Mario with me.
Hi guys, how you doing?
So Mario's gone through and set up his paint, he's cleaned the walls, did the blower, and then he swept the walls down. Everything's looking good. You happy with it now?
Very happy.
There's a couple of marks on the wall we're gonna have to fix later, but you're gonna put the base coat first?
Base coat first. And
yeah. So the base coat is a sealer undercoat.
Sealer undercoat, yeah.
So with the sealer undercoat, you've got to put a special way, and I'll get you to show me, but what's your techniques?
Well, first of all, I don't mix my paint with water.
Yep.
I don't put water in it.
Yep, yep.
And you have to use good quality sealer as well. Otherwise, if you're mucking around with it, you're gonna have porous walls, like you're gonna see through and things like that.
Yeah.
So that's very important as well. And then try to do a good finish.
Yeah.
If you put the base coat good first,
Yeah.
like you're gonna have good finish like later with the finish coat.
Mario, you and I have been working together for a long time now. We were in the parish, we built a chapel, we did a lot of work. You helped me paint my house years and years ago, and it's turned out fantastic. But look, one thing I learned with all these years of renovations, when I did bathroom renovations, where people didn't even put a sealer undercoat, they just put the top coat, the 4-in-1s and all that type of stuff. I mean, it's great to use that if you know what you're doing, but I personally am old school. I would prefer to put a sealer undercoat. It's always the best way to go, and then it doesn't peel off your ceiling and walls.
I tell you from my experience, like if you cut corners, you get shortcut later on.
Yeah, and then you got to work harder to try to fix it.
Because a lot of times when we come, it looks okay. When we start putting paint on the ceilings, let's say, if it's only got finish coat, a couple of finish coats, it peels everywhere.
Yeah, it's true.
And then you got a big job.
That's my experience. So Mario, this is the colours we're using. Dulux have a large range of whites, and there's so many. Now this one here has a slight bit of like a blue in it.
Lexi Quarter, it's more bluish, but if you put Lexi Half or Lexi Full Strength, it's pretty grey.
It's pretty grey. Okay. All right, so we'll get into it, and we'll start the seal undercoat.
No problems. I can do pretty much ceilings without cutting much at all.
But I can cut inside the P50s, yeah?
P50s, but let's go with dryer brush, like so it doesn't drip too much.
Okay, I'm going to get you to show me just quickly.
You have to put, you know what I mean?
So you're not really putting a thick layer at all?
No, especially the first one, and pick up from the corners, like so.
Yeah, don't let it drip. Okay.
That's all you need for first coat.
Wow.
Yeah, because you can't push any more paint, everything's gonna go all over the place.
Okay.
So this is just for the
P50.
For the P50, okay?
Okay, all right.
But when you come, obviously when you come here, then you put it on.
So you're priming the roller?
Yeah.
So what is the nap on this roller?
This is 12 mil.
12 mil. Okay, so you generally use a 12 mil.
Look, for jobs like that, you want good finish.
Yeah.
Commercial, because there's larger quantities.
Yeah.
Gibrock,
Yeah.
obviously we'll use
18 mil.
Yeah.
Okay, great. We're generally using Dulux products,
Yes.
but I noticed you had Berger outside. This is your seal undercoat.
Berger seal undercoat, and
But Berger is actually owned by Dulux, is that correct?
Dulux,
Yeah.
and it's a very good product. That's why I'm using.
That is a beautiful seal. That is so, like it's already a white. Usually you get a bit of a shadow line. You can still see a bit of the board.
That's right.
But I noticed a lot of painters push it on really thin.
Yeah, no.
It's a false economy, isn't it?
No. You have to put generous, but not too much.
Yeah.
You gotta have a feeling.
Wow, Mario, you're incredible. You did this in like 2 minutes.
Small room.
Mate, this is looking fantastic. So Mario, you and I both have a similar problem. We've had a spinal injury, and it's funny how we have to reinvent ourselves. And I'm just watching the way you're painting. It would have been very different to how you painted in the past. You're using more muscles that won't affect your back. Yeah, yeah. And I do the same. It's very interesting. I just watch you and just see.
Before I didn't really think much. I was just
working hard and
You know, when you're feeling okay.
yeah. So Mario, I'm just painting the trims now. Tony said to leave these off, these tearaways, because it's easier and better for the painter. You were saying the other day you prefer not to have them, but I've got to tell you, honestly, this is actually helping me heaps. I don't have to worry about going over. So you prefer just to do a base coat and then we'll rip them off? Or would you like to keep just at least do the top coat and then just do the last coat without it?
Because you have to do inside as well a little bit.
Yeah, correct, because it's going to leave a little bit of plastic showing.
Right.
Look at the light that's now coming into the room because of the white paint. It's just incredible. It's brightening up the room.
It changes everything. But
Yeah, yeah.
else will change when you put the paint and then when you put the flooring on.
Yeah, correct.
That will be game changer.
Okay, so Mario's really getting into it. He's now putting the ceiling, first coat of ceiling white. It's a flat white Dulux. What is it, Mario? Dulux?
Dulux Professional.
Dulux Professional.
I'm using it specifically because I never had problem touching up.
Okay.
And on all of my jobs, usually commercial side, you have to go back, do the touch-ups.
My experience is with doing ceilings, there's like 1,000 different ceiling whites on the market, and if you have to touch up later, if you're using a different color, you'll never match it.
A lot of them, you can't touch it up, you have to do all ceiling.
Again. So now, Mario, I noticed that you're going the different direction this time. So you go opposite directions every time you roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're going opposite direction every time, so we pick up all the imperfections, or if we miss or this way, we're not gonna...
It's the same when you do waterproofing. When I did the bathroom, you've got to go the opposite direction because you actually can miss things. So Mario went through earlier and sanded down the walls and also the ceilings. And then he asked me to go through and just put some top coat on any imperfections, a bit of marks on the wall. So I've done that. They're all dry now. We'll give them a sand in a minute.
Okay. We finished the first coat.
Oh, beautiful.
Now we're gonna have a break.
Yeah.
Let it dry.
Let it dry.
And then we'll go again.
Now, Mario, I want to ask you, where are you buying all your paints from?
Well, my shop is Painted Inspirations.
Inspirations, yep.
Sean and his team are great.
Yep. Yeah.
Very knowledgeable, very good.
So if you like, I'll put a link for Inspirations that are mainly Dulux dealers, and Sean and the team are fantastic. And so now Mario's going through and just putting no more gaps behind the P50. Now this is a really hard thing to do because the P50 does go in and out. And the reason it does that, because when you set the corners to the internal corners and external corners, it causes the P50 to come off the wall. Yeah, so Mario, you're putting that on and you're then painting it to sort of get inside that properly?
I've just got Fitch little brush, water.
Yep.
Make it kind of dry as possible, and then just...
Oh, that's fantastic. That makes it so much easier. So Mario, what kind of no more gaps filler are you using?
So this is S20.
Yep, made by Polyfiller.
So, yeah, and it's a bit more flexible than the other one.
Yes.
That's why we're using it, to give it that bit more flexibility.
Okay, and you were saying that sometimes with the P50s, because they open up so much sometimes, you've got to do one and then later see if you need to come back again. Okay, so Mario's now ready to put on the first top coat on the walls. And so he's got everything ready, got the roller. So this is a 12mm nap as well.
Same thing.
Same thing. And Mario, one thing also I was going to ask you, with the paint, this is called Dulux Wash and Wear.
This is super high.
Now, some people have said to me, all paints are the same these days, right? Now, I don't actually agree with that.
No.
What's your take on that?
No, it's not. I use on all my jobs Dulux because that's what I want, and I find it really good.
Yep.
For housing market, they use Stobmans more than Dulux.
Yep.
Like for new houses.
Yep.
But
Mario, I hear a lot of issues with that as well.
yeah, I don't think the quality is there as the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Mario, this looks fantastic. You have brought so much light into my life. So this is the finish of the first coat. And so with the doors, we decided we're going to be painting it in the same color, but in with a semi-gloss. Yeah. So this is a low sheen, which is really easy to clean. You can get mattes and other types, but
Flat,
yeah, flat. Yeah, it doesn't work.
Put it on the walls.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Mario, thank you very much.
Pleasure.
And so now I'm going to put the architraves on, as I said, and the architraves I'm using are a pencil round pine 66mm by 11mm, and it's pre-coated. And so now you've got to be careful when you measure these. They are easy to put on, but there's a few principles you need to know. So now this being 66mm, I usually fit them 5mm from the opening. So I go up 5mm, and I add 5mm to the 66, which is 71. And then I put a mark, which is already there. And so then from that mark, I measure to the ground. And then I take a measurement, and that's 2 meters, 156. Now, so from that, I deduct the flooring. Now, usually you let the flooring come up to your architraves. I'm gonna let it go under the architraves. So I'm gonna deduct the flooring width, which is 8mm. So I'm gonna take 9mm off. And so now with the width, that's pretty simple. So just measure the opening size, that's 701mm. You add 10mm, which is 5mm either side to go across. And then you add 132, which comes to 843mm. So that'd be the size. So we're taking the full length, not this length, but the full length. So we're just adding to come to the outside. And then we cut it at a 45-degree angle, and it should sit in perfectly. All right, so now one thing really important to note, when you're fixing your architraves on a sliding cavity door system, then you need to be careful what nail size you use. So in this particular case, the Hume door jamb here is 30mm. So you've got to make sure which nails you use, that it doesn't go past that point, because it will obstruct the door and damage the door. So I'm going to be using 32mm, I think it is, 32mm nails on this section and this section. But on this section here, I'm going to use a 50mm nail. I'll just put the 50mm in. Okay, just finishing off the last door. You've got some trims in here, some battens, and what you've got to do is basically just make sure you get them right and nail through the outer edge of the architrave. So not just the inner edge, but the outer, just to hold that in place. But make sure you get those trims. All right, so now I'm going to do the skirting boards. Now to put the skirting boards on, it's quite easy. You don't need to do 45-degree angles everywhere. There's a better technique. It's a carpenter's technique. So first of all, you get a measurement. Okay, so that's 4.592, and I'll just deduct maybe 2mm off that. So I always start with the long length and work my way up to the smallest. Now, the reason I do that, just in case I make a mistake, I've got other lengths that I can use. Now, these skirting boards are 5.4 meters long, and this is the longest length in the room. Okay, so now I've put some packers on the ground. So there's 9mm here. I've put 3 lots, just spanning over the full distance. I'll just put that in place. So now this is a little bit different to the first one. So you do have to butt the timber up to this one, but you have to make it look like a 45-degree angle, and I'm going to use a coping saw to do that. So when I take the measurement, I take it on the wall, not on the architrave. Okay, so now using an offcut with a profile, you place it on the end and you marked it. So I've already marked it, and now I'm just going to cut it downwards, and then I'm going to cut this with a coping saw. Okay, so I just cut down straight until I get close to the curve. So what you do is just cut that around. There we go there. Place the architrave on top and you'll see that fits beautifully. Beautiful. Okay, this is done, so easy. All right, so I've gone through and put the skirting board on all the walls except for this one here. So one thing to note, on the external wall, they actually had to be cut on 45-degree angles. They have to be done different to the internal corners. And so they turned out beautiful. I'm very happy with those. And in regards to the kitchenette, I didn't put the skirting board all the way through because the cupboards are going to go against the wall. So I only put it behind the fridge because that'll be exposed. And also next to the left side of the door. So basically you do the same measurement I got from the wall to the edge where I needed, and then did my mitre into the corner like the others, and then I did a 45-degree cut. Now this is the hardest part, to make a little piece that's going to sit in behind, because you can't just sit this flush, because you see here there's a little recess inside. And so what you've got to do is make a little return. And as I said, it's a little bit tricky. So I'll just put this in place, see how this works. Again, I've got the packers here. All right, so that's nailed in. Let me just see how that fits. Beautiful. And I'll just put a little bit of filler just here. Okay, so now, just with a rag, I just go through and wipe that down. Okay, so now that's seamless between the walls and the architraves. All right, so now the last thing to do, this is a little painful, but I'm gonna go through using poly timber filler. I'm gonna go through and fill up all these little holes. And because I was trigger happy, this is gonna take a bit of time. So I'll just put them on, push it in, and just go through with a spatula and just scrape most of that off. Okay guys, we're back. I didn't expect this, but Mario has insisted on helping me to finish this off. Thank you very much, Mario.
No problems.
So I've gone through and sanded down the putty on the skirting boards after scraping it down. I've also gone through and cutting the top coat around the P50s where Mario couldn't do the other day, where he put the no more gaps. So then I also went through and took off the tear-off strip around the door. And then I sanded it down, and then I put the painter's tape on there. So that's ready to go. I've also stripped the doors of all the hardware. So Mario's going to show me how to paint these. I'm actually not really good with painting doors. There's a certain technique. So now, to keep your warranty with doors, you need to seal them all the way around, as Mario said. Hume Doors do recommend doing it twice and then 2 top coats. So what nap do you use on your roller?
Look, you can use from 4 mil to 10 mil.
So Mario's gone through and done the skirting boards with the sealer undercoat, and then he's done the top coat, 2 coats. I went through and cut through the P50s, so now they've had 2 coats. He's rolled the walls out, so the top coat on the wall's done. There, he's painted the doors, he's given it a couple of coats. He's also gone through and put just 1 top coat, but in a low sheen. Now, the reason we've done that, because it actually does dry quicker.
That's right.
Yeah, so what we need to do now is actually put the door in so he can give it the final coat, which is a semi-gloss. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, so now when I was sheeting this wall, I put the block back in to keep the wall stable, so then the wall does not pull in or pull out. So now what I'm going to do is just cut that out. It's just a piece of sticky tape. Okay, and I'll take the block out. Okay, so we'll get that into the cavity. Now, I'll just grab the wheel carrier and I'll put the carrier in. There we go. And we're gonna make sure it goes all the way down, and then you just close up with this little clip here. And now we just do the exact same for this one. Push it in. Just gotta make sure that it's down because it'll alter the adjustment. And so now we're doing the bedroom lounge room door. That's a really nice gloss, isn't it? I know it dries a bit duller than that. Hey Mario, this looks incredible. The bedroom looks amazing. How much light is in there? And the P50s, Tony was a little worried they were not going to finish up properly because there was a bit of an angle on the roof. And they look fantastic. We cut them in a couple of times. Beautiful. Murray, you did a great job. If you're looking for Mario Service from Creative Painting, I'm going to put a link for him in the descriptions below. So Mario, thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Okay, we're back. I'm excited. I've got Danny from Danny's Electrical.
Hi guys, how are you all?
So Danny, just like Mario, Danny, you're going to illuminate my life, and I'm really looking forward to the lights being in.
Yeah, me too. I can't wait.
So Danny, it's been a while since you've been here. When you came, it was a skeleton. Now we've got the plasterboard, it's painted, we've got the bathroom, everything's complete. What do you think?
Yeah, it's looking great.
So a couple of days after Mario finished, I went through and took the sticky tape off the door. Then also I went through and put all the hardware back on the Hume cavity sliding doors. And also in preparation for Danny, I went through and put the backboard, I went through, cut it, also cut the holes for the switches, the switch for the lights, the power point, and also a hole for the wires for the subboard itself. Then I nailed it in, so that's all done. I've gone through internally and marked for my downlights, and I used a template. It's a 700 by 700 template. And finally, I went through in the inside of the bathroom and marked out with a pilot hole where the fan is going to cut through the corrugated outside so we can put the wall fan. So Danny, you happy with all that?
Yeah, I've gone through it. It's looking amazing. You've done a good job.
Thanks, Danny. So what would you like to start off with?
I'll probably start off with the switches.
These are a Clipsal brand. They're not the most expensive, but they are actually quite nice. They do have an accessory. You can put an LED in them, and so the switches glow. So at night time, you can see where the switches are. So these are the little LEDs. It's going to take a little bit more work for Danny, but they're going to look good, eh?
Yeah.
So Danny, this switch here is for the front door. So we've got what the first switch you're going to put is just for the internal lights.
Yeah.
And the middle one, what have you got that one for?
So we're going to use that for the outside lighting.
For the entertaining area. And then the last one will be the spotlight, the sensor light, is that right?
Sensor light, yeah.
Beautiful. These downlights are a 90mm hole. So this tool here is a dust collector or dust catcher, I believe made by Milwaukee. So you've got the cutting blades in here, there's the drill so we can start it off. And then this basically, I'll put some sticker tape on the outside so it doesn't mark the paint, but this does not move, only the internal section. So basically I just cut the hole, line the hole up, and just hold it up like that. And there we go, that's beautiful. All right, first one done, woohoo! So Danny, this looks fantastic, I really like this. So basically these little ends click in like that and then you put the cover plate on. But first we're gonna check the power to make sure the LEDs are working before we put this on, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, so I've gone through and cut all the holes. I'm now just doing the ensuite. Cut the first one, this is the last one. So the shower area is gonna create steam. So I don't want the light directly under that steam. So I've basically got it just coming off the wall here. I think it's around 500mm and the same this way, roughly about 500. Okay, there we are. Okay, so Danny's now doing the second switch. So it's from the family room into the bedroom, and it's a 3-gang as well. So the first switch will be for the family room. The second one will be for the kitchenette lights. We've decided to separate and make 2 lights above the kitchenette. Okay, so Danny's now doing the last quick connects for the downlights. He did have to put a socket on a couple of them.
Yeah, so some of them, depending on how you run the wiring, if you have to run a tail to a different location, then...
Yep, so these quick connects won't work with that.
Yeah, because with the quick connects, you don't actually strip the wiring.
Yep. Okay.
With the sockets you have to, yeah.
Great. So Danny's gone through, started on the power points, also put in the smoke detector. So that's done. So we're really getting into it. All right, so I've put some gloves on to put the downlights in. Now these are 2 different types. They're both 12 volt with transformers. This is a 13 watt, this is a 10 watt. Now the 10 watt has a built-in transformer and the 13 has an external. Now the reason I've got 2 different types, in this living area, I've got 3 lights. They're gonna be on a 13 watt, so more lighting. But in the kitchenette area, I didn't need as much light, and this is the light that won't be used as often. All right, so now when you put your down lights in, you do need to cut the insulation out of the way. Okay, so you need your transformer to breathe. So basically I just put the plug into the quick connects, and now I'll just push this in. Oops, out of the way. Just push that through. And now the transformer will just sit here where I've just cleared it. And so when you're putting down lights in, you've got to raise these little lips and make sure everything's out of the way. Beautiful. One thing I forgot to mention, that these transformers or these lights have 3 different settings. There's a warm white, a daylight, and one in between. Now I'm choosing to go in between. There we go. All right, so now we're doing the fans. This is a HPM product. In actual fact, it's only a 930 span between end to end of the blades. Now, the reason we've done that, because these downlights, especially these 2 here, are really close to the fan. And remembering that downlights have an angle of ray of light. And so if the fans are actually anywhere near that ray, you'll see a disco happening. And we really didn't want that, as we mentioned in stage 7. And so this is a stainless steel product. So Danny got me to screw the brackets in using roofing screws. And so in preparation for this, I did put a timber up the top before the lining went on. And so it's a 90 by 45 mil timber, and it's braced through the sides of the ceiling joist. Now you see there how that turns. That's to adjust for any angles in the ceiling. So we've got a 5-degree fall, and this adjusts for that. And so now Danny's wired it up. It's all done. So you do switch this on where the light switch is, but then you use the remote to engage it. So first of all, I've got to loosen these screws. There is a little white spacer here. I just have to remove that spacer and put these screws back in. So this has got a keyway just here. So what you've got to do is just place it on top of the screws like that, and then pull it to the right, and then just tighten it. Beautiful. Okay, it's the last blade. We're done. It looks fantastic. I love it. Danny, it's all finished and looks amazing. Thank you very much.
No, you're welcome. I reckon it's come up well too.
It's beautiful. Look, it's nighttime and we've got lights. Woohoo! The outside lights look incredible. They illuminate the whole outside. They're what, 3,000 lumens, so 35 watts, and they're working really well. I'm really happy with them. So you've gone through, you put the power point outside. So now I've got the power point ready for a water tank in the future. And the fan in the bathroom is working brilliantly. That draws a lot of air. It's the Blauberg brand. And Danny actually made a comment that this area here, because it hasn't got a light, there's a bit of a dark patch. Now that was done on purpose because there will be a TV here, hence why there's a power point. So that actually doesn't draw too much light to the TV. It doesn't glare on the TV. I think that'll work well.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So you've gone through, you've done the subboard. We've got 5 circuit breakers in there. So we've got power, lights, air conditioner, hot water service.
And the kitchen.
And the kitchenette. Fantastic. So we're running on maximum 32 amps. So it really will be an economical tiny home. So we don't overuse power. Hence why I put the fans in. So that 3-pin plug that actually powers the tiny home was a bit difficult to put in, hey? Have you done many of those before?
No, that one's maybe the new range in Clipsal.
Yep, okay.
These have a lock-in mechanism.
Yeah.
Which is actually good.
It's a safety device, yeah. So we used a lot of Clipsal products here. In actual fact, I bought them from MJS Electrical in Fairfield, and they gave us a great service. I was very happy with them. I'm going to put a link for them in the descriptions below. But the outside lights, I actually got from Mitchenberry Lighting, and I was very happy with them as well. So I'll put a link for them too. And finally, I'm going to put a link in for Danny from Danny's Electrical. Now, Danny actually works as a contractor, but he does have spare time now and then. So I'll put his details below, and if he's able to do the work, he will. But if he's not available, I'll put a link in below for another guy named Alan, who also does a great job. So Danny, thank you very much. I really appreciate all your work.
Thank you very much for having me on this project. It's been a pleasure.
So now while I'm waiting for Darmel Air Conditioning to come and put the air conditioner in the tiny home, I'm going to put together the shelving for the closet. And so now this shelving is just a particle board. It's 16 mil thick, it's 1800 high, and it's 595 mil wide. So I'm just going to basically just sit this on the architrave. Perfectly level. Beautiful. So now I just got to find the timbers behind here, remembering that the centers are roughly about 450. So, but I know there's timbers on the edges, so I'm just going to put a screw here just to hold this in place. Okay, so now, because I'm going to be putting a board up top here to create the actual closet, I'm just tapping for the timbers, and there is a timber here. So I'm just going to pre-drill inside the sheeting, so behind the wall where you're not going to see it. Remembering that I'm going to put another board on top. So I'm just going to drill that, make sure there is timber there. Okay. All right, so I've just located the timber. That's definitely timber. Now there is no electrical or plumbing behind here, so I'm very safe. So you do need to know whether you've got electrical, plumbing, or any kind of services behind your wall. And so now I've got a packet here of adhesive screw caps. They're just basically just a sticker. Okay, so this panel's done. Now I'll measure and cut the top panel. I'll just put this board in. It's pretty tight size, I've got to say. Let's hope that fits. Wow, that is beautiful. All right, so now I'm going to screw this in. For the walls, I did use an 8 gauge by 16mm chipboard screw, but these ones here are shorter. You don't need to have them so long. I've changed the drill bit, and also I'm using a different drill, so I don't mark the walls. Okay, it's done. So now I'm going to fit the rod to hang the clothes on. So this is too long, it's a 900, so you can see it's got to be cut down. So what I'm going to do is get a measurement and cut it down 5mm smaller than that. So now I'm just marking roughly about halfway between the panel. So I've marked it actually at 300mm and I'm coming down 70mm. What I'll do is just place this rod into the first bracket, put in the second bracket, okay, and then just line that up. So the wardrobe closet is now complete after I went through and put the no more gaps on top, put the little white stickers on the screws, and then also put the no more gaps on the side, and it looks great. And in between that, both Jared and Corey came from Penrith Valley Glass and installed this shower screen and did a great job. This is very heavy. It's 10mm toughened glass and it's quite big. And so first they put the channel in, drilling through this very difficult porcelain tile, and then they set it with silicone, and they've done a great job as per usual. Now I've been using Penrith Valley Glass for around 13 years now, and they always do a great job. And Bob, you've done it again. And so while Jared and Corey were installing the shower screen, I picked their brains and asked them what kind of drill bit they used. And so they told me that they used the Bosch brand. So I went to Total Tools and picked up a 4mm and a 6mm drill bit. So when they were drilling, they did a pilot hole first, and then they widened it with a wider drill bit. And so Diablo is actually a Bosch brand. Okay, so first I'll do the 4mm. Beautiful, it's gone through. Okay, so now I'm going to put in the 6mm. How easy was that? Beautiful. Wow, look, 5 seconds each. Beautiful. All right, so now I'm going to put in these green plugs. They're a bit oversized. Now you've got to be really careful when you're doing this, because you can crack the tile. Okay, soft taps is the secret. Okay, so now just using stainless steel countersunk screws, just 30mm. Last one. Okay, so now I can take off this weather strip I put here. So now Blauberg make a really good fan, but they also make louvers, and this louver is fantastic. It's made for weather, so it opens and closes when the wind blows through. So basically just sit that in top like that, and so when it's on, it just blows through. When it's off, it just closes up, so then it becomes watertight. There we go. It's all done. Okay, I'm just going to test it out, see how it works. This is working fantastic. So if you haven't seen the video I made with Marcel, where we put one of these in his basement because he had a lot of dampness and it was going through bricks. And so I'll put a link for that in the descriptions below. So now to make this watertight, I'm going to do two things. First of all, I've got this foam, corrugated foam, and I'm going to sit this inside here, which I've done already for the PowerPoints, just to make that watertight. That's there. Okay, so this is roofing guttering silicone made for outside, and it's the same color as the Colorbond. I'll just put this on. Okay, it's all done, and as my friend Marcel would say, fantastic. So I've just discovered that Daniel from Darmel Air Conditioning is not going to be able to put it up for another few days. So I rang my mate Joe from Dale Kit Awnings, who manufactures blinds and awnings.
How's it going, everybody?
So I know a lot of people in the industry, but the reason I chose Joe to come and do my internal blinds is because he uses the ACK meter system, which is a roller blind. And just recently I had a discussion with him, and unfortunately he's made life a little difficult for me. He's told me that they've got a new product. Can you tell me a bit more about that, Joe?
Yep, right now we've got a number of new products out in the market. One of the key ones that we've just been introduced to is a really budget price, a battery motor. The Rollies Acmeter brand is very, very strong in Australia. The motor is brand new, it is a budget range. It's a remote control motor and it's going to be very, very, very powerful and very, very popular in the market.
And so, Joe, that's charged up by USB, is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. It just plug in to the motor head and it lasts up to 12 months.
Wow, so that's fantastic. Now I've got to make a decision which way I'm going to go with this. With roller blinds, what's very popular now is sunscreen fabric. So the sunscreens allow light to come in, but also at night time people can see in, which is a bit of a dilemma for some people. So what I've chosen to do in the bedrooms, I'm going to be putting a block out fabric. Now I chose this fabric because it has a similar colour to the kitchenette that we're making, and also very similar to the tile in the bathroom. And so you can do a double roller system with a block out and sunscreen, but I chose not to do that because you can imagine trying to get your remote on both of them going up. So I'm going to keep this simple. If I do go motorised, I'll just go the sunscreen fabric. Is that okay, Joe?
That's absolutely perfect.
So Joe, if the battery dies and I want to come in, can I just push the fabric out of the way?
Yes, you just push the fabric out of the way, you can walk in. The motor does give warning little pulses.
Oh, great,
You do
great.
know that it's going to run out of battery, so if you see it making noises and pulsing, you go, oh, it's very much ready to charge it.
I was introduced to Acmeter probably about 20 years ago when I ran a blinds and awnings company in Bateman's Bay. I was selling the Luxaflex brand and we had a lot of callbacks on a little chain drive motor that they had, and it's manual, but it was just a nightmare. When Hunter Douglas introduced the Rollies brand, and it was only for about 2 years that they used that product, I had 0 callbacks. And now I've lived with Acmeter roller blinds in our home for around 12 years, and I won't use anything else. And so the other reason I'm choosing Joe, because he's a national company. So Kent Awnings manufacture blinds and awnings for retailers, and the brand name that he sells under
is the Covered brand, Covered Australia. We have retailers all over Australia that use our products, and you'll find that through the Covered website and the Covered branding through our retail customers.
So I'll put a link for that in the descriptions below. Hey Joe, thanks very much for coming out.
Thanks very much, Musa.
Good man. Okay guys, I've got Daniel here from Dharma Air Conditioning.
Hey guys.
And now, so Daniel, I want to talk to you about this air conditioning unit. So John researched this for me, and I told him the square meters I've got in this room, which is roughly about 30 square meters. And this is the second smallest Fujitsu air conditioning unit on the market, is that right?
That's right, single split, yes.
Single split. And so the energy factor to this, I think the cold runs on 3.5 kilowatts and the hot is on 3.7. Is that the wrong way around? Or?
No, that's correct, yeah.
Yeah. Now, what that equates to, roughly, this is not an exact figure, is that for every 4 kilowatts of power that comes out, you only need 1 kilowatt to go in. So roughly about 1 kilowatt.
Yeah.
We're not sure exactly, but it's roughly.
Yeah, roughly.
I need this tiny home to run under 32 amp. So Daniel, I like to use Fujitsu. John put the other two in our home, and they're working fantastic. And we actually made a video about a year and a half ago how to do maintenance on your air conditioning unit. You do need to clean the filter out regularly. As I found out that if it is not efficient anymore, it's because it hasn't got a good airflow, and that's usually from the dust.
Correct.
So I'll put a link for that in the description below. And you were saying earlier that if someone's not in the room, it's got a human sensor. So it'll drop down, I think 2 degrees if it's cold.
On cooling, it drops it by 2 degrees if there's no movement after 20 minutes.
Yep.
And on heating, it can drop it down as low as 4 degrees.
Which is not a big deal. I mean, 4 degrees is nothing. That'll build, once you get back into the room, that'll build back up in probably a minute or two. Yeah.
Yeah, so once someone comes back in, it's going to revert back to the set temperature.
Beautiful. So now, when Daniel first came and looked how we're going to install this air conditioner outside the outdoor unit, because we got corrugated, it was going to be a little bit of an issue. There was a couple of options. One of them was to put a packer, like a metal packer, which is what you normally do.
Yep.
But I researched to see what other options I had. There weren't really many, so I ended up buying a 35 mil piece of timber round. So what I did is then I put it against the corrugated, marked the top, marked the bottom, planed it down, and then I cut these little pieces out, 55 mil, after drilling the hole in the center, and then I sprayed these with a woodland grey or slate grey paint. And this turned out fantastic. So would that work okay for the corrugated?
Yeah, that'll work fine, yeah.
Great.
That'll work good.
All right, Daniel, we'll get into it.
All right, no worries.
Surprise, Mario is back.
Surprise.
Couldn't help himself. He wanted to do the touch-ups. So we had a couple of spots where it marked, and Mario's gone around and just cleaned around the fans, some of the lights, and just a few places. Mario, this looks fantastic, huh?
Pretty good.
Yeah. And so I've got to say also the air conditioning, it is incredible. In actual fact, I am boiling hot. So Daniel did a great job, him and Jasper. So what they did, they ended up putting the bracket on, then they poked the hole from the outside, cut it through, then put the cassette unit on. Then from the outside, they put the brackets on using those little timbers that I cut up. He then ran the gas through it, and then he closed it off with the conduit channel. Everything looks fantastic. It looks amazing. Right. So Darmel Air Conditioning is a family business run by John, Tanya, Daniel, and the team. And John and Daniel are both electricians, so they're qualified, and also they've got a refrigeration and air conditioning license. Now I've got to say, I've had people install air conditioners for me in the past, and Fujitsu, and it didn't work properly, and I thought it was the actual product. But in actual fact, Fujitsu is a very good brand. It was actually the guy who installed it. He did not have a license and was working under someone else, and I had a lot of issues. So if you like, I'll put a link in for Darmel Air Conditionings in the description below, but also for Mario from Creative Painting, for Danny from Darnie's Electrical, and finally for Bob from Penrith Valley Glass. And so now the next stage is putting on the flooring, putting in the kitchenette, which will be done by David from JML Joinery, which I'm really looking forward to, but also going to be putting the toilet in and the vanity. This is going to be great. So Mario, thank you very much for your help.
Pleasure.
So that's the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got something out of it. And if you have any comments at all, please leave them below and I will get back to you. And I'd ask you, please consider to subscribe, hit the like button and share this video, and there's many more to come. Thanks guys.
Thank you.
You're saying if you use the right roller, it saves you time and money.
Look how much paint I use and look how much paint you use.
Ah. Mario's picking on me. Can you hold that for a minute?
Just do it. This is great.
Looks complicated to me.
Yeah, me too. I'm struggling. I'm just a plumber.
Have you progressed well into building your own tiny home, but the more you get into it, the more complicated it seems? Then come along with us as we navigate you through all the options and restrictions, helping you make this dream come true. Let's go. Hey guys, Musa here from Quantum Home Improvements and Solutions. Welcome back. If this is your first time to our channel, it's great having you join us. And so I'm excited to say we're now up to stage 10 of this tiny home construction that's not so tiny. And so now this stage is very cosmetic and also practical. And so I'm going to be waterproofing this wall ready for the kitchenette. I'm also going to be putting down vinyl flooring. And then Dave from JML Joinery is coming to put the kitchenette in, the basin, and also finish off the built-in bookshelf that I started. Then after that, I'm going to do a bit of plumbing. So I'm going to connect the sink, the basin, and also the toilet. So if you haven't seen the stages prior to this one, I'll put a link for them in the descriptions below. So stage 1 is where we made the base using Orcon and Priority Steel. Stage 2 is where we made the walls and had a heap of guys stand them up, and then we finished off the roof. Then stage 3 is where we made the retractable decking and we put on Merbau timber, which we got from Bunnings. And in stage 4, we used repurposed structural timber and filled in between the steel frames, which I got from my mate Tony from DNA Plastering. And then we got Charlie from Top Notch Plumbing come and do the sewer work. And then finally we put the sliding door and windows in, which we got from Braddon Windows. And in stage 5, we cladded the outside with insulation and corrugated Colorbond steel, which we got from Steel Roofing Supply Centre, and it looks fantastic. And in stage 6, we painted the universal beams with the help of Ryan from Auto West. We then put down the flooring. We built the internal walls in preparation for Charlie to come back and finish off the plumbing. And finally, in collaboration with Hume Doors and Timbers, we installed their Evolution internal cavity sliding doors with the one touch and soft close, which are fantastic. Then in stage 7, my mate Danny came and did the wiring for this tiny home, and Daniel from Darmel Air Conditioning ran his air conditioning wire. And then we heavily insulated the walls, put on the Villa board, the plasterboard, and then I fixed the furring channels to the ceiling, and then Tony from DNA Plastering came and helped me do the setting. And in stage 8, we finished off the ensuite in collaboration with Touch Surfaces, which is where we got our tiles from, and they look fantastic. And thanks to Louis, he tiled the floors, and then with the help of Eugene, we tiled the walls, and the whole thing turned out beautiful. Then finally in stage 9, I installed the skirting boards and architraves, and my mate Mario from Creative Painting came and helped me paint this tiny home, which turned out fantastic. He did a great job. And then Daniel came and finished off all the electrical fin-offs, connected the power. Penrith Valley Glass came and installed the shower screen, and finally Daniel from Darmel Air Conditioning came and installed the air conditioner. And so now in preparation for today, I've gone around and scraped the floors to make sure they're clean. So when you do put flooring on, you've got to make sure there's no lumps or bumps. So it is recommended before waterproofing that you use a primer. I'm going to be using Davco Prime Max. It's a really good product and it increases the adhesion greatly. So now I've also gone through and marked the height that I'm going to be waterproofing to. So behind the fridge you will see the white and also the skirting board, which is why there's a little piece there. So now I've also taken off the plugs for the water pipe and I've placed this cloth over here. It's a synthetic. I've cut it through, pushed it in, and I will be waterproofing that in to cover up the holes of the back. And I'll also be waterproofing against the wall at 90 degrees just to cover up that gap on the base for the same reason. So now the lining I used on the wall, which is the standard plasterboard lining. You can use other products. Now, I've just used a standard because I knew I was going to waterproof it. Now, it's not common to waterproof kitchen walls, but I'm just doing this as an extra precaution. Plus, I will be tiling between the bench and the upper cupboards, so the glue is going to stick better to the membrane I'm going to be using, which is Davco K10 Plus. All right, so now I'm going to place on the primer. So before I use the roller, I'll just paint the outer edges. Okay, so now I've given the primer plenty of time to dry. So it's probably about 45 minutes or just over. So now I'm going to use K10 Plus, as I said before, which is made by Davco. So now I've got 2 brushes in here. The great thing about this product, if you keep the lid closed, it does last for a while. So first I'm going to start off with the 50mm and just give a coat around the penetration. Right, so this is the cloth I cut. I'll just put that back on. So now I'll go back over it and paint the cloth. So one thing with waterproofing, they do say to brush it on one direction, and then when you do the second coat, you brush it the other way. And one thing I've got to say, 70% of waterproofing tends to fail because of a number of meshes that are done wrong. One of it is putting the wrong amount of membrane on. Okay, so now I'm going to use the 100mm brush and just do a brush stroke both bottom and side. So now I'll just crease these over. This is not the proper technique to do waterproofing. Usually you would put a bond breaker, so neutral cured silicone in the internal corners, so it allows the membrane to flex, and this will flex up to 500%. Okay, so I've given this plenty of time to dry, in actual fact around about 24 hours. The next step is to put another coat on, as I said before. But before we do that, we get a little sharp razor and we take out any blotches anywhere. So you can imagine when I'm doing the splashback with the tiling, if there's any lumps anywhere, it's gonna cause a bit of an issue. So what I'm gonna do is just take out some of those little bumps. They're not very big. Just go nice and gentle, just cut them out. There's not many here actually. Make this nice and flat. And we're done. I'm gonna start on the flooring. And the flooring I'm gonna be using is an 8mm hybrid SPC laminate. And the SPC stands for stone, plastic, composite. And so the reason I'm using this product, because it has its own underlay, it's very tough and it's very easy to install. And one of the biggest advantages of this product is that it's 100% waterproof. So just a quick shout out to the guys at Pluswood in Silverwater, where I bought this product. Thank you very much, guys. So I've installed vinyl flooring a couple of times, and I've got to say it's very easy, but there's a few principles you'll need to know. And so one of them is the expansion and contraction. So now I read the instructions on the box, and they say you need to allow 2 to 3 mil roughly on every edge. Now, some other people say between 5 to 6 mil. Now I'm going to be working on a different principle. So usually you would put your flooring down and then put your skirting board on. Now my skirting board's already on, and in actual fact I allowed 10 mil gap under the skirting boards for these. So another thing you need to know is the set out. And so these boards are 228 mil wide and 1524 long. When you finish your wall, you'll have an offcut. What you do is you put that offcut starting on the next row. And so you don't line up the joints, you actually let them become offset. And that way it becomes a feature as well. Now, because of this width of this tiny home is 3 meters and 20, we're gonna have a roughly about 60 mil piece left over. Whether I put it this side or that side, it doesn't really matter, but it's gonna look very, very ugly. So to do a proper set out, the best way to do it is actually set up your boards as I've done here, and basically measure out and try to even out your gaps either side or your spacings either side. So there's 12 boards here. And so now there's a gap on either side of roughly about 145 mil. And I think that'll look better than having this ugly small piece. And so the last thing you need to know is that the flooring needs to be pretty straight, and they only have a 1 millimeter tolerance. So what I'm gonna do is measure out 145 mil, allow a little bit to go under the skirting board, probably only about 5 mil, and then cut that down. Now the way to cut these, there's a number of different options. It depends what's available to you. So a lot of people commonly just use a Stanley knife or a utility knife, but you can also use a handsaw. You can use a circular saw, you can use a jigsaw or a compound drop saw. Okay, so I've gone through and marked it out, but one thing to note, if you look at this profile, you'll see there's a little lip here. Now this lip allows the next board to go in. So we're gonna cut on this side. So really important to cut the right side. Okay, as easy as that. Now this will make a bit of a mess, hence why I'm doing this outside. So now just here, you'll see another little lip. This is where the next piece attaches to, but this is gonna be on the 90-degree wall coming off the west wall, so on the south wall, and that little 2 millimeter lip, I'm just gonna cut off, it's not needed. So I'll just line this up, just see how this one fits to see if I need to cut it. Okay, so I've got a little bit of a tough cut for this one. So it's short by about 15 millimeters. So I'm gonna have to cut a very small piece to slither into there. I'll place this down. This here, I will be going under the skirting board. It's gonna look ugly if I don't. It's gonna leave a big gap. There we go. Okay, so that's the area I need to cut, and that's been squared off. Beautiful. I'll just put it in like this. All right, that's lined up, that's in place. Beautiful. Okay, so now I just cut up the last piece for this run and just take a measurement. There we go. Okay, so now I start back on this end. This is the offcut, obviously. So now I'm ready to put the next board on. So you can see the lip on the base there and this one on the top. So what you've got to do is basically just interlock them. So just sit on top, just wiggle it a bit and then just move it across. So one thing you're definitely going to do is make sure your boards are lined up before you put the next one. Beautiful. All right, so once you've got your board as far as it can go and everything's straight and lined up perfectly, then you need to tap that board in further to lock it in at that last on the join. So now there's a couple of techniques you can use. For now, I'm going to be using the timber and hammer. Okay, it's all done. Got a slight gap here. This is the last piece, very hard to get in. So what I'm going to do is get a tool to go under the skirting board and pull it across, but I'll do that later. All right, so now I'm going to start back in the lounge room. This is coming together beautifully. I have discovered actually a better way of putting these on, just sliding them in and then just tap it from this way or shake them into the most part. So you can actually shake them in. The last bit has to just be tapped in. Now, because I'm doing that, it does push the boards across to the west wall. So what I'm doing is just putting packers against areas to stop that movement. Okay guys, I've got Eugene back with me. Hello guys. And so Eugene's going to help me put in the toilet and the cistern. And so we actually did a video back a couple of years ago renovating Eugene's bathroom, and we used the exact same system. Now Eugene, I'm using it on the back of your recommendation. How does that toilet?
That toilet is fantastic. I've used it for 2 years. I've never really had to clean it. It kind of flushes by itself.
It does a clean flush.
Yeah.
So this is called the Lunar Clean Flush, made by Colorbond, and it's a great toilet. I've had a number of people tell me since that video was released how good this toilet is. So everything's fallen into place. I finished off the flooring. It turned out fantastic. That door turned brilliant. The main sliding door, the glass sliding door, that was beautiful. If this house is being moved, these boards they're a floating floor, and so they will move, and I don't want that to happen. So I'm gonna lock it in by silicone everywhere. Now, if you have to change boards in the future, all you've got to do is cut that silicone out and remove the boards, starting from the door in this case, back to where the damage is, replace that board, and then work your way back. So Eugene, you ready to put the toilet in?
Let's go.
That's it. Okay, so we've just taken out the cistern, we've checked it out. Now the cistern sits to the back of the wall this way here. Now inside, you'll see where the inlet is, and this is the inlet here. On the other side, there's a plug. Now that plug can be swapped over. You can change them over depending on which side your tap is on. All right, so now what we have to do here is make this watertight where the flushing comes through. So the water will come from the cistern into the bowl. Now the only way you're going to be able to do that properly is by sticking on this foam. Very important to put this on. Beautiful. Perfect, Eugene. This toilet doesn't come with its own hose, but luckily I've got a few spare. So I've just put two together to make the length I need. So I'll just put this one on. Okay, so now you've got to put the cistern directly over the holes, and you can see them, they line up. So now using these screws, we're going to place these in. It's very tight. Okay, so now we're going to put on the toilet seat. Okay, so you've got a really weird device here. In actual fact, it's supposed to be this way. Now this actually is a nut that's secured by a plastic section and a metal section. And so to put it in, all you do is turn it like this, turn it sideways like that, and you put it through the hole here. Okay, so now that's secured. You now pull this down gently, like that. Okay, and then you break these off. They should just break off like that. So now these sections, this is where it sits in the seat. The seat sits on this little point section. Now there is a stainless steel washer that sits inside that oval section. So I'll put them both in. So Eugene, can you screw that one in? And I'm going to put this one in. Okay, so once you put this on, it does lock in, and sometimes you've got to take it back out. So you can see this little grey section here, just marginally. You push that in, and that releases those little pins, and then you can take the seat back out. And this dictates to me where I need to put them. Okay. All right, so now this seat is now lined up with the bowl. Okay, so now this is where that little button is in the back. You won't be able to see it. So you push that in and you lift the seat off. So now they're in position to the most part. And so what you do now, without moving them, you lock them off. All right, that's looking fantastic. I'll put the seat back on for the last time. Okay, so now you've got to put on the mini cistern cog before we go any further. So I'm gonna undo the plug. We don't need this anymore. Okay, so when I'm putting Teflon on, I hold it in this position. So it rolls the tape coming from underneath, and I'm gonna roll it to the right. So I'm gonna roll it clockwise. So now I'll just screw on the cistern cog. So now I'm gonna cut this off. The actual pan just needs to be flat here. Okay, beautiful. All right, so now this is the most difficult part of putting a toilet as far as I'm concerned. It's trying to get the trap in the right direction. So this is called a closed couple toilet, and the traps are brilliant. The way they've designed them these days, especially with Caroma, they've got an orbital trap here. So you basically can just move that around to gain 50 mil either left, right, back or front. So we're almost ready to put this in. And so I've got it right on the mark. And so the trap went in beautifully. Caroma do supply a sachet of grease. You will need to use that. So when I put in the telescopic sections, I then judged it and turned it to the direction I needed. I also use this grease to put in the base, to put in the actual trap inside the waist. So that's worked really well. And now I'm putting it around the pan collar. And you put that in. So that's now locked in. I make it a very tight fit, so I've cut this down to the distance it needs to be. So this has been adjusted, this is adjustable. And so when the pan puts pressure on here, it'll put pressure on the wall. Now, if you do need to take the pan back out, sometimes it can actually suck back and pull off the wall. That's why people put screws. Now I choose not to because I have waterproofing behind there, and the last thing I want to do is actually damage that waterproofing. And so the last thing to mention, this section of the trap had to be cut down. So what you've got to do is put a level to the back of the toilet. You measure inside the trap to the furthest point where the S-trap is, and that came up to 250 mil. So I've cut this at 240 because you need to leave room for the pan collar section so it actually can go in. Now Eugene, if you're able to just lift it up. That's it. All right, so I just felt that. Okay, that slipped in. All right, so now I'm gonna put the hose from underneath. And there it is, stopped right on the line. Okay, so I've tried to flush it just a little when it was just filling up, and it's working well. So now I'm gonna give it a proper flush. What a great system. Okay, Eugene, it's full again. I'm gonna put the lid on now. Just close that off, put it the right way. That looks fantastic. One thing I didn't mention, this is a 4.5 litre full flush, and it's a 3 litre half flush. It's a really good system, and it's very silent when it fills up. It doesn't make a lot of noise, which is good at night time. So Eugene, thank you very much for your help. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So just before Eugene left, it started to sprinkle. So I thought I'd just give it a rest and then come back later, and I just kept flushing it. It's probably been about 7 or 8 times. And also luckily, Dave from JML Joinery came, and Eugene was able to help him unload the cabinets ready for tomorrow morning to install them. So now before I silicone the toilet, I'm gonna put these plugs in the side here. So one goes here and one goes here. And that's basically where the screws would have gone into the waterproofing. So it's a little L bracket. As I said, I'm not gonna use those. All right, so now the toilet, just looking at the level here, is a little bit lopsided. So I'm gonna use a wedge to actually wedge that in place, just temporarily while the silicone is gonna dry. So remembering that there's a fall in the floor. When we did in stage 8 the tiling, we made the floor fall into the waste. So it falls this way, and it also falls this way, hence why we need a wedge to straighten it. That's level perfect. This silicone is for bathrooms, kitchens and laundries. And I'm just gonna go up to the wedge and just stop it there, go around the wedge. Okay, so that's done. So what I'm gonna do now is spray down the silicone all the way around. And then finally, using the rubber, this is made by a paint partner, and it's a rubber that just squeezes all the excess silicone out. Beautiful, that is so good. You can see how much silicone's there. So now I'm gonna leave this for 48 hours to go hard, to fully cure before using the toilet. Okay guys, I've got Dave with me from JML Joinery.
Hi guys.
So Dave, I've got to ask you, you've been in the industry for how long?
30 years now.
30 years, wow. So Dave, a lot of people comment about me waterproofing this wall. A lot of my mates come and look at it and they were wondering why I did it. Now from your perspective, can you tell me why it's a good idea?
Oh, it's definitely going extra and over. If you have any sort of leak going over the back of the splashback, just a simple seal break on the top of the bench top, that water's going down the back of the cabinet.
Yeah.
You've covered all of it.
Yeah. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, so we can mark it out.
So Dave, what you're doing now is just setting up to cut the taps out?
Yep.
Beautiful. So you got your laser going?
Yep. I've got all the cabinets level.
Beautiful.
Now I've measured the taps and I've worked my way up to the top where it's flat and square. And now I'm going square back down.
Beautiful. That's fantastic. Okay, so I'm just taking advantage of Dave doing those end panels, the boards, and so I'm just putting assistant cogs in. It's a lot easier for me to do this now than later. So I've just put the Teflon on. So now these assistant cogs are color coded. That's a blue, and this one's red. So red's always on the left, or in Australia anyway. All right, I'll just make sure these taps are off. So we've turned the power off and Dave has installed the power point in here. So I'll just put the cover plate back on. Okay, we're done. So all I've got to do now is just put these cover plates on and put on assistant cogs. Okay, so I'll just stop it there. Yep. So Dave, this is the tile I'm going to be using for the splashback. So now we're going to be judged on how high we can go on the cupboard height you've made. These are 600. I'd like to go 602 maybe. Okay, so we've just got these little bits here just to hold this in place. We're going to go to the right. How much? 3 mil?
Yep.
So when Dave screws into this, he's going to be very careful. We've measured in this cavity sliding door. You've got to watch out you don't put long screws because it will actually hit the door and the door will actually falter. It will scratch the door, it will stop it from moving. So Dave just used a 35 chipboard screw on this side so we don't go past that board, that timber. And on this side, how long are you using that one?
75 mil.
75 mil, beautiful. This is the advantage of being tall. See, for me, I would have needed a ladder. All right, so these can come out, yeah?
Yep.
All right. So you're just covering up the holes now, Dave?
Yeah, mate, that's it.
Ah, beautiful, that looks good. Okay, Dave, you're going to put in the niche for the bookshelf. Whoa, moment of truth.
Measure once, fit once, recut it twice.
Oh, wow, that looks excellent. That looks really nice, eh? Dave, you're a perfectionist. This looks brilliant. Mate, thank you very much. I love it. It looks fantastic. So obviously I asked for no handles and just under the cupboards here, you've got a bit of a lip so you can just grab the cupboards. But what do you call this without the handles?
So this is a finger pull detail.
Wow, that looks very good. I've never seen it done with a laminate before. And so you were saying earlier that's a special machine for that?
Yeah, that's a sharp nose machine. So we put wider edge tape in there and the machine will cut the 45 and lay the edge tape on and clean it off as it goes through.
Wow, that looks fantastic. So Dave went through and siliconed the base so the water won't get into the particle board. I've actually siliconed the top only because it's a secondary waterproofing issue. So later when I do put the tiles on, I will put a silicone around it. But if that fails, sometimes you've seen that silicone just peel off. Yeah, so if the water goes in behind, it doesn't matter because I put another row of silicone so it can't go behind.
And the waterproofing after that.
After that. Yeah, it's a secure measure.
Yeah.
Anyway, Dave, you have done an incredible job then over and above. And I've got to say, behind the scenes, Dave kept going with the broom and the vacuum cleaning and everything. He's a very tidy man, very conscientious. Dave, thank you very much.
No problem, mate.
All right, it's been a couple of days and the silicone is now cured and ready to go to the next stage, which is putting on the splashback. But first I wanted to thank David for an incredible job. He did over and above what I expected, using high quality material from the board to the laminate to the stone top to the componentry. Now the componentry that he used is Bloom. Now I've been using Bloom for many years and I really like the product. And so it's a really nice soft close and also very reliable. So if you like, I'll put a link for David from JML Joinery in the descriptions below. So this stage of the video is in collaboration with Charbel from Touch Surfaces, who have a distribution network throughout Australia, and they're the ones supplied us the tile for the splashback, but also they supplied the tiles for the ensuite, in which we did in stage 8 and turned out amazing. So whether you're looking for tiles on the lower, middle or upper end of the range, they have something to suit you. Plus they have a range of Japanese tiles called Kazoku, which is now displayed in their brand new showroom along with all their other great products. So if you like, I'll put a link for them in the descriptions below so you can find the store nearest to you through their store locator. So one thing to note before you start tiling, just like the flooring, you need to do a set out. And so I'm going to be using 300 by 600 tiles and I'm going to place them vertically. So if I start here 300 mil and go across, that means the last tile will be finished up around about probably just over 40 mil, which is not gonna look good. A little cut never looks good. So another thing to note, where the paint is, that's not gonna be very good for the adhesive to stick to. I'm gonna primer just the white area inside the tile. So the tile's gonna come up to the cupboard here. I'm just gonna go just under it. Okay, that's done. So the primer is now dry, I'm ready to go. And the glue I'm using is Davco Ultra Flex. I've been using it for many years. So it has a rubber compound in it to allow it to have a bit of movement. So what I'm gonna do first is butter the back. But now I'll notch out the glue. So this is not normal, this is not standard to actually put your tiles together without a grout joint. Now I'm doing without a grout joint for two reasons. First of all, this tiny home is very heavily structured and we actually tried to pull up just one corner and the whole back end was lifting up. We couldn't actually lift it because it's all structurally strong, held together, which means it's very little movement in this tiny home. It's already weighing over 6.5 ton as opposed to a normal tiny home on a trailer, which is around about 2.5 ton. So this is really heavily built, as I said, and so that I trust that. Now also the glue I'm using, the Ultraflex, which I mentioned, has a lot of give. So I'm allowing a bit of a gap here, a bit of an expansion joint on this side and a bigger one on the right side. Now I've got to measure the cut and I've got to be pretty precise. Okay, so one of the biggest killers in the building trade is silicosis. So whenever you're cutting some kind of masonry or anything that creates a lot of dust, you should really wear a respiratory mask. All right, I'll just put this back on, just gently. This is fantastic, I love it. Beautiful, no lipping. So these tiles are up higher down the back than the front, so it goes up about 20 mil higher. So I've cut this one at this cupboard height, but I'm also going to be using a trim. Now this is what I used in the bathroom. This is the last piece I've got, so I've got to do this perfectly. And so the trim basically sits on the corner here just to finish off that edge so it doesn't look ugly. And so I'm going to cut this at a 45-degree angle going that way and then put the top on going also 45. Now most tilers don't do that, they just butt them up to each other. It is a lot quicker that way. What I'm doing does take a little preparation, a little time. And look at that, that is perfect. So I've taken off the protective plastic film on here, and now this trim is 11 mil thick, and the tiles are 10 mil. Now you can see these little holes here, these extruded bits or these cutout bits. The glue needs to go inside there. So the way that has to work, you just basically put a little bit more glue on an angle on the edges. And then put the trim on top. Beautiful, let them marry up. All right, that's nice. And I'll just push that into position. So now I've got the trims in place. These are locked in, but they're gonna move a little bit. So what I'm gonna do here is sticky tape the trims down. Okay, I'll just put the last piece on. Look at that. The glue's now dry. I've gone through and taken the wedges out. I've taken the sticky tape out and gone through and cleaned it all up. And this is looking beautiful. I love it. Okay, that's all done. Okay, so now I'm going to drop in the basin into the vanity. But before I do that, I'm going to put on the waste. Now this is a pop-up waste, but this is a special one because this has an overflow. That's what this section is here. And so to have an overflow work properly, you need to have a waste that's made for the overflows. That's what these cutouts are for. You take the rubber off. There is a rubber here. I'll put this through from underneath. I'll put the rubber on and then I'll put the nut on. Now one thing to note as well, this waste is 32 mil because it's a 32 mil waste vanity. Now you can get 40, so you've got to be careful to get the right size. Okay, so I'm going to tighten this up, but not overly. Okay, so now I've just turned the vanity around so the hole's off the bench. And I'm going to put in the flick mixer, and this flick mixer is made by Colorbond. Colorbond is a really good brand. I tend to stick with them, hence the toilet and all the other accessories, the shower head and everything. Okay, so this part's a little bit tricky. You've got to put the hoses through the vanity hole into the flick mixer. Now this does have a cover plate. You put that on first, and then you put it through the hole, and then you screw this in. Now this is marked with red, so that's the hot, and inside you'll see it shows the H and the C. So you make sure you put it through the right hole. Okay, that's tight. You just only have to tighten it by hand. And now I'll put on the cold. Just make sure they're both tight. And they are. Okay, good. Okay, so now just using this black seal and metal cover and put the screws in. I'll just tighten up the nuts. Okay, done. All right, so now I'm just gonna turn the basin around and just put a bead of silicone all the way on the trim. This is just a translucent. There we go. As you can see, there's a lot of silicone on there. Beautiful, that looks incredible. I'm just gonna take this label off. Basically, this label's telling you not to use any harsh chemicals when washing this basin. All right, so now once again, I'll just spray that down. All right, that's done. Woohoo! The sink for the kitchenette's a little bit different. So this is obviously round. Okay, so now you put the screw from underneath and you screw it into the plastic waste section. Now before I tighten it, you've got to make sure that this is sitting in place. So it does move a little bit. So you try to center it as best you can. Okay, so you use a flat screwdriver, but you do need a bigger one than this, but this will still work. So basically just put in one section of the screw and just turn it around. It will turn. You don't need to do these very tight at all. Okay, so now I'm going to put the flick mixer in first, unlike the basin, because it's all exposed and I can get to it, but it is going to be a little difficult. So now this is the cover plate again. I'm going to put that on, and I'm going to have to do it in reverse. So this is the hot. Now the hot is on the left. It says hot, cold. So I just put that through. Okay, just do it tight by hand. And then I'll put the other one in, so the cold. Okay, so now while I've got access, it's easy for me just to put the hoses on now. So now you put this screw in place. It's gonna be a little bit tricky because I can't see what I'm doing. So you've got a rubber washer and a metal one. So basically just put it to the front. So what you do first is screw in the thread as far as it'll go, and then you put on the nut. Okay, so now just tighten that up, not too tight. Okay, so now when you buy these sinks, they do come with a template, instructions, and an ancient way of putting the sink on, which was with a rubber and some clips. Now these clips never work with a 20mm bench. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do instead is turn this around and put silicone just like I did for the basin. So David has cut this perfectly and it just fits in. So you'll notice that the waste is off-centered. Now that's done for a reason. Sometimes your waste coming through your floors are not in the right position or through your walls. And so what you have to do is turn it the closest to it. So in this case here, I'm just going to put it directly to the back. There it is. Okay, so now just go through and clean that up. Okay, so now I'm going to connect the trap to the waste. And so I can see the distance I've got there. I've got a bit of distance to travel. I'm going to put on a joiner, a connector. I'll just put that in. There we go. Now I'm going to put an in pipe 90 degree into that. and it's got a cover plate. I had to cut the back because it's a bit close to the back of the cabinet. Okay, so now this is a crucial bit. You've got to put your trap in to see where it comes to, and you put your 90 and it comes, and it probably would fit about there somewhere, but I'm going to come out a little bit more. Okay, so I'm going to basically make that 120 mil. Okay, so I'll just slip this one in and glue the second one on. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Okay, so now I'm just doing a trial fit. I'll just put this on and get a measurement how long I need to cut the next pipe. Okay, so now we just measure from this end here, the bell end, just come down about 5 mil, and then measure again up 5 mil from that end of the bell end. Okay, so last one to put in. Okay, so now I just took the trap back off, and now I'm going to put the seals, the rubber. And so this is the flat washer, and you have one here as well. Okay, just close that back off again, not too tight yet. Okay, so now on this end you put the screw cap in, but this washer is a little bit different. It's wider and it's got a tapering point on both ends, and you need that to wedge into this. So you put that on, not too far. Okay, so now I'll put the trap in place. I'll close the top one off first. I'll tighten that one up. All right, and so that's done. So now I'm going to turn the taps on. I'll try the water for the first time. And there we go, the hot water's coming through. Woohoo! Okay, so now I'll just take the plug out and see if it leaks. Beautiful, no water. Okay, the door's back on. And now I'm gonna finish off this power point. I just screw it in. Beautiful, the kitchenette is now complete. Okay, so now I'm going to fit the towel ring. There's not enough room to put a towel rail. And so now I'm going to nominate this to put it between the vanity and also the cistern. And you can have it anywhere from 1 meter to probably 1.2 meters. This being porcelain tile, it's really hard to drill through. So I'm going to do a little bit of a cheat here. So it's convenient for me to have this bracket, this towel ring at the 1.2 meter height, because I'm going to go through the grout joint. All right, that's done. So now the drill bit I'm using is made by Diablo, which is an associate company to Bosch. So basically I'm going to start off with a 4mm and go to a thicker 6mm. Now, one thing you've got to do before you drill through any bathroom walls, to make sure you don't have any pipes. Okay, that's all the way through. All right, so now I'll just drill these holes with the 6mm. Okay, so now I'll just hammer these plugs in. You'll be very careful when you hammer plugs in, because you can actually crack your tile, so be really, really careful. In the bottom of the ring holder, there is actually a grommet screw. You put this on and you just tighten it up. That's it. So now I'm doing the toilet roll holder. So now with toilet roll holders, you can either do it this way or this way, but you can see that there's a grommet on top. So you're supposed to have the grommet on the bottom so you don't see it. So this is a one-directional toilet roll holder. Now, usually I go up around about 750 to 800 mil off the ground, and same to the back wall this way. And so one thing I forgot to mention, when you are measuring, you've got to make sure that you're able to put the roll on. All right, so this toilet roll holder is the same as the towel ring. They're both chroma and they match. All right, so the final thing I'm putting on is the towel hook. So I didn't want to put a ring here because it just takes up too much room. I wanted something higher. And so what I've done is measured to the middle of this tile and marked it. And once again, I cheated on the grout line. Okay, that's in, they're all done. All right, so now I'm going to put on the mirror, and I've cut these packers here, stuck them against the wall so they won't move, and that way allows me to put the mirror on. So now the most common way to put mirrors on these days is just by putting silicone to the back and glue it on. And so when you do that, you've got to run the silicone downwards, and the reason being you get condensation in the bathroom, and if you run it horizontally, the water's just going to sit there. Okay, so now I'm just going to be really, really careful with this. I'll just place it on gently, put that down, move it across. All right, and just push it against the wall. Beautiful. Now, this is not going to be dead accurate. What I'm going to have to do is prop this up with a wedge to get that straight. So this mirror I got from Penrith Valley Glass. Bob came in to measure for the shower screen in stage 8, and in stage 9 the guys came and installed the shower screen and they dropped off this mirror. Okay, so now I'll fit off the vanity. So the silicone on the basin has had enough time to dry. I was a little worried about the movement. All right, so now I've connected the hoses and put them on. But now one thing I didn't mention earlier, because I'm using a 32mm waste, I've got to use an adapter to change it to a 40mm trap. So it does have a rubber inside to seal it. Okay, that's on. Okay, let's test it. Beautiful, this is working great. All right, now I'm gonna test the overflow. All right, so it's just broke the bank, it's now overflowing. Okay, so now I'm gonna test it, see if anything's leaking around the trap. Beautiful, no leaking. All right, stage 10 is now complete, finished, and I've asked Marion to come back, give me a hand to clean up.
Hi everyone.
And so Marion is very busy these days. She's followed in my footsteps, not that I wanted her to, and she's doing a fashion course, which I did back 40 years ago. And Marion, how are you enjoying that course?
It's good. I'm liking it a lot.
Yeah, and how about the pattern making?
It's interesting.
Do you enjoy it?
I do.
So Marion, after all the running around you and I did, choosing products and colours and all the rest, what do you think?
I think it looks great. It's nice and bright in here.
And everything's just flowing beautifully. The cupboards, the flooring, the tiles, and the paint. Mario did a beautiful job. I'm very happy with it. It's so bright in here now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
And David from JML Joinery, what a beautiful job. Doesn't this kitchen look incredible?
Yeah.
And I've got to say the bathroom looks incredible. Finalising the work from Penrith Valley Glass. Thanks guys, everything looks amazing. And I'd like to thank Eugene for coming to help me put the Caroma toilet in and all the Caroma products. They're just fantastic. I love Caroma. So one thing I also did was go outside and finish off the hot water / subboard room. So I put the same flooring down just to waterproof it a little. But also I went to Steel Roofing Supply Centre and got a flashing made up, the width or just slightly bigger than the hot water service. And then I made a tray. So I cut the edges, bent them up, and then pop rivet it all together, and then silicone, and then I put it in place. So now if the hot water service leaks at any point through the pressure valve, it'll just stay contained in the tray. And then once I put the tray in place, I siliconed underneath and then went through and drilled a hole through the flooring for the hose for the pressure valve. And so then I also got a little piece of conduit and then silicone that inside. And then once that dries, I'm gonna put the hose through that so the water goes directly through the flooring. So the only thing I've got to do now is take the chocks off under the mirror once it's dried. We're going to do a big cleanup. Then I'm going to go through and silicone around the perimeter of the skirting boards, which I was going to do earlier, but I didn't want dust to go on them. And so the next stage is the finale, where we actually consolidate everything, finish everything off. So externally, we've still got to put on a timber board on the decking, put the bracket on, put the winch up, and I'm going to demonstrate for the first time how the retractable decking works. Plus, John from Camel's Bin is going to come and drop off a bin so we can do a clean up. Then also my mate John Mifsud, who's got a tilt truck, is going to come and demonstrate how he would move this tiny home if it needed to be moved. Then internally, I'm going to install roller blinds, which I'm getting from Covered Australia. I'm also going to put on the TV bracket and TV, and then we're going to furnish this tiny home, which is going to look amazing. And then finally, we've invited everyone who's been involved in making this tiny home to come and share with us the finale and also to give us their feedback, what they think. Lastly, I'd like to dedicate this video to my father-in-law Nick, who was a very good man, God rest his soul. So that's the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got something out of it. And if you have any comments at all, please leave them below and I will get back to you. And I'd ask you, please consider to subscribe, hit the like button and share this video, and there's many more to come. Thanks guys. Dave, that's fantastic. Right on the grout joint. That's fantastic. Yeah. And you can see how good I've tiled too now.
Now you're just showing off.
Yep, you go for it. Oops.
I've got sleepy hands too.
Have you anticipated building your own tiny home, but the more you look into it, the more complicated it seems? Then come along with us as we'll show you what we did, navigating through all the options and restrictions, helping to make this dream come true. Let's go. Hey guys, Musa here from Quantum Home Improvements and Solutions. Welcome back. And if this is your first time to our channel, it's great having you join us. And so now we're up to the 11th and final stage of this tiny home construction, which is not so tiny. And so now in this stage, we're going to finish off everything externally and internally. And then we've invited everyone involved in this tiny home to come and have a look and see what they think, which I'm really looking forward to. So on the outside, we still need to put on one more board on the retractable decking. Then we need to put the bracket on, put the hand winch on, and then I'm going to demonstrate for the first time how that retractable decking works. But we're also going to have John from Camel's Bin come and help us do a cleanup. And then also my mate John Mifsud is going to bring his tilt truck and he's going to demonstrate to us how hypothetically he would move this tiny home, demonstrating with chains and all the rest. Then internally we're going to put on the TV bracket, put on the TV, put the roller blinds up, finish off all the loose ends, do a big cleanup, and then furnish this tiny home. So if you haven't seen the stages prior to this stage, stage 1 is where we made the base using Orcon and Priority Steel. Stage 2 is where we fabricated the metal walls and got a heap of guys to come in and stand them up, and then we put on the roof. Stage 3 is where we made the retractable decking and then we put the timber on, which we got from Bunnings. Stage 4 is where I filled in between the steel structure with timber, which I got from my mate Tony from DNA Plastering. And then we got Charlie from Top Notch Plumbing come and do the sewer work. And then finally we put the sliding door and windows in, which we got from Bradnam Windows. And then in stage 5, we insulated and cladded the walls with Colorbond steel, which we got from Steel Roofing Supply Centre, and it turned out fantastic. And then in stage 6, Ryan from Auto West came and helped me paint the universal beams. I put down the flooring, we put the internal walls up, and then Charlie from Top Notch Plumbing came back and finished off the plumbing. And then finally, in collaboration with Hume Doors and Timbers, we put in their internal cavity sliding doors, which worked great. Then in stage 7, my mate Danny, the electrician, came and ran all the wires, and Daniel from Darmel Air Conditioning marked out for the air conditioner. And then I put the insulation in the walls, put on the plasterboard and the villa board, and then I put on the furring channels. And then my mate Tony from DNA Plastering came and helped me put the ceiling sheets on and did the setting. And I've got to say, he did a great job. And then in stage 8, in collaboration with Touch Surfaces, we finished off the ensuite. And so, which is a comprehensive video how to tile a bathroom, which was done with the help of my longtime friend Louis the Tiler and my mate Eugene. Then in stage 9, my mate Mario from Croative Painting came and helped me paint this tiny home, which took it to a new level. And then I finished off the architraves and the skirting boards, and then I put in the wardrobe. Then my mate Danny from Darney's Electrical came back and did all the electrical fit-offs. And then Daniel from Darmel Air Conditioning came and fit the air conditioner. And the guys from Penrith Valley Glass came and installed the shower screen. And finally in stage 10, I placed on the vinyl flooring, which I got from Pluswood. David from JML Joinery came and installed the kitchenette, vanity and bookshelf, which looks fantastic. And then I finished off the tiling splashback in the kitchenette, fit off all the PC items, and everything turned out beautiful. Okay guys, I decided to start off with cleanup. So John from Camel's Bin dropped off the bin earlier. So then one thing to note, when you are building, you've got to keep your site clean. It can be very dangerous. Also, you've got to try to recycle whatever you can. So with all the metal and all the cardboard, or to the most part, we recycled everything. So this is what's left. Anyway, it won't take long. And I've got Marion here to give me a hand.
Hello.
Straight over. Go. All right, throw that in. Okay, we're finished and just in time. John just arrived. Hey, John. Thanks for coming.
G'day, mate. How you going?
Mate, it's good to see you. Thanks for the bin, by the way.
No problem.
So I've been using Camel's Bins now for around about 12 years, and I've got to say, first of all, John's always on time, never lets me down. And also, when it comes to recycling rubbish, John actually recycles nearly everything in his yard. Is that right, John?
Yeah, out of, like you've got timber, we've recycled that, we've recycled the tiles, the bricks, Yeah, that's majority a lot. Cardboard, steel, all that sort of stuff. We'll recycle as best as we can.
Mate, John, I've got to tell you, honestly, thank you very much for all your service over the years. I don't need you much these days because I don't do much renovations.
Yep.
But John came to every one of my renovations and it was always a pleasure. And he sent his guys to Eugene's renovation, which we did a couple of years ago. That turned out fantastic.
Thank you. Well, I've been in business for 25 years now, so I must be doing something right. Safety first, mate.
John, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we forgot to take the chock out. We went and screwed on the last piece of timber decking on the front facade. Then we went through and put the eye-nut bolt on, which is stainless steel. It's actually a marine grade 316. So we put that on. It's rated at 1.5 ton. Then I installed the winch, went through, marked the holes, drilled them through, put the screws through and locked it in. Then I attached the strap and started winching. Now I did expect this to be a lot easier. There was a lot of pressure. So what I had to end up doing is taking these legs off just on the back because it was causing a bit of friction going up. So I dismantled those. And so now the winch sticks out from the wall around about 245 mil. So now it's still under 3.5 metre width. But as you can see, the decking is not all the way back. The winch can only take it so far. So then what you need is to use a strap. Now these straps just lock into each other and you pull them. They're usually used on retractable awnings. And so I need to go through and put a series of those through with a D-latch screwed into the steel and then strap it through the actual decking and around the steel 100 by 50 RHS and then just lock it in, and that way it'll hold it in place. But then as an extra security, it's probably wise to put an L bracket screwed into the wall here, screwed into the decking when it's being transported, so it's locked into place. So now the same as the eye-nut bolt, the winch is rated at 1.5 ton capacity, and this decking is roughly about 450 to 500 kilos. But I did speak to George, the engineer, just a couple of weeks ago, and I said to him that I'm going to put a couple of more supports just underneath the bearers, the beams on the parameter, so just to give it a bit more strength. But as you can see, to retract the decking up, it didn't need it. This is going to fall. Can't carry the weight. That's incredible. It came crashing down. The winch couldn't hold it. So it just goes to show that it's definitely not the right winch. But at least the decking works. So I'll just have to source a stronger one, probably a 3-tonner maybe. All right, so I've gone through and put the new concrete pads under the post for the retractable decking. That's all done, so it's looking good again. But now I'm going to put the stabilizers. So I've dug this side first, so just dug the pad out, make sure that this pad was level and it's pretty spot on. So now using the 70mm SHS 3mm steel, I'm going to now place this underneath. So I've cut this the right size. It's going to be tight, but now I'll hit it in. Just in time, Mr. Mifsud just turned up. Woohoo! It's perfect.
How you going, Musa?
How you going?
All right, mate.
Thanks for coming. Mate, this is fantastic.
Your room looks really good too, mate.
Thank you, thank you.
So just put this under, I won't touch it.
Oh, so you actually go directly under and lift it from there? I thought you had to, okay, I did not imagine this.
Is that all right if I just touch it up like that?
Yeah, just touch it, fine. So John, you've squared it off just by putting more pressure and it just comes directly up.
Lifted it up, yep, that's
wow.
it. Hook up your chains, drag it up, mate, center it.
John, this is fantastic. Can you show me how you hook up your chains?
Too easy, yeah, of course.
So the cable would be enough to drag it right across, is that right?
100%, you center it, yeah.
John, this is amazing. I didn't think it was going to be this easy.
That's it, mate, that's what I do.
So this tray, I noticed, actually pulls out from the cabin, like from the actual chassis, pulls out.
Of course,
and so then you pull it back, you drag it back.
Yeah, and I'll drag the room onto the
tilt truck?
Onto the tilt, and then I'll tilt forward.
And then it goes on to the actual chassis and holds on.
Correct.
So this is now roughly about 7 tonne. What is your capacity for this truck?
This truck's only good for 8 tonne.
Yep.
But yeah, 7 tonne's easy.
Yeah,
Probably.
okay. Now, one thing which I've said in the early part of the series, in stage 1, 2, and 3, is that the requirements to be on the road, if you're not on a trailer, but if you're carted around on a tilt truck, you're allowed 3.5 metres wide. You're allowed 4.3 metres high, is that correct?
In total, yeah.
In total, that's from the bottom of the truck, the wheels, to the top of the actual tiny home.
Yeah.
And then the weight capacity is based and the length is based on the truck. From the beginning, we've been talking about this for now, 4 or 5 years, right? And you're the one who convinced me, you probably don't know that, but you convinced me to make it on skids because it's actually easier to cart around.
Very easy, yeah.
If you're on a trailer, you have to stick to a 4.5 maximum tonnage between the vehicle and the tiny home. And so that means your tiny home, because the vehicle will be roughly about 2 tonne to cart that, the tiny home can be only about 2.5 tonne. Now this is 7 roughly. Wow. So the structure on this is quite solid, hence why I've plasterboard the rooms. You don't usually plasterboard tiny homes. And also I've tiled the ensuite. You don't do tiling in tiny homes because the movement, the deflection will crack everything. So now I'm just going to ask you, John, I put the winch on for the retractable decking. It's a 1.5 capacity winch. It's on the wall and it's on an angle, right? Now when I went to retract it, it was quite hard to pull up. The decking itself is 450 to 500 kilos. Right. So I should have lifted it quite easily. It was struggling. Okay, so it went up and I had to do half turns on the low gear.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay, now if I'm struggling to get it up, how do you think I'm going to lower it?
Yeah.
What would you say would happen?
Well, it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah.
You're going to need a forklift or something to
stop it. Yeah, correct.
It,
I did it with the winch.
Oh, how?
Yeah, it came crashing down.
Oh.
What advice can you give me for a winch? Should I go another winch that's stronger? I was thinking maybe a 3 tonne, or should I go electrical?
Oh, probably electric.
Because it's got a gear in there, it's got a clutch in it to stop it from falling. Is that right?
Yeah, it has.
Now I want to go in the tiny home and see if we made any damage.
Wow, look at that.
There's nothing there, eh, John?
No crack at all, man.
Nothing. Hey John, thank you very much for coming, taking the time to demonstrate to us how to move the tiny home. So many people have been asking how it's going to happen, and it's so easy. So the only thing I would have had to do more than what you just showed was undo my stands and get them out of the way.
Drag it up, that's it.
Mate, John, thank you very much.
Easy.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Have
John.
a good day.
This is exciting. I'm finished externally. So after John left, I went and put the other stabilizing post in. I also went through and put brackets on each side of the post on both legs. So that's now done. Then I've gone through and screwed on the sensor light above the door. You can't see anything at night time, so it's really hard to see in that area. So I went and bought a small solar powered sensor light, and so I've installed that and it works brilliantly. It's about 1,000 lumens. Brilliant. And so now with this area here, this door back in the earlier episodes was leaking just in this lower part, and that's because this section of the corrugator had not been put in yet. So I cut a piece, took off the screws, slipped it in and closed it back off. So now that's done, and this tiny home is now totally waterproofed. And so then I've gone through and put on the lock. Now this is a permanent lock. We were using this timber for a long time. We can now throw that away. So now it's finished, and look at that. Locks beautifully. We are on the home stretch, and this is exciting. Only a few more things to put in. And first I'm going to start off by putting on the roller blinds, which I got from my mate Joe from Covered Australia. And now Joe manufactures blinds and awnings and has a large distribution network around Australia. And if you like, I'll put a link for him in the descriptions below. So there is a few things to note about roller blinds. First of all, I'm using a sunscreen fabric. Now sunscreen fabrics are really good because it filters light. You can still see out, but it gives you a very good insulation value both summer and winter, depending on what color you use. If you use a white, it's a greater value, and if you use a black, it's a lesser value of heat control. But the black you can see through easier, and the whites are much harder. So this particular color I've chosen is to go with the cupboards and also the floors, and I think it's going to work out really well. So I was in the blinds and awnings industry for a long time, and my wife and I ran a blinds and awnings shop in Bateman's Bay called Quality Window Coverings under the Luxaflex dealership. But one thing I discovered over those years is that the Rollies Acmeda componentry was one of the best for roller blinds, which is the reason why I got these blinds through Covered Australia. It's because Joe uses the Rollies Acmeda system, and they've just released recently a battery powered motor which will last up to a year depending on how many times you roll it up and down and how wide it is. And it's chargeable by USB cable. So I've got the motor on the right here to access the power point here, and also comes with a remote control. And now this system is very affordable. These are the Acmeda brackets. This is the idler end where it's got the pin, and this one here has a lip. Now that slips either into a chain drive or into a motor, the universal, which is fantastic. So now when I measured this, the blinds, I measured to come across 55 mil. Now there is steel in here, steel structure, so I'm gonna have to unfortunately drill through steel, but that's fine. Okay, so now this is the marks for the screws. I'm just gonna pre-drill a hole into the steel. Okay, so now using the Bremic truss screws, I'm gonna screw the bracket in. Okay, that's in. Okay, so now I'm gonna put on the roller blind, and I will keep this strap on here just while I'm doing this so it doesn't come apart. So first I've just gotta put this on the motor end. Just turn it around. That's it, went straight in, beautiful. Okay, and now I just put in the pin end, just squeeze that in. Perfect fit. Okay, now I'll just take off this strap, this label, and the blind is free. Okay, so now I'm gonna pair the motor to the remote, and this is a 5-channel remote. So you've got to do this fairly quickly. First of all, you choose a channel you want by using the left-right arrows on the bottom. I'm gonna get a channel 1. And I'm gonna press the button underneath next to the charger. It's gonna jog once. Then within 4 seconds, I've got to hold this down, and it will jog twice. Okay, so now that's working, it's paired to this. Now I don't know if it's gonna go up or down, so if I press the up button, it might come down. So I might have to change the direction, but I'll be very quick with this because I don't want it to spin over the top. So I'll just go down. No, it jigs up. So in other words, they're the wrong way around. Okay, so now to change the direction, I'm just gonna push the up and down button for a few seconds until it jogs. Okay, so now I've just changed the direction. So now I'm gonna take it to the upper limit where I want this to stop. And I think it's roughly about there. And now what I do is push the up arrow and the stop button at the same time and let it jog. Okay, so now that upper limit has now been set. It won't go any higher than that now. Okay, so now I'm gonna set the bottom limit. First of all, I'll just go down. Just holding the button arrow downwards. Okay, so now while this is going down, I'll just explain a couple of things. First of all, this is what you call an overroll or a reverse roll. Now the reason I've done that is because I don't like to see the tube, and also we need to miss the handle of the door. All right, so now that's on the floor. I'm gonna get it off the floor by just going upwards, by just pressing that button until I'm happy, and I'm happy with that distance. Now all I do is press the down and stop button again. That's now set. So now all we're gonna do is select the channel if you want to go up, press the button, and it will go up. All right, now we'll see if the limit stops. Beautiful. This is brilliant. This window has a timber reveal. It's a lot easier to install. And so in this case here, I'm still gonna do an overroll, but I'm gonna put it in the reveal. Now these brackets are made to fit on face or reveal this way. Now, I'm not gonna do it this way because the roller is gonna have a big gap on top. I'm actually gonna minimize how much gap there's gonna be by placing the bracket as far back as possible and just coming down only 5 millimeters just to give the roller a bit of room. So now one thing to note when you are putting up roller blinds, they have to be dead level. Now I know my windows are level, hence why I'm not using the level here, but you do have to have a level window. So if you're not sure, pull out your long level and check it out. Okay, another one complete, and you'll notice this fabric is a blockout fabric. It's not the sunscreen, and the color matches the room really well. I'm very happy with it. And so that we use the blockout because this is a bedroom. You will need privacy. Okay, all the blinds are done and they look fantastic. Now the bathroom blind, I had to drill through tiles. Now that's a long process. So if you like, I'll put a link for stage 9 and stage 10 where I show how to drill through tiles. And now the last thing to do is put on the remote. So now the reason I'm putting the remote here is because when you first come in, the blind will be down and you want to reach for the remote. So you just have to reach just in here, quite easy to access. So now I'm going to get on to installing the wall mount bracket for the TV. Now the reason I'm using the Vergels brand because there's a couple of things that I needed it to do. First of all, I needed it to swivel and not hit the wall. So I've got to make sure that the TV can fit. Now there's only 2 places I fit it. There's a piece of timber here and there's a piece of timber here. The TV is just a basic TCL, which I found are really good TVs. So I've just put a mark there with a pencil just to get an idea where this bracket's going to sit. I'll rub that out later. And so now putting the bracket roughly where that mark is, I can see that this TV will work. Now I want this TV to sit starting roughly about 1200 and the TV is roughly around 520 mil high. So it's going to come to about here. Now I can mark out where the screws are going to go. Beautiful. So now they've supplied a coach screw with a washer. That hole is quite big. Okay, so now I'll just put this in. It should be quite easy. Now there is a top, it actually marked here top. So you've got to make sure you do it the right way. Okay. All right, so now part of this kit, they do give you a level and it needs to be pretty straight. So I'll just straighten it out. That's looking good. I'll just lock it in there. Okay, that's tight. Now I'm ready to put the TV on. So when you do get this TCL TV, they'll give you a variety of different screws and you've got to nominate which one's going to work for you. Now these screws go in this section here, very small section. Sometimes they're spread out a bit more. All right. Yep, it's in. Beautiful. All right, so now on the back here, these bars that are carrying from the bracket, they've got numbers on here, and on the edge of this one is 100. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so what I've done is lined it up there so I can line this one on the opposite side the exact same. So they're both on 100 right now, and I'll just close that off. And the same with this one. Look at that, perfect. Okay, so now the reason I chose this wall mount bracket, it was a little expensive, but not overly. Now, so this can now close into the wall as I was hoping. It can go out into this area here, which is more centered to the couch, which you would use probably at night time, so there's no glare behind. But the great thing about this wall mount bracket, just behind here is a button. You push that down and it releases, and you can tilt this quite low, but you probably have it at that angle there. Okay guys, I've got the team here. I've got Agapi, Michael, Marion and Mariah.
Hi.
So they've all agreed to come and help me furnish the tiny home. But beforehand, Marion and I went through, cleaned the floors, vacuumed, swept, and also washed down any marks off the ground. There was a few marks. Agapi went through and cleaned the kitchenette. Mariah went back and cleaned the windows on the door, and Marion came back and helped her after Agapi and I were doing the bathroom, and Michael set up the TV for me. Now the finale is not for a couple of more weeks, but we decided to actually put all the finishes in early because my mate Mario from Creative Painting has agreed to come and spend overnight in this tiny home with his wife Veronica and tell us what they think and see if there's any issues that we need to look at. Now I've got to say, even though this tiny home looks fantastic, the painting, the kitchen, the flooring, the bathroom, I'm really impressed with Joe's roller blinds, these Acmeter motorized blinds. Now he actually talked me into getting those. I didn't actually want them, but I'm really impressed. And so I was at Covered Australia's factory the other day, and I've got to tell you, he's got a huge premises. He's grown so big. He's one of Australia's largest manufacturers now. And so Joanne took me through all the departments. And so Joe has invested in a state-of-the-art cutting machine that holds hundreds of rolls of fabrics. And so all they do is just punch in the number that they want, the next job that comes up, and then it automatically pulls that roll to the front and cuts it, either ultrasonically or crush cut. And so Joe started off his manufacturing making awnings. So he does all types. He's got a large range. And so he's very big on doing folding arm awnings and also Acmeter zip screens. So if you're looking for blinds and awnings, I'll put a link in for Covered Australia in the descriptions below. Okay guys, you ready to get into it? Okay, we're all done. This looks fantastic. Thanks, guys.
You're welcome.
What do you think?
Amazing, fantastic.
This is incredible. Maria's gonna love this. Now, just a quick rundown on the furnishings and the appliances that we've got for this tiny home. Now, remembering that we're trying to keep our consumption low for energy, and so this kettle is an 1800 watt maximum. It's a Sunbeam, a 1 litre, and it can fill up 4 cups. Now, the toaster is also a Sunbeam, and it runs on 950 watts maximum, and it's a 2 toaster. And now the microwave is actually an LG, and it's a 25 litre, and it's a maximum 1150 watts, which is fantastic. And this fridge is from Kogan, and it's a 93 litre, and it runs on roughly 50 watts. I can't remember exactly how much, but it wouldn't be much over that. And so I'd like to take the opportunity to thank everyone from the good guys in Penrith. They were fantastic. Okay, so now the sofa, the table, the queen size bed, the bedside tables, we got everything from Domain. And so I've chose this particular bed, not only because it's queen size and it's a good size for this room, but also there's no storage in this tiny home. And this particular bed in the base has 4 drawers. So there's plenty of room to put things away. And plus you can also use the bedside tables. And so now these pillows are a 50 centimetre by 50 centimetre soft cushion. Now we made these ourselves. It's got a plain back. It's got a nice colour in the front, which will go with this room. It has a piping all the way around. Now I have a dressmaking background and I have my own label, which is Cece. And I'd like to thank the ladies in our sewing group for helping me make these. And so now this sofa is really good for a small family. It's 2.1 metres wide, but the great thing about it is that it folds out with a queen size bed. So all you do is just remove your cushions and you pull up the frame from the centre and pull it out. Now I do have a spinal injury and find it hard to do certain things, but I found this really easy to pull out and also to put back in. And as you can see, the couch is complemented with 2 cushions, which we got from our friend Anthony English and his wife Lisa. Thanks guys. And the last piece of furniture is this table and chairs. And so this is for internal and external use. And so if it's a warm day outside and you want to have a barbecue, you just relocate the chairs and tables and enjoy the view. So at this point, I'd like to thank the guys from Domain, especially Nick, Jose and Syed. Guys, thanks very much for your help. This turned out fantastic. And so now the last thing to put on are 2 paintings. So around about 6 months ago, I asked Marion and Mariah if they can paint me pictures for this tiny home, even though they're flat out and very busy, and they did. And so Mariah painted one for the bedroom and Marion painted one for this room. Thanks girls, they turned out beautiful. Mario, Veronica, thank you very much for trying out the tiny home. Did you enjoy it?
Oh, it was
Very
lovely.
much.
Yeah.
So what did you think of the tiny home when you first came in?
I was impressed.
Yeah.
It had everything.
Yeah.
Kitchen.
And the bathroom, how do you find that?
Beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah.
was
It's
great.
not too tight?
No. It was wonderful.
Yeah.
You got everything you need, and actually I was surprised because I've done some painting before, and now when it's all furnished, like it's really, really good.
Yeah. I've got to say, Mario, you did a beautiful job painting here. It looks fantastic.
I think everything else is just really, really good.
Yeah,
high
everything's
level.
come together.
Yeah.
And so, Mario, you're one of the best barbecuers I've ever met. What's
Don't know
your
about
secret?
that.
Yeah, tell me, what's your secret?
It's no secret, just love of food.
So, guys, how was the ambience sitting outside?
Oh, it was lovely. Very peaceful.
It's really like, we don't live far from here, but it's really like you're in somewhere like far away on
yes.
holiday. It's very quiet.
Yeah.
Nature is just amazing, and just enjoyed it very much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're so close to the centre hub, but we're so far away from
That's
feel
right.
like you're far.
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely. That's
Yeah.
one thing that I really
Yeah.
like. And
Yeah.
I love the book nook. To get the book
Yes.
nook. And also I forgot to mention just the clothes space to just hang up. you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
It's just the practical things that we women like.
Yeah.
and it's enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just want to mention, it's really in a good spot, close to bushwalks. You can go and explore like mountains, like very central.
Yeah.
Like you got things to do, and if you wanna peace and quiet, you can just stay and enjoy here.
Yeah.
Like, you got everything you need. Really, really like it.
And I regret not bringing my binoculars. I love to see more
Yeah.
of those birds close up.
You're gonna have
a
to.
lot of wildlife.
Lovely,
You're gonna have to
yeah,
come
lovely.
back.
You are
Come
welcome
back.
to come back.
Yes.
You are welcome. So, Mario, I'd like to thank you very much for all the work.
Thanks for
you
having
helped
us. All good.
Beautiful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica.
Thank you, Lisa.
Okay, this is exciting. The big day is here, the finale, and people are going to start arriving soon. In actual fact, my mate John and Charlie Mifsud have just arrived, and I'm keen to see what they say. Hey John, thank you very much for coming. Charlie, thanks guys. I know you got a big day today. You got a wedding on. Thanks for coming early regardless. Charlie, you did the plumbing here, top-notch plumbing. Fantastic. You wouldn't have known what it was going to look like until now. What do you think?
Looks unbelievable. Looks really good. It's very roomy, heaps of space.
Yeah, and you live in a tiny home as well. How does it compare?
Feels open.
Yeah.
Big.
Yeah. I mean, yours is fairly big too, but a totally different design. Yours is cool room panels. We went to the extent of putting a lot of insulation in here. Do you remember when we were doing the plumbing? It was a winter's day and we didn't have the lining on the walls. And what was your response?
It was warmer than my house. It's finished. This wasn't even gyprocked yet.
Yeah. And look, I've got to tell you, it's been a lot of work. And Charlie, you did a great job. Seriously, everything just went into place perfectly. And John, I've got to thank you. Thank you for coming for that demonstration.
Not a problem.
Spot on. You came just after the decking fell. I was not sure which way to go. You demonstrated so easily with your tilt truck. That was brilliant. It gave me a better idea how this is going to be moved in the future. And also then we talked about the electric winch. And so I went and got an X-Bull, put it up. It works beautifully.
It's good too, doesn't it?
Looks fantastic. What do you think, Charlie?
Looks good, nice and compact.
Yeah.
Very good.
So guys, as a souvenir, I want to thank you very much for helping with the tiny home and just something to remember us by.
That's unbelievable.
Thank you, Miss.
Thanks, Charlie. Thanks, John.
Thank you.
George, what do you think?
It's impressive, Musa. It's really comfortable, one. Two, it's nice, compact, but very spacious inside.
Yeah.
And the rooms are very cozy.
Yeah.
And the views are spectacular.
Thank you very much for all the support you gave me. Not just from the beginning, but even just in more recent times, when I went to do the decking and I was using the hand winch, and I sent you some of the videos and things that were happening and I wasn't very impressed. Luckily for me, John Mifsud came shortly after and he gave me the solution. And you were concerned about the decking initially, that because I'm pulling up from one side, that'll have a huge deflection. But it didn't. It actually had 40 mil, which is fantastic.
Which is really good, because I was expecting more something in the order of 100 mils, to be honest. But,
and 40 mils is acceptable considering the span and weight, eh?
Very acceptable.
Yeah, and it went up beautifully, right? And you've seen the video I've sent you. It had a nice flow with the electrical. So what we did, we ended up doing a few things before we put the winch in. So we went through and grinded back the angle, because what happened when I put the hinges in, they were a little bit too tight. And so as they were coming up with the hand winch, I can hear them scraping. So what I did, I just cut inside a little bit, gave them a bit more room.
A bit more tolerance.
Yeah, there was only 2 of them. Out of the 5, there was only 2 of them. And then I sprayed them with a grease spray, and that made all the difference, first of all. But then I bought the X-Bull 5,000 pound winch, which is rated 2.2 ton in a conversion. And so this decking is roughly about 450, 500 kilo. And it went up beautifully. It came down beautifully.
Well, I guess the other interesting thing was when you first told me that the
decking had
fallen down.
Yeah.
I was a little bit concerned, but you know, it's good to see that there's not a single crack on, which goes to show that the structure is so robust.
When we were making the tiny home, we had a lot of remnants, a lot of pieces, and so we wanted to make a souvenir for everyone. So I'd like to present you with this, just to thank you for all the help.
Wow.
So with these, Marion and I went through and grinded all the edges, cleaned them up, made sure they were not sharp. And so then we painted them, we used the decking, we used all the material that we had from the tiny home, and then we had these little labels made up, and it just finishes it off.
Wow, it's beautiful. Thank you so much, Wes. I love this. And it also has a very, it looks small, but it's actually quite heavy. And it has all the essence of what a structural engineer is all about. So thank you very much for this.
Thanks, George. Thank you. So Gav, what do you think?
Fantastic.
Gav, I'd like to thank Steel Roofing Supply Centre for everything that you guys done for me. You guys were over and above. I love the service. Now, just for people who don't know, Gav and I have a little bit of history. We started at Amatec before it became Stramit Industries. Back, I started in '89. I think you started '88.
Yes.
Yeah, and so Gav and I have known each other for like 36 years. He came to my wedding, and we've had a great relationship, and actually renovated his own bathrooms.
Yeah, great job.
and this is an amazing probably house you put together. So on the back of the industry that you've grown up with. So,
yeah,
well
it's
done.
fantastic.
Well done.
Gav, I know you've got a big day on today, and I really appreciate you coming, even though it's early before the celebration. And I just want to hand you something, a little souvenir that Marion and I made. Thanks, Gav. I want to show you.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate that, and thanks for using Steel Roofing Supply Centre's products, and we were happy to work in conjunction with you. All the best.
Thank you. Hey, Joe, I love your blinds, man. What did you think of the tiny home?
It's very, very good. Really enjoyed the walkthrough. It's come together very nicely.
Yeah. Now, you were thinking of doing one yourself, but you probably end up getting, what, a modular or something?
Yeah, we're looking at a modular design just to be cost effective.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you've gone built
the
Taj Mahal of tiny homes. But we're going to keep it very basic. But yeah, I'm like, it's very inspiring.
Yeah, we've done so much work in there. There's so many features in this tiny home. And guess the only thing that everyone wants to play with?
The blinds.
The blinds, the motorised.
I've had about 3 inquiries already.
So Joe, look, thank you very much. I appreciate all your help over the years. We've known each other, for 25 years, and you've been a great friend. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Cheers, Moose.
Cheers. Hey, Dave. I only just met you just recently, and it was such a big coincidence that you were a cabinet maker. That turned out fantastic. Were you happy with it?
Yeah, man, it looks really cool.
And what do you think of the tiny home?
Mate, it's amazing.
Yeah.
You've gone above and beyond.
Yeah.
It's absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, look, I'm happy. It was a lot of work, but yeah, I'm very happy. A lot of people put a lot of effort in. So, hey, Dave, thank you very much. I'm really impressed with it. And I've got to say, Veronica loves your book nook.
Book nook.
Anyway, thanks, Dave.
No worries, mate.
Josja, Samir, thank you guys for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, you're welcome. And I've got to say now, a lot of people who've been following the videos are going to say, who are these guys, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to reveal that later.
Okay.
Okay, but you both are architects,
Yes.
and there is a correlation there. What did you think of the tiny home?
I loved it. I think it was very cozy.
Yeah.
It was tiny, but not tiny. Like
Yeah.
The whole setting is really beautiful as well.
Great.
The way the outlook is and everything.
Great.
The little nook and the toilet is stunning.
Yeah.
I really loved it.
Yeah, we put a lot of effort into it.
You could see the thought which has gone into
Yes.
it. Like everything is very carefully
Yeah.
thought of, planned and executed.
And coming from an architectural background, you know there's a lot of planning when you're building. So I've been thinking about this for 5 years, as you know. So I'll speak more about that later. Guys, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, John, Daniel, what do you think of the tiny home?
I think it looks really good. Really good.
Charlie was here earlier, and he's in a tiny home, building his actual home as we speak. And he said his house is just so hot in summer and so cold in winter. And you're in the air conditioning business, and you guys have done 4 air conditioners for us now, and thank you very much. Very high quality workmanship. Now compare that to what I've done with all the insulation, the plasterboard and everything. What do you think of the difference?
Yours is a lot cheaper to air condition.
Yep.
Heating or cooling.
Yep.
Because the cool room panels are not very efficient.
Yeah, they're not efficient. I've been saying that to many people, and people say no, they're very efficient, but I know for a fact they're not. So yeah, look, I'm very happy with this tiny home. And guys, thank you very much for all your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys. Cheers.
Cheers.
It's been a long road, but it worked. Tony, you're a madman. Every week he used to ring me, Musa, what can I do? What can I do? It's crazy, man. The plastering turned out beautiful. You did great. Thank you very much. And you were so worried about the P50s. Seriously. And even after the decking fell, no cracks anywhere. Seriously. What's it?
Piece of cake.
Piece of cake.
I tried to tell you, Musa, that it's a hurricane-proof tiny home. And you can't even call it a tiny home. It's not tiny.
It's a large tiny home. Yeah. So, Tony, you and I are going to be in a video in the near future, possibly doing your bathroom. We're just going to try to work around that. I'm looking forward to it. And Joe, you've been instrumental, man, and I'll talk more about that later. But guys, thank you very much.
Thank you. You're the one that's inspirational, Musa. That's got to be the best tiny home in Australia, honestly. I have not seen a quality to that standard.
Okay, now I've got the guys here that helped me put the walls up. That was a big day. Wow. Guys, did you feel nervous when we were doing it? No. My son Michael is an engineer and electrical mechanical, and I had already formatted the day. We did a toolbox talk. We went through about 15 minutes how it's going to work. Mark, what did you think?
That went well.
Salmin was running around like a madman. He was doing really well, hitting the walls up with a hammer, just slamming it.
It was good.
It was good?
Actually, it was much easier than I thought.
Yeah. The other guys couldn't be here, Louis and Marcel, and also Pat, but the 8 of you were brilliant. And we had the new improved Marcus as well. So this is Marcus. So the new improved Marcus is my tractor. Marcus used to do a lot of work with me. So anyway, guys, thank you very much.
Cheers. Cheers.
Hey guys, the tiny home turned out fantastic. What did you think of the tiling, the bathroom?
Turned out beautiful.
Yeah.
Initially, I was, when you said you wanted to just do it with glue, no cement bed,
yeah,
I was a bit apprehensive.
Yeah, but the fall's fantastic.
Turned out really, really good. Yeah.
I tested it on video. At that point, turned the tap on and it didn't go over the edge. It was fantastic. You did a great job, Louis. And Eugene, man, you are a very good labourer. I know you're a professional man and you're in IT and you're also a broker.
I still don't understand the tile without the grout though.
Ah, did you see the splashback?
No,
in the kitchen?
No, I didn't.
You're going to have to go back and look at it. I did a zero grat join. So Louis, we've known each other since high school. We met each other in year 8, which was originally called second form. So you became a tiler. You followed your dad, God rest his soul. And you now have your son also tiling with you, 3rd generation.
Yes.
Mate, you're one of the best tilers I've seen. You've actually taught me how to tile properly.
Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah. Anyway, Louis, and this patio area, look at this. The alfresco is now 2 years old and it's looking fantastic.
That's great, yeah.
Yeah. Louis, thank you very much.
No worries, miss.
Eugene. Hey guys, Anthony.
Yeah, Musa, wow, what a great job you have all done with this tiny home.
Hey, thanks for the pillow, you and Lisa. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, that's right. I dived in on it. Did you see that?
So John, I asked you to come onto this video because Mario and Veronica stayed overnight in the tiny home to test it out as an Airbnb. We will be doing this as an Airbnb in the future. And there was a bit of an issue with the Wi-Fi. Now, we could reach it with Wi-Fi, but when they were here, they had to use hotspot, so they used their own phone. Which it's not ideal as an Airbnb. Sure. So I just wanted to ask you, we've been talking about this for many, many months.
The current problem that you have is that you don't have basically wide enough coverage.
Question for you, we're going to make a video in the future. Okay. Is there a solution that we can do externally and also internally?
Absolutely.
Great. What do you think of the tiny home?
Excellent. The reality is that it ticks the box that it needs to tick, and that is a home of a tiny or small size that, is appropriate for that area. So yeah.
Sorry about the New Zealander humour.
You recognise the thick New Zealand accent as well.
Yes, I do.
Excellent.
Just to confirm that, John is actually a New Zealander.
Sort of. For all my American family, it's an assertion that I have to carry, unfortunately.
Anyway, thank you guys.
Done.
Well done again.
Thank you very much. Yeah, fantastic work.
George, I wanted to talk to you personally. What did you think of the tiny home?
Loved it. I've got to say, the instructions Musa illustrated and demoed before we actually did all the lifting. It's one thing we didn't mention before.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah.
OH&S, #1.
Yeah.
I've got to say, safety was great.
Yeah, thank you, George. I did put a lot of effort into that. The last thing I wanted to do is someone to hurt themselves who are coming to help me. It was not an option. Anyway, George, thank you very much. I really appreciate all your help.
No, you're a legend and always a gentleman.
Thank you. The tiny home now is a reality. From the beginning, back about 11 months ago, it's complete. And I want to thank you all for all your participation, every single one of you. And also you who could not be here today. Marion and I made a souvenir. We had a lot of pieces come off this tiny home with the structure, the flooring, the decking. And so we decided to clean them up and make a souvenir. There's a couple here that I've actually designated already. So this particular one is for Mr. Suka. So Joe, you were with me from the very beginning when I had this dream about tiny homes, and we had a look at a lot of homes. What did you think of those homes when we saw them?
They were good until I saw your one.
So Joe, you really gave me a lot of help, but the help you gave me was more than you think. You kept saying that you're not really good with your hands, but it was the enthusiasm that you actually gave me in stage 1 when we first started, in stage 3 when we did the decking. And in actual fact, something actually happened during that video. I had a relapse. Now, I have a spinal injury. I was not taking medication. I stopped it for a number of reasons. And I was having a lot of brain fog, not sleeping very well. And the day we were doing the decking, I had a brain freeze and I thought this is not going to work, the hinging's not going to work. And I got a little upset. I said, Joe, let's finish for today. and we packed up. And then I called you back a few hours later when I just relaxed and discovered that I was thinking too much about it. It worked, the decking worked, but you supported me through it, and then you came back the next day and we finished off the welding for the decking.
Yeah, no, Musa, you've done an amazing job with it. It's probably, to be honest, your tiny home is hurricane proof. I just seen it come together, the steel, the weight of it.
Yeah.
It's just amazing.
Well, that's why I'm giving you this. This is part of the universal beam, and you were there in the beginning. So, Joe, thank you very much.
Thank you, Musa.
Now, saying that, Joe, I'm going to ask Agapi to come here. So the day that I froze when we're doing stage 3, no videos were released at that point. And so I actually came inside. I said to my wife, I was actually quite upset. I was struggling physically, mentally, and I said, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do this video for YouTube. I'm just going to finish off the tiny home just when I have time. And Tina said just one thing that's never ever been said by her before. I've built 4 houses. She's got very frustrated with me. I have driven her mad, and I do thank her for her patience. But she said one thing: when do you ever give up? That was it. At that point, I realised I have to keep going. So, Agapi, thank you very much.
That's my trophy.
You get one later.
James.
So my spinal injury was back in 2017 in June, and it was about a 3-year recovery. I was actually paralysed at one point. Joe came to the hospital before my decompression. I had to have another decompression a couple of years later, and so there was a 3-year recovery period. Joe was instrumental in that, trying to help me back in the workforce. And Joe, thank you very much for that. And so I went to a friend of mine's place named Mun Bikoli, and he was having his 57th birthday, and this was 5 years ago, just over. And I saw a couple of friends there, Shelja and Samit. I'm going to ask you guys to come. So Shelja is an architect, and so Samit. And so when I told them that I was thinking of YouTubing, and my first video was supposed to be a tiny home, the enthusiasm that Shelja gave me that day triggered me to actually do it. Prior to that, it was just a thought. It really wasn't the reality. And so I just want to thank Shelja because she just gave me so much enthusiasm that night. I told a group of people, but she stood out and she said, you must do it. Now, Shelja, thank you very much. And Samit, thank you for your support as well.
All the best.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you have inspired so many people.
Yes.
Like your videos inspire us as well. So,
Yeah.
So sometimes we don't realize how our words and actions inspire others.
Thank you.
Well done.
Shelja, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I've actually got to mention that these badges were made for us, and so they were made by Kinbrook Custom Domes, and I want to thank Nikki. She did a great job. So Marion, from the very beginning, the day I unloaded the truck with Priority Steel, I fell quite badly, and it took me 2 weeks to recover. And at that point you said, Dad, I'm going to have to help you. The reality is, if it wasn't for Joe and Marion, there's no way that this would have become a reality because I needed the help. I felt like my brain thought that I can still do it. The reality is I could not. It looks great on video, what I do, but the reality is there's always a bit of pain factor with it and also fatiguing. So these guys really helped me in the very beginning. All of you helped me as well. And I'm just looking at Tony here. The guy, it was inspirational. Tony, thank you very much. I just want to thank you. Tony kept pushing me all the time. Come on, Musa, let's hurry, hurry, hurry. It was hard for me to do that, but Tony is just an exceptional guy. And so Tony, thank you very much. So I'm going to get all of you to come up and grab a trophy in a minute. But first of all, I just got to give one to Marion. Okay, the universal beam has to go to Marion because she was part of the beginning. And I've just got to say apologies for a number of people, but a couple of more things. Renee from Fast Flow Augers organised the universal beam for me. He's a long-time friend. My dad used to work for his dad and as a welder, and that's how I learned how to weld. And so Renee could not be here. He gave his apologies, and so I've got this other universal beam for Renee. So I'm going to put that on the side. So Michael. Doing YouTubing is quite interesting. Anthony English would know all about it. The amount of download you need on your computer is phenomenal. And I was running on a basic computer for about 3 years. And when I decided to start doing the tiny home, I said to Michael, this computer's not going to take it. It won't have the capacity. And so Michael said, Dad, I'll build you one. And look, it was a bit costly, I've got to tell you, but there's a reason for it. That thing is now, my original computer was 1.5 terabytes roughly of storage. This one now is 18 terabytes. It's 4 times faster, and my editing has been sped up because of Michael. This actually would not have been a reality to get this onto YouTube without the help of Michael. So Michael, thank you very much. I'm going to call Michael back in a minute. Michael actually is the guy that plays all the music on this channel, and I'm going to get him to play the outro for us. Okay, so now the last thing to do is just some apologies, people that could not be here. So I've already said Renee, but also Ian from Hume Doors. Now, Ian rang me yesterday, apologised, and this is the weekend. It's a busy period of the year. Everyone's busy. So I've agreed to go to Hume Doors, to their factory, and have a tour. I'm going to do a little bit of videoing. I will present Ian with his trophy, with his souvenir, and it's going to be great. We are actually going to condense what we did for Hume Doors. So we're going to condense the 4 videos that showed how to put the Hume Doors in. We're going to do it as one video, and that will be released in the future. So Ian, thank you very much for all the team, especially to Wilma. Thank you very much for your support. But I'd also like to thank Danny from Darnie's Electrical, Bob from Penrith Valley Glass, Ethan from Priority Steel, Mario from Creative Painting, Ryan from Auto West, John from Camel's Bin, and also Marcel, Louis, and Joe. Now these guys give them their apologies, and thank you for everyone who participated. So that's the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got something out of it. And if you have any comments at all, please leave them below and I will get back to you. And I'd ask you, please consider to subscribe, hit the like button and share this video, and there's many more to come. Thanks, guys. Bye. All right, ready? Go. Sure. Thank you, Michael. Let's go. What do you think?
Amazing, fantastic.
This is incredible. Maria's gonna love this. Let's just stop.
What am I supposed to be saying anyway?
It doesn't matter, whatever's in your heart.
Yeah. I was just going to thank you for the trophy and walk off.
No. Go. Go back up. What are you doing, man?
We're in the middle.
No, the piggy's in the middle.
Why is it so quiet?
Hey, they want to listen to you. Hey, look, he's paranoid now.
No, I'm not.
Okay, Michael, play us out. I was going to say play.
I think this should be more candid than this. I think it should just be.
All right, go.
And everyone's staring's weird as well.
They're not staring. Have you got eyes in the back of your head?
He's staring.
Have you got eyes in the back of your head?
He's staring. Oh yeah, please.